Well, that's awkward. My mic stand just broke. We're not off to a good start, folks. Give me just a moment, would you? Mic check, 1, 2. Okay, so it might not be obvious from the way my cameras are set up, but I've come up with an improvised solution that leaves the microphone right in the middle of my face. You guys can probably hear me fine, but I can't see 1/3 of my screen now. Oh, man. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry that this decided to happen right as I hit the start streaming button. I mean, my regulars might have noticed by now that, usually I'll just hit the stream button while I'm loading the game and then, reposition my mic because it's usually off over to the side there. The problem is, while I was repositioning the mic this morning, the swivel decided to break. Not the whole arm, not the mic itself, just the swivel, right? So that's the point of articulation that the mic stand rotates on. Probably one of the most important ones for just getting started, give me just a moment to see if I can finalize this adjustment, get it a little bit lower on my face, and we can at least lock in for a bit, right? So give me just a moment, folks. I'm almost done with this. Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, mic check. No yellows? Yellows. That's not bad. Okay, so, of course, you know, any of my viewers, does this sound weird to you guys? Or can you guys hear me all right? You guys are going to know better than I can. I got a pretty good sense, but, you know. Are you picking up too much sound from the game? Let's see if we can hear her. Yeah, let's see if we can hear her. That and that. Okay, so the mic is picking up the door there. I mean, it's kind of hard to keep the mic from picking up things if the desktop audio on the left there goes into the yellow. The mic's going to pick up a little bit. That's an acceptable loss by my standards. Okay. But yeah, guys, let me know if this sounds weird. This is a highly improvised solution to a problem that I really didn't want to have this morning, but hey, I think we might have something functional. But yeah, let me know if it sounds weird. It is 1,500 hours, so we spent a little bit of the day there reading. Let's see if we need to gain weight. We're at 76 kilo. And we don't want to go below 75. I think I'm going to do something kind of lazy here. And have a little bite of ice cream. It ain't going to last forever, is it? Who knows? Maybe it will. So I can see most of the screen now. There's like maybe like 1/5 of it in the bottom right-hand corner, kind of like where the OBS overlay is for you guys, where like one of my eyes has it blocked, so I don't have like stereo vision down to that corner. But if I close one eye, I can see it. It's not an optimal solution, but it's far better than full blockage of anything. In the spirit of wanting to gain weight, and also kind of what I wanted to do a little bit starting out today, we're going to clear the rest of the area around the Gigamart in Riverside. And we're going to come home with some heavy form food and get some heavy form calories into us. Multiple on that door, is it? Yes. Let them break it then. Gonna let the fast one come over to me. The fast one lost interest. Hear the splintering. That door's about to break. I kind of wish shotguns could reliably destroy a door from a distance. Because, I mean, you know, I got the double barrel right here. But I've tried before. It doesn't really seem to work right. Come on, guys. There's two of you. You should have no problem breaking that. I wonder if this scratcher is doing less damage while the slapper is actually doing the real damage here. See, I know I can break the door with one swing. That requires me to be within one tile of the door. No way. Not when there's two of them right there. Awkward. If I say something quietly, I'm still at least 28 decibels up. Yeah, I'm good. Okay. I should trust my condenser mic. I really should. Just because it's not right in front of my face. This is a lovely microphone. It's a... there it is. Same brand as what most YouTubers use, but a different model. Most people use the, what is it, the Yeti? This is the Blackout Spark. Same company though, it's blue. That is the pharmacy back door getting slapped. Okay. That's going to take a minute to break. I'm willing to bet the mic picked that up. I'm sorry. Hey. I only came in here for some soda, man. Now she's stressed from all the slapping. I feel it. Oh, hello there. So they do have... Oh, here we go, here we go. Let's get some calories in me. Hey, good morning. How's it going? So that would be Gigamart right there. We've been kind of working our way around this intersection a long time now, but currently we're just kind of working towards securing the area around Gigamart so that we can kind of start looting it in peace. The first of many times just now that I'll be getting hot and taking my vest off, getting cold later and then complaining and putting it back on, then getting hot after that, and then rinse and repeat. Alright, we don't have a clear angle of approach here, so I'm going to fall back in this direction. Now, we have previously done a pretty strong number on the parking lot behind Gigamart. I wouldn't call it a 100% cleansing, but this area back here. Because the further you go in this direction, the closer you get to the hardware store and the pile of crepe, which we have cleaned out both of those with extreme prejudice. Dumpster's making me wary. Ooh, she's got chef pants. I like chef pants, they look neat. I'm gonna kill her with a blunt. No holes. Somebody tell Cerulean that you don't have to use long blunt as your primary weapon just to make sure that you don't damage zombie clothing. Just separate them from the pack and kill them with your boot. That's gonna be like 2 or 3 in the bank. I don't care. Bank's not a priority right now. The bank is for when I want decorations. Or maybe, there's going to be a lot of electrical items in it. We're currently electrical level 5, and maybe 1/10. Electrical level 6 is long-range detonators for our pipe bombs, so we're almost there. Okay, so definitely some people in the church. You can literally see them shadow standing there. I don't feel like I have to go all the way across the street to the church just to go into Gigamart. Let's drive around back, see what it looks like on the other side. I think those zombies noticed me. Let's kill these guys back here. Show me behind. There we go. Oh, look at that, coming out of the bushes and shit. You know how they like to sit with their back to the fence sometimes? If they were doing that in the bushes, we wouldn't even see them at all until they come out. Hey, Grimbaki, how's it going? Honestly, I'm feeling pretty good today. We started the stream a little early, and then, of course, I promptly noticed that my mic stand was falling apart, and I had to come up with an improvised solution. So definitely let me know if anything sounds weird with that. I'm monitoring my levels here on the right. I feel like we're going to pick up a little bit more background noise while this is in effect. No. Well, I mean, are there MP servers? Yes, there's other MP servers. I'm not. This one is not an MP server, but out there are plenty. Multiplayer was released into unstable for a bit, and now the game is being called stable. So I want to say multiplayer is playable for the folks who are enjoying it. Probably still has a few issues here and there. The hot fixes that have come out so far have almost all been multiplayer fixes. Ah, thank you. Good to hear. Good. Get it? Good to hear. Sound like they finally broke out one of the church windows. How dare you defile the house of God? Do you have any idea what his insurance premiums are? The HOA is going to really get mad at him for that. tithes are up 20% thanks to that. There's some commentary here about an Indy Stone shirt slapping one of the church windows. I'm not going to say anything further about it. See, I would just go right through the hedgerows, but then I might get scratched. So, no thanks. They can come out here and go through the hedgerows themselves. Okay. So the whole goal of today, for the immediate moment here, was Gigamart to secure the perimeter. And I want to say that we're really close to having a secure perimeter here. We took out a little bit of the street between it and the school and the church there. We did park around back. Yes, we did. Okay. Whenever it comes to this Gigamart, even before the map glow up, the part I hated the most were these dumpsters. Dumpsters block line of sight just as much as walls do. So, treats them as individual buildings and do a full sweep. We're good. If you have a crowbar, you can make them go away. I mean, backflipping is one thing. I just want to be able to sidestep. I mean, maybe make sidestepping like a level 2 nimble requirement, but give it to us if we so we have a movement-based countermeasure to sprinters. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Okay. Let's park. What I also like to do in the past with Gigamart was park by the. Well, it used to just be a side entrance. There used to not be a nice garage entrance back here. Now there is. So, I'm assuming it's not open, but a couple of windows got yeeted, so we'll use those if we have to. Gigamarts have bathrooms now? We're really moving up in the world, guys. This one used to. Some of the Gigamarts on the map never once had a bathroom in the past. Okay. Gigamart has magazine racks. One of these magazine racks, the first one we looked at, Cheapskate John Spiral. It's just chemical warfare, but point notwithstanding. Didn't come here looking for books, but I'll take every one of them. So whenever I see these whatchamacallits, I just see stuff that I can come back for and fill up with rotten crap to toss into my composters later. Same with these, and all the display shelves, right? But the main shelves here. And then most relevant to our current expedition objective is weight gain, because we're at 76 kilo and losing. Haven't played for 4 months after losing your longest high-level character one-on-one in a caravan after clearing hundreds. Yes. One of the things I like to say about this game is that it's a mistake-punishing simulator 9000. That might sound like a lot of games, but in this game it's particularly egregious because you can learn all the right rules and abide by them and do really well, but then kind of not quite pick up just how bad a single mistake can be until you make one. But I also like to say that Zomboid is kind of like driving 60 miles an hour down the highway. Most people, minus a few, we don't need to talk about who, most people can generally learn how to drive and not ever have a collision going 60 miles an hour down the highway. Because really, I mean, going 60 miles an hour down the highway just means that you've got sufficient enough average person reflexes to not, swerve into oncoming traffic, for example. But the rules of the road are usually a lot more intuitive than the complex rules of a video game. So it's really just a question of the game not explaining itself as good as it should, helping the player to understand every single little nuanced thing to look out for, but also not look out for, but to listen out for. Your ears are an extremely underrated defensive tool. More more magazine racks. Yeah, thus don't play PZ under the influence. Yeah, it's PWI. Sorry, no, ZWI. Zomboiding while influenced. Don't catch a ZWI. Your PZ characters will never forgive you for it. This is all just junk food here. Honestly, I think we made a great time today. I think we'll be home right on time. We might only be able to get half of this place, but we'll probably come home with a good amount of food to get a weight gain regimen put together. Just every once in a while in Gigamarts, you'll come across like shelves full of electronic stuff. I want those because we're working in the general direction of what's it called, of Electrical 5. That is a secondary objective for today, but not a high priority one. Not yet, at least. We've got a ticking clock on our weight loss here. So that is nacho cheese that has gone rotten. Now that's interesting because actually, no, never mind. We have used up all of the nacho cheese, ranch, and salsa and whatnot. Those particularly, they have a freshness stat. But those items that I just listed off are items that have a freshness stat but do not freeze. Well, look at that. We got a copy of Agriculture 5. We did not already have one. So that is a full set of agriculture books. Probably one of the last few books that we didn't have that are not long blade or aiming related. I would explain my triage process on this loot, but currently I'm just kind of trying to get done with the sales floor here before bedtime. I think we're on track for that. It's mostly just a case of priorities based on weight versus potential calorie gain. Since that's we're trying to put on weight. Everything I'm dropping on the floor is going to be much easier to sort through in the future because we don't got to go through inventories, just the floor itself. Garbage bag of canned food, garbage bag of electrical crap. That's what I really want to see is the macaroni, the bean bags. And there will be more shots at those in the back room when we loot that later on and come back for the other stuff we just left down on the floor. For now, we are we've already checked fridges, we've already checked cooling shelves on that side, and main sales floor has been emptied. Okay, that is a good chunk of Gigamart right there. The rest of Gigamart is all this stuff. We can come back, take a look at that later. We can just go right into the loading docks later, now that we've got it unlocked and secured. What's going on with these headlights, man? Wish I understood what's going on with my headlights. I've seen that problem spontaneously appear and then disappear, but it's no less annoying, making me want to think I should keep a heavy-duty flashlight with the longer cone just on my driver's seat so I can equip it when this dumb shit happens. Good morning, Gum RTA. How's it going? For anybody joining, welcome. I had a bit of a mishap with my microphone stand this morning, so it's in a different position. So if anybody feels like I sound different, definitely let me know, because there may be further adjustments I can make, but I think I've got a workable solution for now, so seeing if we can manage. Look at this, we're right on time for bed. I'm proud of myself for that. That's one hell of an op we pulled off today. I wanted to go to Gigamart and get a first run of loot. We went to Gigamart, we got a first run of loot, and we're in bed at 2300 like I always wanted to be. I am not going to forget to put my vest back on, because otherwise we'll get cold. We might get cold anyway, but at least now I can say I put the effort in. Good morning, Kraken. How's it going? So when we looted Gigamart just now, we actually came home with a book that I didn't have. Was not expecting that, but I welcome it. That was Agriculture Level 5, so we have all 5 of those now. We won't really need to get reading the higher level agriculture books until our fall crops mature in January, so we've still got a few months out for that. That won't be happening this stream. But, yeah. I do not yet have like a sorting system for the clothing racks here. I only just installed them. I'm not going to try to put too much effort into considering it. I do usually like to put shades together, so maybe I'll do like blacks, whites, grays in the front here. And everything beyond that, I'm not going to try to think too hard. Like these chef pants, they're blacks, whites, grays, but I got to wash them, so into the pile over here with the dirty stuff. And the trunk does not have room for, okay, so here, the trunk doesn't have room for the next agriculture book. The trunk has been full for a long time now. But if we take all the other agriculture books out and pack them into a book box, then, oh, actually, before I do that, I mark it as unwanted. That way I know I don't need another copy. Now I pack them into a book box set, and that reduces the encumbrance from 5 to 4, so I can go back to being a perfect fit in the library. All we got to do is finish leveling welding, and we can repair the library. Our mac and cheese collection that is still fresh continues to grow. I'm kind of just keeping these boxes of mac and cheese for the memes. You can open them, and if you open them, there's no longer a freshness stat to worry about. So, yeah, like I said, I'm just kind of keeping it for the memes. If I start running low on freezer space again, those are going to be the first things to go. I'm just going to take them out and open them, and there's no longer going to be a freshness stat to worry about. I'm not thinking too hard about where I'm putting some of this stuff. I still don't have like a dedicated soda box, for example. I need to work on that sometime in the not too distant future, but the immediate priority is elsewhere. Things that we brought home that will directly help us with weight: another tub of margarine, lard, and then another stick of butter, very important. No, we have nothing else to produce butter right now. And then, chips and chocolate bars are the lazy solution to get more weight. But I'm always in favor of a quick fix when it's required. My general food sorting system, if anybody's not familiar, is small form food, as in like something that weighs 0.3 or less usually. That goes into the corners of whatever kitchen design that it is. And then underneath the sink is usually where I put cookware. But I also want to have cookware right next to the fridge. So this particular design that I just kind of ended up working with here in the fire department, where the sink was already there, so I'm dealing with it. So cookware is underneath the thing that's closest to the fridge, and then everything between the counter and the fridge and the corner is just kind of divided amongst things like, in this case, I'm putting current use heavy form stuff. So heavy form means it's 2.0 encumbrance or close to. So that's going to be like some of these bags of beans that I don't have yet. I'll be putting under the sink in this case. And then this one, I actually have been kind of struggling with this one, because another thing that I'm keeping in mind when it comes to kitchen design is I need to be able to stand in certain places and not have my cooking menu cluttered with 200,000 spices. My spice box is currently right here. If I stand in this tile or this tile or this tile, any one of these three, my right click to add anything to a recipe menu is going to be cluttered by literally over 300 items, which are useful, but, you know, there's better solutions to storing them. I should probably come up with a system where I have, like, you know, a few of each, just one or two of each, in the kitchen at any given time, and then have the deep storage with a box full of everything elsewhere. We'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. That's the good long-term solution, is what that is. Hey, Kitten, how's it going? Good to see you. For anybody joining, welcome. I've got a bit of a mic situation this morning, so definitely let me know if I sound too weird or if I have trouble hearing me, or if it picks up too much background audio. I think our comic book bag is going to fill up from this. I did not expect to come out of Gigamart with a bunch of comic books. Yeah, we're full. Let me start another comic book bag here. We are almost level 10 with carpentry, which means we can almost move bookshelves without destroying them, which means I can almost redo my book storage and be happy about it. See, another big problem is that this triple stack in the far corner is currently furniture, and that doesn't make sense. This is the kitchen. I need to take the furniture out of this corner, put it somewhere else, and use these boxes for actual kitchen stuff. Yeah, like I said, TBA. TBA. We're working in the right direction for all that. Here's one thing we can do to work in that right direction, is we've got a couple of crates on the floor down here that we just brought home, and we haven't purposed yet. I'm going to take one of those to the kitchen so that we have a place to put all this heavy form that we picked up. Petri dish. Oh, dear. Oh, that's not good. Our immune systems are kind of like a flamethrower. They have a tendency to do as much damage as they do cleansing. You know the idea of kill it with fire. That's basically what our immune system does, and all of that, everything that implies. I would know. All of that is good. Vinegar. I've been putting vinegar, salt, together because that is jarring supplies to create jars of produce with. I've complained about jars of produce not being good for preservation, but they are good for compression. You can take a whole bunch of vegetables and compress them into a single container that weighs a little bit less. So there's a niche for it. Leave it outside the fridge for too long, and it'll go bad real fast. So. Now, unfortunately, I was talking about my small form food storage. You know, nothing over 0.3 goes in here. That's not saving us. That's not saving us. We're at 52 out of 65 in this closet. So, yeah. It's a stopgap solution for a main base. And I'm okay with that. Because I have a system that I can deploy when we have time and interest. Okay, so what I'm going to do is take the heavy form that made its way into the middle box here and pull it up to the top box, the one we just installed. Otherwise, I want to have one of each type of heavy form under the sink right now. So that's like, you know, one flour, one kidney beans, one lentil, one pasta. No duplicates, because I don't want this one to overflow, like, instantly. So now, whenever we come over here and right-click in front of the sink, then we're just pulling from this ingredient pool, that's what I want to see. Everything else in the bag is not for the kitchen. A couple of sewing patterns that we can read, and a couple of feeding bottles. These are not for people. I mean, you can drink out of them, but they're not meant for people. They're meant for baby animals. I know people are baby animals sometimes, but not in this universe. There will never be baby people in this game, but there are baby animals, and sometimes their mamas don't feed them, and so sometimes we got to use this milk powder right here and make our own feed and give it to the baby animals. Honestly, I'll complain a little bit about how the morning's played out so far, but we're on time for things. Yeah, we're on time for things. Second bedtime is a go, and then we're gonna make some hearty, calorie-dense food for weight gain here. Apparently craving a strawberry banana smoothie. See, I don't want to make it worse, but I know that there's one that you can get from a popular fast food joint, or there's like the homemade one. And I know that those cravings can be hyper-specific. Personally, so what I like to do when I'm doing what I should be doing and working out is I will have a couple of bananas, like a week supply of bananas, and I will chop them up. And I've got these really oversized ice cube trays, and I put a slice of banana into the ice cube tray, and then fill up the surrounding, the cube around it with coconut milk instead of water. Freeze it, and then yank it out of the freezer before my workout starts. Let it thaw just a little bit during the workout, not too much, but just a little bit, and then blend it after that, because then I don't have to worry about the blender destroying itself, because my blender's a little weak. It can't quite crush ice right now. But it comes out with great consistency, and it technically has, well, I wouldn't call it fresh fruit. It's frozen fruit, but it's good. I like it. And my big pet peeve when it comes to feeding myself in real life, and kind of in Zomboid too, is perishables. Bananas are a perishable, and I have a very low tolerance for perishables, because, perishables are things that go bad, and I ain't got time for that. So the act of freezing them makes it so they don't go bad quite as fast. But yanking them out of the freezer and being able to use them right away, it's quite relevant to what we're working on right now. Let's see, we are doing a pot. Perhaps let's just go ahead and do two. We're going to need more than one, I already know it. So fill both pots and my canteen while we're at it. Panera. Smoothie from Panera, okay. Morning, Roller Dude, how's it going? Thank you. Yes, I am quite proud of where we're going with this. It took quite a bit of soul searching to find a good spot for the workshop items, but I like where it went. I'm kind of dreading relocating the laundry water, but that's hardly an important thing in light of the workshop. The workshop is highest priority. So see, this is what I'm talking about with cluttering the right-click menu, if anybody's not familiar. This is all just a work in progress. I think Cerulean confirmed that everything about the cooking system is probably going to get an overhaul, but if I were to stand right here and right-click on this pot of water, I can create a soup out of, macaroni, beans, pasta, and whatnot, because it's just pulling from this container right now. I'm not close enough to the corner. I'm not close enough to the fridge. So I'm literally using my spacing as a part of kitchen design here. So yeah, let's get started with a soup with a base of pasta and pasta. And then macaroni. And then macaroni. And how about a chicken? How about one chicken? One whole chicken. I'm gonna yank one out of the freezer real quick. Regrettably, you cannot chop up a chicken while it's still frozen. That's not real. I worked poultry once, twice, a couple times. When I was at the grocery store, the guy who usually did poultry, he's a really cool guy, is Ecuadorian. He would he'd come in there and he would oh, I probably can't tell that story. No, he would come in there and he no, I can't. Sorry, never mind. Can't tell the story. He's a really cool guy, though. Really cool guy. But whenever he wasn't there, I would have to cover chicken for him. But the chicken was never fully frozen. It was kept really, really cold, but we had a daily rotating supply. Apparently never frozen means it's a little bit better when you're making fried out of it. I wouldn't know. So, we've added pasta and pasta to each of these soups. Now we're going to add chicken, chicken, and chicken to them. So just one helping of each piece of chicken here. And the reason I'm doing that is I think chicken has had its overall calorie count boosted a couple times over B42. I remember people were complaining about it at one point that almost all the meat in the game was just way too low calorie. But I remember hearing them talk about rabbit meat and chicken specifically in some of the patch notes over the years. I'll just do a fillet for our last bit in both of these. And that's a 6 ingredient right there. So then, in the middle here, we've only got two thickeners. We've got flour and corn flour. Those are technically two different ingredients. And I don't know how much calories they add to the soup. I've never really dug deeply into that part, but I know that they're not insubstantial. And we're looking for substance, so... now we stand in the corner, and this is where the menu gets a little clustered, but veggie oil and veggie oil. It is okay to go nuts with vegetable oil if you have plans to make your own, that's kind of what we have right now. When we harvest all the flax that I planted, the flax primary purpose is leveling tailoring, but flax seeds, which we get after drying it, flax seeds can be used to turn around and get seed oil. Seed paste that you can press into vegetable oil. So we have added flour, oil, margarine, butter, and lard to these soups. These are what you could call super soups. Have I tried chopping frozen chicken? Yeah, no, I never have. That's actually kind of where I was going with that anecdote, is that I never had to work directly with frozen chicken. Because they didn't, I guess they really didn't want us to freeze it. I actually remember we had a power outage at the grocery store once. And I worked at the deli. Or, I mean, like, so, it wasn't, they call it the fresh foods department, right? And that could have meant anything. You know, that could have meant deli, that could have meant sub shop, that could have meant, you know, out on the sales floor putting stuff on the shelves. But my task at the time was deli. And all of the lunch meat, you know, all the chuck, what we were trying to do was stick it in the freezer real quick, so that, because, you know, the freezer would, walk-in freezer would retain the cold a little bit longer than everything else. And it did. It kept it to good temp, safe temp rather. It kept it to safe temp before the, until the power came back on. But then the rep, I'm not going to say which company from, but the rep from the company that made one of the product lineups was coming in, and he was like, you know, that chuck's never meant to be frozen, right? And I'm like, dude, it was in the freezer for a little while without the freezer being powered. It was never fully frozen. Your lunch meat is fine, bro. It's not going to get... Every once in a while, there are actually middle management guys who really care about their product out there in this world today, to such an extent that they kind of get a little bit Karen about it. Get it? Karen, because they care too much? I'll be here all day, folks. So these came out to be 100 soups. I'm going to put one of them in the fridge. And the other one, I'm going to put in my mouth, half of it, and see what that does to my calories. We're in weight loss. We're at 75 kilo. We need to stop losing weight now. Okay, that took us out of weight loss. So, problem is, I don't think we were at calorie floor. If we were at calorie floor, that means I just ate way over 2,000 calories. But because we were kind of drinking soda a lot yesterday, we ate some chips yesterday. We might not have been at the floor. In any case, we are at least between zero and no. We're between 0 and 1,200 calories now. That's basically, if you see that you're not gaining or losing weight, that means you're between 0 and 1,200 calories. If you are over 1,200 calories, you're always gaining weight. There's this little gray area where 1,200 is not the it's not like a dead set number. It's just a good range to consider. But if you're over 1,200, then you're always gaining weight. But then there's the macros, carbs and fats. We have a lot of both in this soup because we're getting a lot of carbs from the pasta and from the, I think the flour. I don't know. I have actually no idea. Don't quote me on anything about the flour because, like I said, I haven't looked at the values. The oils and the fat, or little sticks of fat, the butter, the large, margarine, olive oil, vegetable oil, those are all fats. And calories, right? So not only is it billions of calories, but billions of fats and a little bit of carbs. But fats are going to be our primary macro. Always have been. That's why if you ever hear me kind of yap a little bit about certain types of crops that we could plant that may actually someday get us carbs, I consider that a big deal because carbs are the only other big macro in this game that can help you gain weight. But you can't really grow very many carbs. If you want to get carbs in this game, you got to eat cereal, or you got to eat chips, or you got to eat other things that are pre-war items that you cannot produce yourself. Cans of oats, ramen, great sources of pasta, great sources of carbs, but you can't make them. You can't grow pasta in this game. Sorry, I know. I'm devastating some people here. You can't grow pasta in this game. That's all right. That's all right. We'll survive. The bush encroachment continues. I've actually got this chicken in my inventory here. I'm just gonna toss it. I hate leftovers. I need to get a garbage can in my kitchen. I have a spare garbage can. Yeah. Here we go. It's not the kind that I want, but it'll work. A pasta press. I mean, to be entirely honest, pasta press, you could probably just get a mold and use the hand-operated press. I mean, the hand-operated press is already what we're using for oil. And we've got molds for it, so I mean, let me make a pasta mold, Andy Stone, come on. This game's literally unplayable. Speaking of literally unplayable, just from running around my own base, I am now overheated because I'm wearing the vest. Because if I'm not wearing the vest, then I go to sleep and I get cold. Fall in Project Zomboid, everybody. Where were we? I did not have like an immediate set of goals before we addressed the weight situation. So now that the weight situation has a tentative solution, I'm realigning here. We've got the forge right here. Blacksmithing latest book is read up. We're level 6, halfway to 7. We could get all the way to 8, but what is the material situation? Bars, steel bars, are our highest quantity material at the moment. We have no wire left, and wire has been proven to be one of the most materially efficient ways to level. So I was going to try to go out on search to find some more wire. But the problem is we've hit 2 of the most reliable places that I could think of in Riverside right now to have more wire. And that would be the Electromax outside to the northwest, and the tool store with its basement. And we've used up every single bit of wire. We can turn barbed wire into wire, but I don't think we can make wire from anything else. Nope. There is no making wire in this game. You can disassemble fences with welding, with all 2 levels of welding that we have right now. Other ways of leveling welding actually might be more relevant than blacksmithing for the immediate moment. I wish there was a way to search the crafting menu for requires skill, right? Can I just type requires welding, asterisk? Oh, okay. Now, I didn't notice this before. You can cut blacksmithing ingredients, so like a bar or a block or an ingot. You can cut it with welding, and that's like a level. It's a level gated thing. Does that mean I get experience for it? I need to find out. Let's get a welding mask and a torch. And I would need to split a bar eventually anyway. So let us cut a bar and see what happens. Okay, then So I've been lamenting lately over the fact that there's not a lot of good ways to level welding. We just got 16 experience from just using a welding torch to cut a steel bar in half. Cutting a steel bar in half is something that I would kind of do all the time here at the blacksmithing forge, just to get a different grade of materials here. So, yeah, we're going to be doing a little bit of this because this doesn't cost any welding rods. This is this is an extremely important thing for me. I wish I knew this before. So, I mean, hell, I can put this bar back together. Hold the phone here. Hold the phone. I can use blacksmithing to put this back together. And it gets me blacksmithing experience to do so. Okay, this is going to get nerfed. I'm not even going to get too excited about this, because this is going to get nerfed. I use welding to cut the bar in half and get welding experience. I use blacksmithing to put the bar back together and get blacksmithing experience. That's going to get nerfed. Like, I'm not even going to bother getting excited about this. I can already tell you that that is too efficient for the developers of this game. When they hear about this, they're going to nerf it. It's way too easy. And I hate that I have to say that. I really do, because I love this game, and it's a lot of fun, and I like finding ways to do things efficiently. But once somebody finds out how to do something efficiently, they go to Reddit, they post about it, and it gets a big discussion thread, and people start saying, oh, hey, this is the best way to do this. It becomes the meta. The devs get salty. They don't like that. They don't want this game to be easy, and they nerf it. So, I kind of don't even want to engage now with that, because, like, I'm like, do I want to assume that this is going to be the best new way to do it? If so, how long is that going to last, right? How long is it going to be before this, what we just did, cutting this bar in half with welding, how long is it going to be before this doesn't give any experience? Because there are other welding recipes where you can split things in half, like the steel sheets. That does give experience, but it's a higher level requirement. We can't do that until we're level 4. And by the time we're level 4, we can make other things with welding. Useful things, very useful things. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about that necessarily. Propane efficient way of upgrading welding 0 to 1 is car wrecks. Okay, I would probably agree with you, Belchan. The only thing that I would say about that is if you're going to do car wrecks just to level welding, as in you're disassembling car wrecks at level 0, you're going to get so few materials that I would recommend going somewhere far away from your base to do it, so that you're not, like, destroying local resources. Because, again, the way the perspective I'm looking at welding apart broken cars is that you get more materials at higher levels. So waiting to use the cars that are closest to your base until you're a higher level is probably a very reasonable thing for taking a long-term approach to these things. But what that might mean for me in the future is maybe during my map tour, when I'm, like, all the way down in Irvington, maybe find a way to get that welding book read early on and disassemble a few cars down in Irvington. Maybe just leave most of the materials behind and only take home a iron band or something so that I can get my blacksmithing working from the outset. Things to think about. In the meantime, I mean, I can't not do this. This is the most efficient thing I've seen for a long time with welding. Yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm sorry, guys. What am I apologizing for? I have nothing to apologize for here. What do we get? About 20 experience, so that's 11 more times we do that. I heard you unofficial. Yeah. Best material is the when you get yeah. I mean, well, that's a bit short-sighted, but yeah, you're not wrong. The best material is the one that you get to satisfy the job. I mean, by the time you're high level, it doesn't really hurt that much to just hop in a van and go down somewhere where there's a billion burnt wrecks, like you know, one of the roadblocks between Rosewood and or sorry, between Muldraw and West Point. There is another one between Rosewood and Crossroads. But yeah, that's a. Did we just kill that propane? I think we did. No. Nah, almost killed it. We have like a whole bunch more torches here. Just gonna put them in my backpack. Welding level 3. With that, we've unlocked a few buildings now. We can now make barricades now. Okay, so all of these beautiful windows of ours that are currently covered up by, you know, necessary but ugly wooden planks. We got a fix for that now, boys. And it makes perfect sense to do it now because we're trying to level, and we've got the materials, and it's a very useful thing to do. So let's assess what materials we have. We've got a bunch of them steel rods over here now. There's 3 ways to make metal barricades, and as far as I know, the stats are the same. You can use steel rods, 3 of them. You can use 3 iron bars, or you can use 3 steel bars. In terms of like blacksmithing, a steel rod is less metal overall than a steel bar. Like if you can I think you can go to the forge and convert a steel bar into a steel rod, and like it'll get you some leftover metal. So I think that's what we're gonna do. So we need to get a total count of how many windows we need to do. That's gonna be we're just gonna start with the ground floor of the fire department. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Okay, so ground floor of the fire department, 12 windows. That's going to be 12 times 3 steel rods. 36 minus the 3 we got. So 33 somethings, right? It doesn't have to be a steel rod, could be a steel bar, could be a steel whatever. That probably is more than what we can make right now, probably, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. So let's start with a military backpack here, and we're going to put the 3 we already have. Do another sweep through my oh no, we already emptied my disassembly vehicle over there, so disregard that. 7 steel bars in there. Let me get a beat on how many, what the material exchange is for the turning a bar into a rod. I forgot that. Go to the forge, type in rod, forge bar into rod. Now I hate that it selects halves first because rod halves are almost useless. Steel bar into rod. So that gives us a rod and a chunk. Okay. So I'm going to do that to all 7 of these bars here. It does get me blacksmithing experience, so... Sorry about how obnoxious that noise is. There's nothing I can do about that, unless I really want to waste a lot of time. I want to like put them in the bag in increments of 6. Yeah. Apparently I can research a craft. Kettle Mall. See? Before I forget, my flashlight battery is almost dead. Better to fix it now while there's a billion batteries in front of us. It's a cheat code for winning until it gets banned. Hey, you know what? I sympathize with that. I really do. I really do. So now what we're going to do is forge the steel bar halves into bars. Actually, we're just gonna process everything we have right now that can be forged into bars. So I'm gonna eat the other half of this soup here. It's gonna be way overeating, but that should put us definitively into weight gain. And it did. Okay. So now we just need to make sure we stay in weight gain. And we're right at the floor, so we've done great on that. And when it comes to weight gain, we've done great on that. So, forge bar from chunks. We can do 3 of those. Zoom it out so it's not too obnoxious. That is something I can do about the sound. Sorry, I should probably do that as often as I can. Problem is that also kind of kills a little bit of the frame rate here. Forge bar into rod. Bar times 3. There's 3 more sets of rods. And that got us chunks. We can do another bar from chunks. Now, this is redundant. There's a recipe to forge a bar, and then there's a recipe to forge a bar from chunks. But you can, both of them accept chunks, so. Okay, alright. I'm going to do bar halves into bars now. So a total of 5 steel bars. So bringing those back down to rods. This, every time we do any one of these transmutations, that's 4 charcoal. So despite the fact that our truck was quite literally overflowing with charcoal, this is kind of inefficient from a charcoal perspective, so we are at a charcoal loss, a rapid charcoal loss. We'll need to get the garbage bag out of the passenger seat pretty soon here. Probably before we're done with the window upgrades. We'll probably need to do another charcoal run. But that's why we've set up the workshop this way, so that we can do it nice and easy. Combine that with the steel rod on the floor here, and that's another set of 6. So we've got a total of 18 now. That is 6 windows. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Music died earlier than I expected today. I'm just gonna fix that now. PZ chill hype. Okay, so what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to take this steel chunk this steel rod half, which is actually it's kind of hard to get a steel rod half to do something useful at the forge. I'm going to take it over to the furnace where I can turn it into a chunk. Can research a craft from the iron band. I've learned how to cut it in half, apparently. Wait a minute. That's a welding recipe. But that is a level 4 welding recipe. Apparently I can cut a steel bar in half at level 2, but I can't cut an iron band in half until I'm level 4. I was always under the impression that steel was a little harder to cut. But I don't know, maybe it's a question of surface real estate or something like that. Surface area is what I meant to say. It's not free real estate. 12 steel bar quarters. A steel bar quarter and a steel chunk, in terms of just blacksmithing mentality, are basically equal to each other. You just got to transmute them if you need chunks instead of bar quarters. But in this case, we can use either to assemble a steel bar. We need them in quantities of 4. So if I want to get everything that I got right now into a proper quantity of 4, I need 2 more steel chunks. Let me get, see if I can do anything with these buckles. There's 40 of them. I could use them for... Oops, don't do that. Extract steel from smaller iron items. Can't do that. Smelt steel from... Okay, so I cannot do anything with belt buckles. And I think that's because there's probably just an ambiguity over whether buckles are made out of iron or steel when the player finds them. So yeah, that does make sense. However, we have a bunch of, what is it? We have a bunch of, we can use nails. Or can we? No. No, we cannot use nails for this recipe. We can use nails for this recipe. That would be a thing. Okay, so this is another ambiguity here. We can make nails out of steel, but at the furnace, nails are iron. You want to get, yeah, okay. No, there might be a niche where I actually could really make use of some coke here. Okay. Okay. I'm looking at this workshop, and I'm not despairing. One of my viewers actually suggested a advanced, what was it called? Dome furnace. Dome kiln. And I didn't understand the exact utility of it until I heard that it makes coke, and I thought coke was not necessarily a requirement yet, but then I kind of realized, okay, yeah, coke is in the pipeline if you want to create steel from iron. And in a lot of past B42 builds, that's not been... It has not felt like a thing worth thinking about because it was incomplete. It seems, I wouldn't call it complete, but it seems a little bit more fleshed out now. There we are, getting cold again. Test goes back on. That would be 40 stone blocks in clay cement. Easy peasy. Yeah, easy peasy. I think I might build one. So, what I was thinking, I'm looking at this workshop, and I'm assuming that the dome kiln is a 2x2. So, what I should have done if I wanted to make room for a dome kiln, which I didn't. In my defense, Your Honor, I assumed that it would be a little bit unnecessary, but now it is actually a semi-convenient thing. I would want to put it directly next to the furnace, so right here. So that means I would kill the. I would have to kill the kiln. Everything else in the pottery area here, the wheel, the bench, the press, and the storage container, those can all be moved. The kiln, never used to be movable. Yeah, the kiln is not movable. Nope. So, but we can delete it with the sledgehammer. No, I don't want to delete it with a sledgehammer, but now, of course, I could just move the pottery stuff over 2 tiles, and then just kind of split my workshop a little bit. It wouldn't be the end of the world. I mean, the only reason I want to have the kiln right next to the pottery stuff is so that I don't even have to move when when going from the sculpting to the baking. But this is where I would have to stand to be in front of the pottery material box if I had done that, if I do that adjustment without moving the kiln. So the kiln is not reachable from here. Or is it? Okay then. We're probably going to add a dome kiln then. Yeah. Let's do it. That's gonna encroach into the weapon storage here. That's okay. Weapon storage getting refitted, reworked. That has been something we've been putting off for way too long already. So it's bedtime. It's our first bedtime. We are going to go to sleep, and then we are going to. The workshop is not finished, lads. I know I kind of, I've been all over the place here. We started out looking at blacksmithing, then we pivoted to welding. Now we're back to upgrading the workshop. It's all interconnected here. It's all interconnected. You gotta zoom at it and look at it with your mind's eye. It does make sense, I promise. We're not just attention deficit disorder here. I mean, I'm not saying we're not. I'm just saying we're not just. I got a bite of this pasta here. These belt buckles are tailoring more so than blacksmithing for now. We'll put them up here and then catch our sleep. Alright, for anybody joining, welcome. We're currently on a quest to level multiple skills at once here. Quite a few, actually. Alright, so the recipe for the dome kiln calls for clay cement and stone blocks. We got clay cement right here on the floor already. Never even used a whole bucket to build the whole workshop, so... Stone blocks weigh 40 encumbrance each. I'm sorry, big stones weigh 40 encumbrance. You can break them down into 10 stone blocks. So if we go get 4 large stones, bring them back here, we've got all the things we need. And that's what we're going to be doing. So, another thing that I'm considering in the back of my brain meat here. No, I don't want to put any more obstructions on this side of the forge. I want to keep movement free and open on this side. Yeah. Okay. Now, something that I've kind of been maybe glossing over a little bit, I didn't even acknowledge out loud here. Right here, we've got all these steel sheets. And we've got some worn axe heads and worn hatchet heads that we could smelt down. But, well, let's actually find out whether these are considered iron or steel. Let's find that out really quick. Because that's actually a bit, it has been ambiguous in the past. It is you smelt it as a steel item. So that means... Now, this is interesting. Oh, okay, so hatchet heads are considered a small steel item. Okay, so this is a very interesting. This is where things don't make sense to me, maybe in the context of this specific recipe. Um, why is it that I can smelt a small steel item into a crucible just using wood charcoal? But if I want to smelt steel from a small steel item just straight into a chunk, I need coke or charcoal. Wait, what? Oh, sorry, I'm an idiot. I can do it with wood charcoal. The crafting menu didn't show it selected because I only have one wood charcoal left. Okay. Just disregard everything I just said. I'm a fucking idiot. I didn't realize I was out of charcoal in the trunk. I saw the recipe available and I was like, okay, sure, I got more, but no, I don't. So, garbage bag full of charcoal in the passenger seat. Right into the trunk it goes. Oops. There you are. Until we use that up. And then when we use that up, then we gotta go get more charcoal. Okay. Mental reset for a moment. That's what I want to see. So we can turn all four of these hatchet heads that we've used up, killing a bunch of zombies with each. All four of those are steel chunks now. We turn the steel chunks to a bar. Those bars protect our windows. The circle of life, as it were. Zooming out in anticipation of a stupid noise, but there's no noise for this. This is pleasant. I should do this more often. Regrettably, we also don't get experience for doing it at the furnace. Now, those hatchet heads were considered small steel items. I'm pretty sure the firefighter axe heads will be considered larger. This one's only at half integrity. Now, that being said, we've kind of. If anybody wasn't here yesterday, let me illustrate something to you real quick. This is important. I've got in my hands an axe that I made myself with blacksmithing. And of course, as a firefighter who loves her firefighter axes because they're useful and you can find them in a lot of places, here's a firefighter axe. I'm going to put two of them right next to each other. And I'm going to align them by the bottom of their handle. Do you notice a bit of a difference there? I sure as hell do when I'm swinging it. Now, I looked on pzwiki.net. It's a lovely website. Shout out to the guys who work on it. They're great people. The weapon page on that website was last updated for 42.11. That is 9 versions ago for B42. So, now, as of that version, as of 42.11, I was playing this game. I was streaming it. We were playing Annie at the time. On paper, those two axes have the same swing radius. In practice, that does not feel like the case. In practice, right now, it feels like the axes we can make ourselves are as longer than the firefighter axes that they seem to be. Which means what that tells me is that firefighter axes are a means to an end now, not actually the ideal regular old axe tool/weapon. The axe she tells you not to worry about. Oh man. So yeah, basically where I'm going with that is I no longer feel any remorse for melting down a firefighter axe head that's only partially used, because apparently now my axes are better. Now that being said, if we compare things that pre-exist, like firefighter axes, with things that we can make, like knives are an example where I'm pretty sure that the hunting knife on the floor here, the pre-war hunting knife, versus the forged one, which is, I found a forged one somewhere, and I'm using that currently. Pretty sure the forged one still has a lower overall durability than the pre-war one. So there is a functional difference there. That may be the same for the axes. So the firefighter axes may actually still have a niche, as just the fact that they last longer. I can't verify that. That's actually kind of really hard to verify in practice, because in practice, tool weapon degradation rate is it's a statistics exercise. It's a mean time to happen thing. You could get really lucky and just not have any condition degrade after you cut down 10 trees in a row with your axe. So it's a question of probabilities is all it is, and it's when probabilities happen like that, it's hard to make sense of it. So let's just see what we can smelt steel from large steel item. Okay, so one firefighter axe head equals one steel bar worth of materials, as long as you have plenty of charcoal to work with, which we are. Like I said, we're pissing through it. We're pissing through it. We would only... That garbage bag of charcoal that filled up the entire passenger seat would only have enough material to do, like, 3 of those firefighter axe head conversions. And, you know, that's rather significant right there. So where that's all going is, I keep looking at my backpack and like I gotta get rid of these tree branches. No, I don't. I'm gonna be burning them into charcoal. I'm coming up here to look for more to burn into charcoal. Twigs I can't burn into charcoal, so I'll leave them up here. Catching our second sleep before we deploy. No. Don't make that promise. I laugh way too much at it. Innuendo, puns, all the dumb shit is linguistic humor. I'm here for it. Alright, I'm putting away my welding torch temporarily. And the other ones I'm carrying. We'll come back to welding after we've got more bars to work with. Now, once I'm like, my personal threshold for starting to just go out and cut cars apart to get materials, my personal threshold is something like level 6 welding. Once I'm level 6 welding, I feel like the materials we get from cutting a car apart are pretty good. You still get more if you wait until 10. But at that point, I no longer feel like I'm just, cutting myself out of convenient materials. So, since we are in weight gain. Now, here's a big thing to consider. We're trying to gain weight. And if we go out and start cutting wood, we are going to burn all those calories we just ate. What I would prefer to do is let those calories sink in let those calories convert themselves into body fat, body mass, because it takes a hell of a lot longer to lose body mass than it does to lose calories. So from a food standpoint, it is a lot more efficient to... I mean, look at this. It's foggy outside today. Well, that's a pretty good excuse to put things off a little bit. So from a food standpoint, it is much more materially efficient to just chill at base and get a lot of fat put together. And while we're doing that, let's read. We got a few books that are somewhat relevant. We have napping to read, and when we finish reading napping, there's a tape we can finish watching. That'll probably kick us up to level 3. And then after that, we can go get those large stones I was talking about before. Because I do want to get that dome kiln put together, even if I might not immediately need it. I found the niche for it, so I definitely want it now. So yeah, that's happening. So that's our order of operations now. We're going to sit down, we're going to read napping. We are going to watch the tape. We're not going to get distracted by the sound of invisible rats running around the place. And we'll see where we're at from there. Because this soup is big, I'm going to wait till I'm double hungry, as opposed to single hungry. We're going to wait for 2 hunger instead of 1 hunger. See, going out and picking up heavy stones and shoving them into the trunk of a vehicle doesn't actually burn much calories compared to standing there and swinging at a tree for fast forward number of times. So now that napping 2 is completed, we've only actually found 1 VHS tape for napping. But what we did is we popped it in, we watched it, we immediately got level 2, and then we immediately hit stop, so that we it was actually still in the player. It was still in the player, so we just put it right back in then. And so when tapes in this universe don't have to be rewinded, for all those kids who didn't grow up with VHS players, a VHS tape is something that's got little wheels. You gotta when you watch something, you've got to rewind it so that you can watch it again. In this universe, you don't have to do that. As soon as you take the tape out, it goes back to the beginning. Yeah, that's the sound of a lady who didn't rewind her tapes. Don't be that lady. Now, we're not getting any boredom reduction or any experience because we already watched the first part. But I'm very happy to have confirmed that if you stop the tape and then pick it up later, you can continue getting stuff out of it from the parts you haven't watched yet. So this might only get us a little bit of experience, but it's better than having to spend materials to do it. Okay, well, it was literally just one tick, but that was worth a third of a level. So yeah, that's not. Don't snub your nose at that. We couldn't quite get to all the way to level 3, where we'd be cut off. But level 2.3 napping without spending a single flint flake. My B42 veterans, you're gonna understand why that makes me happy. Yeah, you all know what I'm on about. Napping used to just be go get 200 billion flint flakes and just start slapping them against things. Library is still full. Nothing has changed there. I'm gonna check long blade out before turning napping back in. We're not far from being able to read volume 2 of long blade. We need only kill another 30 or so zombies with our machete here, and our maintenance is pretty good, so we won't break it. It's not an immediate concern. Just, machete's on our person. Use it as long as there's not too many Zeds coming in. Alright, so we need to go get 4 stones if we want to, or 4 large stones if we want to build our, dome kiln. Four large stones to build the dome kiln, and then we'll look into options when it comes to getting more charcoal. I'm going to do a quick water check on the crops. They are well watered. Out of just sheer curiosity, while I'm looking for more sticks back here. The hemp and the hops are still well watered and not dead. Nothing dead yet. I'm not going to get hopeful until I see the little seedlings budding. Now, why is everything budding except for these things? Well, I was complaining about this before, but this is where you can start seeing the disparity here. Just try to ignore this stupid grass that I was supposed to delete before planting it, and just look at this, right? The crops that are currently budding, the winter crops, the flax and the wheat and the rye, barley, whatever that is, its growth time was cut in half. The hops and the hemp were not. The hops and the hemp have a 240-day growth time, which is what everything else used to have for winter planting. And the reason for that is because somebody would expect if you plant something in autumn that it would go dormant during the winter, like everything else that's green does. I don't know if you guys know much about biology, but plants have a little trouble growing and flourishing when it's freezing outside. Unless it's evergreen, unless you're pine needles, you're hacking nature or some shit. These leafy green shit, no, you can't really do much while it's freezing. And yet, here as the temperature continues getting colder and colder, this shit's going to keep getting greener and greener and taller, and we're going to be harvesting it in mid-January. Meanwhile, this stuff, which still has the old values, which felt correct, the old values, you would harvest it in like April or something, April or May. That was before I started streaming. And I don't know why they changed it, guys. I really don't. I wish I could make sense of this. This is one thing that the devs just did that it made less than no sense. I do understand just completely stopping working on the agriculture system. My headcanon is Cerulean came in there and said, okay, agriculture works good enough, stop touching it. We need to work on other things, multiplayer or whatever. That makes perfect sense to me, and bears out with reality. But for the last change for them to make to agriculture, and this is one of the last changes they made, one of the last changes was to just randomly cut the autumn crops growth time in half, or less than half, from 240 to 108, less than half, so that you have to harvest it in January. And another silly problem with that is I don't even want to think about right now is you have to preserve the crops on a drying rack. Drying racks don't function very well in freezing temperatures. January gets pretty cold in this game. Yeah, anyway. I'm kind of putting off running around here because that's a lot of calories getting burned in it. Are we in rapid yet? We're not rapid yet. That's fine. Oh, wait a minute. Was that a... Yeah, okay. So, I've forgotten about these a couple times now because the top of the building keeps hiding them from me. Yeah, top of the building keeps hiding these. There's 2 large stones right here. Right here in my own yard. That I keep forgetting about because, now that's basically half of the dome kiln that I want to build. I don't even have to leave my base area. Silly things coming together to make my brain meat forget things. Oh, whoa. Okay, that was really fast, dude. And maybe it's because of all the fast forwarding, but all these compost bins already... Damn. Okay, so we put, like, what was the number? Like 13 or so? 12 or 13 cow dung into each of these. And it only ate up 10, and they're 100% full. This one we put overflow into, and it's only half full. So I guess when it comes to an adult cow, which is the bull... Well, no, all the cows were adult cows, because some of the poo that we just composted came from the cows that died, but they were all adults. The poo is different sizes based on how old the animal is. So at all adult cows, 10 poo from an adult cow equals 1 full compost bin. I mean, at least according to these ratios I'm looking at, roughly 10. Because, you know, this one has 3, this one has 2. I didn't always catch all the totals, but now I'm interested in, you know, optimal amounts for everything we do here. So, okay. Nothing like, you know, there is nothing, like, time sensitive about that. It was a curiosity. So let's go and get the ambulance out of the way here and grab one of our step vans and get a couple more stones. The 2 that are in the yard need to be married up with 2 more from elsewhere. And once again, the vest is getting me hot. The vest is coming off. There's probably nothing wrong with leaving the door open from this angle, but I'm paranoid, Ned. I can't help myself. I should have considered this before parking it here. This step van is one of my best on the lot. One of. And the trailer used to be all the way back here by where the sidewalk meets the road. That's not how trailers work, though. When you leave them sitting somewhere, they don't stay there. They drift. Towing in B42 is perfectly balanced with no exploits. And the reason that bothers me is because, of course, now, can I even get out from behind here? Yes, okay, we're good. I was a little worried I'd run into the staircase. We're good. That being said, now the trailer's going to continue to drift. And you can even see it. Look at it carefully. Sorry, the camera is screwing it up. Watch the trailer very carefully. Every couple of seconds, it just takes a little pixel bounce over to the bottom right. And it is going to continue doing that until it runs into the stairs, and the stairs stop it from moving any further. So, I don't know. Maybe I go get a low table or something and box it in so that I can pick it up easily. I should use this trailer more often, honestly. Just to hook it up to the ambulance because, I mean, I'm paranoid about using my step fans, but you know what? We'll use this one. We'll use this one for getting the large stones. This is the low table I was talking about here. I know I'm going back and forth a lot here. So if I do... My theory is that the drift that I was talking about there just happens where it goes, the vehicle just goes in whatever direction it's facing. Like, in this case, whatever direction the rigid bars are pointing in. I mean, look at it, you can see it. It just did it. But if I pick this up and put it here, it'll drift until it hits it, and then it'll stop. And then when I need to hook it up, I'll just pick up the table and move it. Modern problems require modern solutions. You know, speaking of modern problems, I was saying that this is one of my good step fans. The wheels on it are not good. The wheels on it are absolute garbage. Problem is I don't have better wheels right now. Do I? I mean, this is objectively slowing down everything I try to do with it. If I could solve this problem, I would be very happy. Now, the ambulance here has mid tires. But this ambulance is not going to be driving very much until I fix it completely, a long time from now. This ambulance is just thoroughly mid. Similar engine stats and everything to my other one I'm currently using primary, but it is, trunk is damaged. Tires also old over here. These things are just like ambulances, but with a trunk you can't reach into. Also, old tires. Emergency services around here really love their old tires. Old tires. Why do I want performance tires? Because I like them. There's not much deeper meaning behind it. Okay, this is a stopgap measure, and it kind of spends a lot of time. I don't think it burns calories. We're just going to fill up the tires with air. That is a small stopgap measure that'll probably make things a little easier on us. But otherwise, the thing that's working against us is if you can't see the numbers, you can see the colors. These orange numbers, orange means bad for the numbers in this game. So, yeah. Friction is going to be low no matter what we do on the pump here. Alright, so the goal has always been to just go out and get 4 large stones. We're going to start with the 2 that are already in our own garden that I keep forgetting about. And then we're going to go get 2 more and bring them home, and then that's probably the evening there. We'll get the dome kiln put together, and then we'll reassess the workshop situation. Remember, these things are fridges in terms of weight. Instead of having to drop a bunch of stuff so I can pick it up, we just shove it straight into the trunk and bypass the problem of picking it up entirely. Looking around now for them large stones. It is a specific color and size. There's one. One right here, but it's going to be a little hard to get to. If I had a crowbar, I could pick these stone, or rather these concrete barriers up, and then I could get this large stone right here. Problem is, I don't see another way in here. And my sledgehammer is all the way back at base, so not right now. We'll get that one later. I see one in the yard of the suites here. surrounded by a billion bushes. Bushes I'd prefer not to get stuck on. This is not 2006. We don't have to stay stuck with bushes. Also, we get tree branches from that. Already got enough tree branches for another charcoal burn. Cutting bushes with a knife as opposed to a tree, or sorry, a knife as opposed to an axe, gets you a lot less time and effort expenditure. Alright, we're 3 out of 4. Surely there's a couple more in the, I think I see another one already. Yep, right between these trees. Here we go. There's our 4 large stones. So we're going to take them back to base, and then I'm going to add a very small, simple thing to the workshop. I need a drive-by crafting surface for the workshop. That can take pretty much any form that is a surface. A crate would be a very reasonable thing. It doesn't have to be one though. Lately, my workshop has been feeling so fluid that I almost don't want it to be a crate, because then I have to fill it up with stuff, and then I have to empty it when that stuff becomes in need of repositioning. We're very much in a uncertain state with the workshop here. Maybe I'll use a crate but not fill it yet. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So, into the workshop we go. And I want to be able to drive up, like, right in front of the exit, and then hit it. Yeah, okay, I see it. Okay. I didn't really want to add another obstruction next to the forge on that side, but if this works the way I think it will, then it's worth it. I'm crafting on the crate, and I can reach the trunk. Damn, it's a little... I mean, that's parking positional problem. If I had, driven just a little closer to the forge, it would not be a problem. So if I just get myself into the mentality of stay a little closer to the right, not too much closer, just a little closer, we'll be good. So the optimization of the workshop is not only not done, but there is so much more we can do. And here's an example. We park here, go around back, crafting surface right here. Yeah, I'm feeling it, boys. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Shit's getting better. Shit is getting better here. Gonna let nothing that came up yesterday is gonna keep me down permanently. It's gonna annoy me, but it's not gonna keep me down permanently. Nah, I have way too much fun for that to be a permanent problem. Even if I occasionally catastrophize. What did I do with my masonry tools last time I used them? I feel like I just put them back in the tools weapons here. I got spares. I got more mason chisels than most other things. Mason chisel, club hammer, and for some reason wooden mallets were like... There was a weird couple of situations where you needed the wooden mallet for things that you couldn't do with the club hammer. Club hammer being just a big, steel block on a stick, and a wooden mallet being a big wooden block on a stick. I'm struggling to wrap my brain around why the steel block cannot do things that the wooden block can do. I don't understand that. There may be some sort of niche scenario where that's true. Just saying, it doesn't make sense. So what we're going to do is put masonry tools in this crate. Club hammer, mason chisel, wooden mallet. And then we are going to process all 4 of those large stones. Sit on the ground and clubbity club. Oh, okay, so... This is going to get us a lot of masonry experience, and I don't think we've read the book. Okay, I'm not going to ignore that, because remember, we're in a phase of weight gain here, where sitting around reading books is actually a perfectly fine thing to do. So, in the spirit of that, we're going to go ahead and curl up with a good masonry book here, and read that cover to cover before we proceed. Twigs stay up here. Perhaps we can even stack some of them. Oh, okay, fair enough. That makes sense. Usually when I'm hitting something with something that is as large and bulky as a mallet, I'm not usually concerned about the integrity of what I'm hitting that much. I just assume that whatever it is I'm hitting is built to withstand the hits. But, yeah, I guess for precise things, yeah, I can see that. Yep, okay. Very fair. Makes sense. I'm guessing that for masonry purposes, you're just trying to break a certain part of the stone and not the whole damn thing. I don't know. Maybe you're trying to hit it and not have too many vibrations from the strike pass through it or some shit. I am but a layman who has read physics articles and then pretended that he understands them. I am not an actual physicist, nor would I ever claim to be. Give me a masonry 3 or 2? 3. Yep, masonry 3. Checked out from the library here. So that was our two super fatty fat stews right there, or soups rather. We did not get into rapid weight gain, and that is what it is. I'm gonna take one of the roasts we were eating before back out of the freezer. These are not super calorie heavy. These are just gonna shut the hunger up. But as long as we don't sit, or as long as we don't run around and burn all the calories we just ate, then that will be an efficient thing to do. Oh, you just got level 10 carpentry. Very nice. We've been, like, right at the cusp for a while now. If we just allocated just a few more planks to going out and doing some stuff, we'd be there. Sooner I get there, the sooner there's a lot of organization that I could do. I'm actually a little bit terrified of how much organizing I'll do once I can move anything wooden without breaking it. Yeah, there might be some subconscious avoidance of crafting carpentry level 10 for the moment. Just because I'm already getting so distracted. Late game for me is kind of just a nice low hum of a certain comfortable selection of options we can do. But mid game right now, there are just so many things that I could do, so many directions I could go in. And I'm always just trying not to get pulled too far off task. We are 5 a.m. We should sleep, but we're not tired enough, so we read, try again every hour or so. There we go. Foggy again this morning. Me no gusta. Me eat roast. Me read book. Me simple person. Me like roast. Me like book. Book has been completed. Now the reason I wanted to do that is not just because of the breaking the rocks up. You get a little bit of masonry experience for that, but chiseling them into stone blocks, which is what we need to do for the kiln. That is a lot of masonry experience to chisel 40 stones into blocks. We would be wasting a lot of experience potential if we did not read that book. So, very worth it in my humble opinion. Away put your book. Away put your roast. And off to chiseling we go. We sit down so we don't get too over encumbered. And we click the button. 52 experience for each one of those. Masonry 5. So, honestly, we have only used masonry to come up with essential parts to build our workshop infrastructure. We have not really had any redundancy with redundance with our masonry work so far, and yet we are level 5, and therefore anything made with masonry, we've reached the minimum level for. So just by holding out until we've read the books and then just making what we need for the workshop, we're there. That's great. I actually really like masonry right now. I do wish there were more things I could build, but the thresholds to get to where we could build that stuff. The fact that I can get there as long as I, control myself, pace myself, right? Feels good. Feels great. I mean, the dome kiln is literally, we can already build it. And it is a 4x4, or a 2x2 rather. So, just gotta take a trowel and that bucket of clay cement and then nothing, because we didn't make room for it yet. But let's see what it would visually look like, shall we? Because we can't place it yet, but we can look at it. Okay, so there's nothing's gonna make it feel right to me when there's you see how it's like round, but all those tiles are gonna be permanently blocked as if everything around it is blocked, so that's always gonna feel weird to me. It's okay. The dome kiln is going to use charcoal. I've never really used a dome kiln, but I can feel it in my bones. It's going to use charcoal. So what that means is I need to be able to access it from any one of these tiles where I can access the trunk of the truck. That's really just saying that we're going to need to move the pottery infrastructure just like I said we were. And I have decided I'm not going to kill the kiln. We're going to keep it where it is. And just keep in mind that the next time we build a workshop, probably later on in this character's journey, maybe when we go to another town, maybe when we go to Louisville, whatever, doesn't matter. Whenever we do it next, it will be a case of just we leave room for the dome kiln between the furnace and the pottery infrastructure that we're going to put in. So let me get the stone blocks put aside for a moment here. All of my military backpacks are currently in use. That's a bit of a sign of the times there. I'm just gonna put these ingredients to build the dome kiln off to the side, because this is one case. Y'all hear me complain a lot about having to pick up something that weighs 40 encumbrance, like those large stones. Here's a case of me needing to pick up something that weighs 40 encumbrance and not having a workaround. I have no choice but to drop a lot of what I'm carrying so that I can pick up the hand-operated press, the pottery thing. Okay, by dropping my backpack along with all this other stuff, we are now below 10 encumbrance. I can go pick up the hand-operated press. That's the only heavy thing in the pottery. Well, is the wheel? Yeah, the wheel and the press are 40. So that's is what it is. We pick it up, we drop it. We pick this up. Oh, okay. So the pottery table is being treated like any other table, as in 7.5% chance to break because we're not level 10 carpentry yet. I'm gonna go upstairs and build like 3 floors. Yeah, because then I'm level 10 carpentry. I have no chance of breaking my own, I have no chance of breaking my own, what's it called? My own pottery table. I just don't feel like doing it. I could rebuild it if I do, I just don't want to. And that's my privilege, to not have to worry about that. Because I can just go upstairs and level carpentry. We were going to do wood floors up here up to a certain point.
Oh.
Floors are always a great ROI for leveling carpentry. Only needed to make one. I was going to make some more anyway, so... Now I have 0.0% chance to break the pottery table by picking it up. Problem solved. I've got to leave these leftover planks now. Do something with those later. Oh, hungry and hot, because of course we are. I like how that building just has its model. Nice. All the stuff that was in the pottery container here actually is not that heavy because we don't have like a massive surplus of clay right now. Someday I'll come back here with like, I don't know, 70 bags of clay or something like that and just give myself more clay that I'm ever going to need. Not quite yet with that, but because we're not there yet, we don't have to worry about the pottery container being just completely full. Something that I didn't really talk about too much while I was building the workshop is on the top of the pottery there, we got a bucket of fresh water. Some pottery recipes need water. On the floor, hidden where we don't have to look at it, is a garbage bag full of grass cuttings in increments of 50. Because then I can make clay cement just by stepping up to the pottery where clay is, have a bucket of water, and have grass. Grass can be used to bind up some clay cement, as opposed to sand. Sand is annoying to source compared to grass. Okay, now we have another problem, and that's gun storage. These lockers were pre-existing. They were here when I got here. And they're full of guns, and so are these crates, and yeah, about that. Garbage bags to the rescue, baby. Mostly for just the attachments box here. The attachments, that's a lot of stuff I don't want to have to sort through again. Literally everything else in these weapon lockers I can just put somewhere for now. Somewhere like the floor. Just because the floor doesn't look pretty doesn't mean it works, or doesn't mean that it doesn't work. Would you believe me if I told you that metal lockers are carpentry items that have a chance to break based on your carpentry skill? It's true. This is a strange game. About these. They weigh 20 encumbrance, so they're super heavy. Also look a little weird. But I can drop them on the floor over here, it's fine. out of sight, out of mind for the moment. Unsightly furniture is a temporary problem. You can always eventually get rid of it. Okay, all building-based obstructions are gone over here. So I just go back and pick up that garbage bag full of the masonry material that we need to build the kiln, and actually put the kiln down. Then we can put everything else that was where the pottery should be back where it was. Okay, so from just a visual standpoint, it also probably would have felt better to have the, you know, just the kiln and the dome kiln switched. From just a visual standpoint, because then you got that transition, right? You got that transition from the gray stone to the beige stone to the dark tan of the. I like it, yeah. So it's not the worst, you know. This works. This works. I'm not gonna split hairs over that, but yeah. We still haven't used the 1 bucket of clay cement that we used to build all of our kilns and furnace and forge. It's just been 1 charge each. 1 charge here, 1 charge here, 1 charge here. Please don't tell the devs, because most other masonry takes multiple charges. Now that this whatchamacallit box is our masonry box, so we can put all that in there. And now put back the pottery stuff. So that's going to be hand pressed first. Followed by pottery crates. Followed by a pottery bench and table. Now, this is where things might not get tricky. No, they won't. Yeah, here's what we're going to do. Pottery wheel is going to go in the back this time. This is not, it's not going to make the difference if it goes back or front. It's going to go in the back, and then we're going to put the pottery table in the front. And all those guns that are on the floor, they're just going to appear on the pottery table. It doesn't, again, it doesn't look pretty, but it does, it's actually kind of more funny than seeing them on the floor now. Well, so here's the brilliance of this base design. And I mean, you know, the platform, right? The platform for this base. We just drive a step van in, back up its trunk to where all the guns are, shove them into the step van. We'll come back and deal with it later. That's probably the red step van, actually. The white one is the one with the trunk that's big enough to fit our log stack, so we can't repurpose that for just guns for now. Yeah, that's fine. Gun attach for gun attachments. Works for me. Putting back the clay container contents. Okay. I was about to say that there was going to be a slight problem insofar as I like to store lighters and matches and whatnot in the clay department here, because that's usually closest to the kiln. It still is close to the kiln, and it looks close enough to be to still be used properly. Beautiful. Okay. So here's dome kiln. First time I've ever opened this up. The ratio to make coke is 8 charcoal to 4 coke. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. That just means more charcoal. We've been moving in that general direction for a minute here. Already grabbed some whatchamacallits. Grabbed some tree branches while we were out. And these grass cuttings, and then the water for the pottery department, and we're good to go. Hey Dennis, everything is default here. Everything is default. More information about that in the description. I would tell you more specifically if I knew, but I actually don't, because I don't I don't have the apocalypse settings all memorized really. I just know that whatever apocalypse is, that's what it is. I am going to take my veggie roast out of the freezer now and put that in my backpack because that is what we saw. How do I do? Thank you for that. No, I'm doing pretty good today. We had a silly problem at the start of this stream today. You may notice that the mic is not right in front of my face like it normally is. That is because the mic stand decided to break right after I hit the start stream button this morning. I'm not going to take that as a sign of anything. If I was a superstitious man, that would be very deeply concerning. But no, that just means that I've ignored the problem of having a proper mic stand a little too long. For now, we've just got a couple of spring clamps holding it in place in a reasonable position. Let it never be said that I'm not a guy to let temporary solutions become more permanent than they should be. Speaking of temporary solutions, before I let things get too far out of hand here, let's do a rotation of the step fans and get the red one in here, pull all these guns out of the way, and put them off to the side for the moment. Currently, the red step fan is the only one that's not actively being used. So if I fill up the red step van, then that means the logging van, the white van, is the only thing that doesn't have stuff filling up its trunk right now. That's something I need to be concerned about from a logistics standpoint. Now, some of you may be wondering why one particular room in the police department here has its lights on, when my generators are more than an entire 40-tile cell away from it. This happens sometimes, and I can't explain it. Every once in a while, a building, like, somewhere in the same cell, nowhere near the radius, but somewhere in the same cell as your generator, will have its lights on for some reason. Bit spooky, to be honest. The power grid's been off for several months now, but, that's what it is. Perhaps there are stray electrons in the wires, and every once in a while, they're just gathering together. I think we can get everything from there. 162 encumbrance on the floor right there. That's a lot of guns, and it's not even all of them. We can't get the other ones on the other side of the table there. Shit. Okay, that's another 100 encumbrance of guns. We never had a chance. Okay, here's the deal. Let me just leave handguns here for now. Yeah, we're gonna keep handguns in the building, and long guns can stay in the red van for the moment. What I'm gonna do is put the handguns that are already in there into these two bags as we drive out and get the vehicle out of the way. It would behoove me to remember that I have one other vehicle right now that is also full of guns that I just didn't have room for, and that would be State Trooper over here. So if I was a sensible person, people have accused me of worse things, I would keep my red step van now and State Police together. Somehow. This is one of the reasons that extending this parking lot is probably an amazing idea. If I eventually get some gravel down here, then we've just got two linked up parking lots is all we got here. I'm feeling it, I really am, in the long term. for now. It's in a place where a parking spot will be someday. So red step van is currently just long gun storage. State Trooper is mixed gun storage. Wait a minute. These bags that I had to extract to separate the handguns are actually enough to fit in there. Okay. Works for me. Alright, we need to have a bite to eat. We need to button up for the night, and we are good to go. Well, good to go for the immediate moment. What is my current kill count? We're sitting pretty at about 2,700. Favorite weapon is Firefighter Axe. My girl got cold last night because I keep running around generating body heat and getting too hot. We take the vest off, and then we stand still or go to sleep for a little bit, and then we get cold. Welcome to fall in Project Zomboid. This is your life. In fall in Project Zomboid, when the temperatures are in like the mid-50s Fahrenheit, your character will get annoyingly warm or annoyingly cold at some juncture. And you're going to have to take a layer off, put a layer back on, take a layer off, put it back. When winter comes around, you'll be able to just wear something like a nice jacket all the time, and you won't overheat unless you're like literally sprinting for like 10 seconds straight or something like that, you know. The bar to get yourself overheated from body heat is increased once the ambient temperature is below a certain threshold. Until then, misery. Misery, annoyance, whatever. It's the apocalypse. We're not supposed to be comfortable, but at the same time, I would prefer when we're post-scarcity on at least things to wear, that we could have some sort of more automated solution to that. I digest. Like maybe if we just have the layer in our backpack and just check a box that says automatically put on when cold, or automatically take off when hot, maybe. I know that's a lot of convenience. And sometimes that might even feel like it's out of the spirit of this game, right? The spirit of this game is, it's the apocalypse, baby. You're going to be inconvenienced everywhere you go. It's also a video game. That's a lot of fun. I don't know. That's I'm thinking about things that are definitely going to not make it into this game. Exercising my brain meat on what I would do if I was going to be a game designer. It would be, there would be a lot more toggles to do things automatically if I was designing games like this. And those toggles would, of course, not make sense when you're materially scarce, and you're having to focus very carefully on everything that you use. You don't want to let your materials go too fast in this direction, that direction. But when you have a certain amount of stuff, and it just becomes a matter of tedium, because you're just taking things on, putting them off, putting stuff together that you've already put together a billion times before. At that point, automation is the name of the game for a survival crafting game, in my humble opinion. But I mean, I do know that in some of the blog posts to this game, the devs have cited RimWorld, and RimWorld has solutions to everything I just described. RimWorld is a colony simulator where you can create all sorts of work orders for your colonists to make sure that they're always taking care of themselves. And it's great. I love it. Why does my brain tell me that RimWorld actually does have, like, the vanilla game has an unsolved problem with insulation, too? Like, what... if you get Devil Strand clothing, like Devil Strand coats, that was my remembrance of what was best, like, you know, best in slot for RimWorld Vanilla was, get everybody Devil Strand dusters. Devil Strand dusters. Yeah, because the, well, I always settle in high temperature climates, so Devil Strand dusters felt like the best thing to me. And that's a reasonable thing to say, honestly, Dennis. That is a very reasonable thing to say, and I'm not even going to say that you're wrong. The only thing I'm going to say is that I wish the baseline of the game was elevated to the point where we don't have to fix basic mechanics with mods. And I know that that's a tall order, because a lot of people really love their mods, and a lot of mods are great. But I would make the argument that a lot of mods shouldn't be necessary. And I feel like it's our duty as players who enjoy the game to see if we can get the game to... perhaps convince the devs that the current game needs to go in a certain direction. But I have a little bit of You know, okay, so yesterday, I'm going to pause the game for a moment and just tell you guys a little story here. Yesterday, when we were talking about towing and I was crashing out and whatnot, um, I'm not gonna go any rabbit holes about towing today. But I did after the stream yesterday. I took a deep breath, had a drink, and ate my dinner, and I was like, okay, I think I can calmly approach this situation. And okay, maybe calm. There's a little asterisk next to it. But what I did is I jumped into that thread that we were looking at, the Indie Stone forums, and I gave my 2 cents. And I did not have any replies as of earlier this morning. So I'm just going to take a quick look and see if we got any replies. And the reason that I want to see this is because I'm starting to get this fear that it's not just that the devs don't want to listen to my feedback or my bug reports. I'm starting to get the fear that I'm one of those people that just kills conversations. Because I see this elsewhere in life. Sometimes I jump into a conversation and I'm just a little bit too much on a different page from everybody else that people just stop talking. I'm not going to act like, my social life is terrible in real life. No. I just don't have deep conversations with my coworkers or things like that, And my friends, I know what to talk about with my friends to have good conversations, so that's not really a problem for me necessarily. But in situations where I'm working with people that I don't know very well but we're talking about things I'm enthusiastic about, I feel like I'm that kind of person now, who's just the kind of person who can just accidentally, unintentionally, just wipe out a conversation by coming in there and just being like, hey guys, did you consider this, and this, and this? I don't know. Let's take a look. It was under general discussions here. When will towing be changed? Oh, we did get a reply from somebody here. Okay, at least I didn't kill the conversation. I would have to sit here and read DGH here. DGH, just kind of skimming through it. Okay, he didn't directly reply to me, but he is addressing some of the things that I'm talking about here. And then, obviously, yes, a tow truck added to the game would be nice, but that too should probably require some mechanic skill. What? Okay, like I said, we're on a bit of a different page here, but, okay, so maybe operating a tow truck correctly? Maybe that is something that would need some mechanic skill. Maybe if you hook up something to a tow truck, but you have mechanics level 0, maybe you might hook it up incorrectly and it might just fall off or some shit. I would actually accept that. I would accept that, yeah. I don't know how to fucking operate a tow truck. I've seen it happen once when my buddy's Mercedes got towed. We were at Snowshoe once. Public service announcement: diesel fuel freezes, it gels. It doesn't freeze, it gels. And if you try to start your engine while your diesel fuel is full of gel, you're going to create a very big problem. And next thing you know, you've got to get towed to another friggin' town, paying a couple $1,000 for that bullshit. Anyway. But I got to see that tow truck get operated in real time, and it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. The guy dragged it up to onto the platform, and then he hooked up a bunch of stuff, and then he had to operate the little elevator thing to tilt it to the right direction, and it was all cool. It was really cool shit. And it's definitely a life skill right there. So yeah, a little bit of mechanic skill to make sure you don't fuck it up. Sure. Okay. And what it does. What I'm bargaining here. I'm bargaining so hard right now. I'm just looking for compromises here. If you want to introduce problems that are realistic, please introduce solutions that are realistic, things we can work towards, things that can eventually get me back to the point where I can tow my step vans across the map. Please. I just want to tow step vans across the map, man. Like I said, I'm not going to go down this rabbit hole, not today. I just wanted to see if anybody had replied to this, and look at this. I didn't kill the conversation. All right, I feel happier now. I genuinely do. I didn't kill the conversation. Anyway. We're doing handguns on the right side here. I was reticent to say that we're just going to start another gun box. For good reason. We just fill it up. Oops. Right. Just both of these crates are going to be guns. Yeah. Perhaps we'll do revolvers on one side and pistols on the other. Yeah. Okay. So that means let's extract the M9s and the M19 or the 1911s, and then BF pistol, and then magnums over to here. Okay, so gun storage is temporarily reestablished. we are not going to have enough room to put all types of guns in this corner. But at least we've got, I can put a Magnum on the surface here to remind me that that is that, and a M9 on the surface here to remind me that that is that. Okay. Overwhelming people is what I do. Yeah, that's probably a good way to phrase it. Overwhelming people. I mean, I am guilty as charged of being enthusiastic when it comes to talking about things I like. And, you know, when it comes to me saying that I know what to talk about with my friends and what not to talk about, that includes Zomboid. They are done hearing me gush about Zomboid. They literally just stopped replying to me. And I think it might have been organized. I think they might have been like, all right, yeah, Reed is just yapping about Zomboid again. Just ignore him. Just let him burn himself. He'll burn himself out after a minute. So, I mean, I learned that, you know, it's not like it really affected our friendship too much. There was a phase where they're like, oh, guys, you're not able to show up to events because you're playing Zomboid. No, there were other reasons, but, no, we're still on good terms and everything. It's just I let my enthusiasm for my hobbies that they don't necessarily share. And you can forgive me for assuming that they would share the hobby because they're the ones who got me into Zomboid. I would not be playing this game if Geth's Main hadn't bought it for me and been like, hey man, this looks like a cool game, let's give it a shot. Are you really going to start complaining when I start yapping your ear off about it 2 years later? No, it's alright. That's alright. It's alright. We don't have... Oh, wow, look at this. I was thinking about these 14 tree branches in my backpack and how to get rid of them efficiently. And one way is to just turn that into 18 tree branches and do a couple of burns so we have more charcoal. Thankfully, only one new bush has appeared in my garden. I'm going to come out here a few weeks later and there's going to be many more than just one. That's the overgrowth system. It keeps going until day 200. I remember there being a number of branches on the floor up here still. Large branches in this case. That's a bush I haven't gotten rid of. That's a large stone that I forgot about, so there was another one hanging around up here. And there's another large stone. Okay, so we had 4 within draw distance of the base, and I forgot about every one of them until, okay, fair enough. That just means masonry is very easy still. Our target is just 15 in the backpack, 2 here, that's 17. We need one more. Do I get one from this? Nope. There we go. We should be able to do 2 burns of large wood now. Our charcoal burner is smack dab in the middle of the base right here. .24 wood charcoal getting deposited back into the truck. And a bunch of tree branches that were kind of building up back there are successfully deleted. You might suggest a humble towing pole, rare loot, also stops to do. It doesn't have to be, I mean, okay, yeah, sure, make it, not everybody has it, but I mean, we've got junkyards. Junkyards usually have contracts with towing companies. Hell, sometimes, okay, so the towing company that towed my car, they've got both a, they've got like a auction lot and a, like, I would almost venture to call it a junk lot. I mean, everything in it looks like junk, but I mean, that's beside the point. Might not be. We're ready to sleep again, but I got a little bit of garbage wood in my backpack. We're putting that down here for later use in the fires. Oh, quick progress check. Okay, the leather is done, and I didn't quite catch wind, so it might have been a day or 2 ago. I didn't quite catch how long that took, but it was well over a week, possibly 2, because it was October 7th. It was October 7th when we started the live stream to get to work on everything related to the forge. And that's when we built these leather racks and put the leather on the racks to show everybody how to actually work it without having to rely on it personally, because, you know, we got lucky, found some large leather elsewhere that was already processed. But yeah, that was when we did it. It was October 7th. It's now October 25th. And I know for a fact it hadn't finished at least 5 days ago. So yeah, that's almost 2 weeks, I think. Anyway, the large leather goes back up here to tailoring stuff for now. And then we stack these leather strips because they're right in front of me, and then we sleep. Alright, so we have food. We have food. Big food. Half a day of food, at least. How's our calories? Still gaining 78. If we keep running around, the simple act of running is going to be enough to cook off our calories. So, we got the roast. When we finish eating the roast today, I'm going to have 2 chips on standby. That'll infuse calories in addition to the food. To 14 steel chunks. But now here's a really important thing. We can process certain things into steel chunks that we couldn't before. One example is nails. Okay, now what happened here? Okay. We should be able to go in a circle around this truck. That is part of the appeal of this design. Okay, I don't know why I was blocked for a second there. We're good. Probably just gotta deviate a little closer to the side. So the recipe that we're looking at now is something I've actually never done before. This is the first time I've built a dome kiln. For a long time, long time. It's never truly been necessary, and I guess I could say it still isn't. It's never really been necessary to use coke to make iron into steel. It wasn't even functional for a while, but now it is functional. It still is not 100% necessary for the way I do things. But now, because of our material situation, it may be one of the most convenient things to do. At least for the short term. Until we get some more metal from things. Now, making a steel bar from the furnace is not what I want to do. And the reason for that is casting a steel bar straight from a ceramic crucible of steel costs me clay every time I do it. It's a bit of a roundabout cost because we have to use a ceramic bar mold. These are one-time use objects. And in order to make one, we've got to press it at the hand-operated press, bake it in the kiln, then bring it over here to the furnace, and then cast it. And then it breaks. So basically, if you think about if you want to look at the advanced furnace, you want to look at anything that starts with the word cast, realize that you are spending clay. An unknown number, probably. I think almost all these are like 2. The blacksmith anvil one was like 8. But that's usually a one-time craft. I mean, let's look at the recipes. Hand-operated press, a clay. Okay, a bar mold is only 1 clay. An ingot mold is only 1 clay. Okay, that's okay. Disposable objects being only 1 clay. That's less painful than I remember. The blacksmith anvil mold being 8 clay. That's a little more painful, but I remember these being more punishing. I don't know why. In any case, only 1 clay, huh? We got 35 clay. I mean, if it was 2 clay, I would probably be like, nope, not even considering it. But 1 clay? Okay. I mean, so what I'm the pipeline. Let me just walk everyone through the pipeline that I'm kind of mentally working on right now. We want to level welding. We want to do something useful while leveling welding. So we want to make steel rods to replace these wooden barricades on our windows. We are going to need 3 times. What was the number? 3 times 12, because it's 3 rods per window. We got 12 windows on the ground floor. So that's 36. We started with 3. We have 33 now. Let me subtract actually what we've got in this backpack, which is what we've allocated. That's 18 steel rods. So 36 minus 18. We're halfway there. We're halfway there. So we need to make another 18 steel rods. Now, steel rods are a thing that you can take steel bars and shave them down into rods and get a little bit of metal back in the process. So a steel bar, which we had a lot of, we turned them all into rods. We've got a lot of these steel bar quarters. We can turn those into bars. Got a lot of steel chunks. We can turn those into bars. But then we run out of both of those. And what I'm thinking beyond that is, how do I get more bars from there? And one route that I've just established is we fill a cauldron with... well, actually, let me... I haven't even fully mapped this out in my brain yet. We use the furnace to extract steel from smaller iron objects. So I'm going to say that one more time. Extract steel from smaller iron objects. A smaller iron object is something like a nail. So a dozen nails to get us 1 steel chunk. I'm sorry, 10 nails to a steel chunk. So that's 40 nails to a steel chunk. That's going to be 40 nails. If it's 40 nails for a steel chunk, that's 120 nails to make a steel bar. And that's not to count, we're pissing away coke and limestone. We just got the ability to make coke, which is 8 wood charcoal for 4. So that is mental math. That is 8 wood charcoal for every 8 wood charcoal for 4 coke. 4 coke is 2 steel chunks. 16 wood charcoal to get enough coke to get another 4 steel chunks out of 120 nails. And that's, again, not including limestone. We picked up some limestone before, so we have some. Once we use it up, we have to go get more. So this is just kind of, I'm improvising a way to get more of these steel chunks. But I am starting to see exactly how much materials of other categories that we're going to have to expend. And I'm thinking, let's just go get steel chunks from something else now. I know that that's probably it feels like a letdown after all this. But I wanted to see these numbers in front of me. And now that I'm seeing them, I'm not feeling it as much as I was previously. Like previously, I saw the path, and I'm like, okay, let's look at that. Now I'm looking at the path, and I'm seeing that 15-degree incline, and I'm like, okay, maybe we can use a different path. Go around that little hill there. We have a couple of other options. I've got steel sheets. I've got a lot of steel sheets. I was going to use these for floors. I think the time has come to reassess the flooring situation, because I was using floors to level, but we've found much better ways to level. So converting some of these steel sheet smalls into chunks, turning those chunks into bars, that is probably a vastly superior route to take right now. I think it's let's check the crafting menu. Yep. So the ratio is just a small steel sheet to 1 steel chunk. And you do not... Oh, that is the furnace. Okay, never mind. What? Is that... Can I not do that at the... I can't do that at the forge? Shit. Okay, so that has a coke cost as well now. This has been nerfed. I vividly remember that I used to be able to go to the forge and take a small steel sheet and melt it up into a chunk. Maybe I'm misremembering, but that seems pretty solid in my head. I remember the ratio of 1 small steel sheet being 1 small steel chunk. And okay. So It looks like we're going to have to spend coke no matter what if we want to reshape the metal we already got. Alternatively. Now, another thing my brain is telling me is if I go take the welding torch and disassemble stuff, I can get metal. I'm level 2 welding. And, yeah, that's, we're not going to get much metal from that at level 2. Various blacksmith spots that they got sprinkled all over the map. If you're aware of one in Riverside, definitely let me know. I'm not exactly keen to leave Riverside unless we are making a proper expedition out of it. And if that ends up being the most optimal course of action, then I'm gonna need a few more factors to come together for me to make that judgment call. For now, I think I'm just gonna take the L. I'm going to take the L on putting steel bars on every single window for the moment. I'm going to take the most important windows and get them barred up. We've got materials for 6. And we're going to do that now. And then we're going to wait to do the rest of the windows until we've got a lot more steel to work with. That is probably something I should have considered before going down this rabbit hole. It's a much more simpler solution, and it doesn't require giving up permanently on anything. So that's what we're doing. Okay, where's my unbarricade button? Can I not unbarricade with... Okay. No, that's an interesting niche. Perhaps because I have no claw hammer or no firefighter axe, I cannot currently unbarricade. Let me confirm that real quick. Earlier we were talking about the differences between firefighter axes and the wood axes that crafted axes that we can make ourselves now. And I believe we've just identified another critical one. The firefighter axes can remove barricades just by right-clicking. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. What did I say? We had 6 windows. So there's 1, 2, let's do 3 right here. And then 4, and then 5 and 6 we'll do the kitchen windows. So, about these bushes. Bushes can be picked up if you have agriculture. And a shovel. We have a shovel in passenger. E-tool in passenger. And the reason I picked them up is because walking straight through them equals a chance to get scratched. I am not exaggerating. Oh, sorry. We are high enough level to pick them up. They have a 52% chance to break. So we can remove them, but we cannot move them without a chance of accidentally removing them. Interesting. I don't really care that much about those bushes, but, I mean, I look at them, I consider them as decorative furniture that happens to be damaging if you try to run through it, right? So I won't mourn its loss, but I also am not particularly interested in just wiping them all out. Just not accidentally walking into them. Okay. Put too much stuff in it, now I can't pick it up. Tale as old as time. Alright, 6 windows can be barricaded now. And of course, the auto-pathing automatically takes me straight into a bush that I didn't remove. Every time you hear that sound, there's a chance of a hole in your clothing and a scratch on your skin or in one case, a deep scratch. You can and possibly will someday bleed to death from. Alright, so that's 4 out of 6. Kitchen windows, second most important. We are going to need the firefighter axe. Not this time, Satan. I'm taking the hunting vest off before I run through. Well, speaking of not this time, Satan. I left the... Oh, no, I didn't. I thought for a second I left the E-tool behind. I didn't. Okay, we have made our 8 barricades. That was a sensible expenditure of material. Otherwise, we lack the material to do more barricades right now, and it is not currently worthy of our time to go out of our way to get those materials yet. Perhaps sometime soon it will be on one of the next expeditions we go out on, but not right now. That's just a lot of work to go to another town just to get something like that, when before I go out to another town, it makes a lot more sense to just have a lot more things leveled up here. So we got another empty propane tank here. You know, leaving the full one on the floor out here, it's a bit of a vestige of my previous mentality of leave it out there so that we can constantly be dropping it off next to trunk repair area. But there is no trunk repair happening right now, and there won't be for a while. Empty propane tanks can be smelted into steel. And then you can unsmelt that steel into other things. I believe that's going to be another coke pipeline, though. I haven't even checked yet, but let's just pick these up and see. I remember being quite elated to see that we could recycle the steel from empty propane tanks. But I remember there being a catch, and the catch being something to do with... smelt large steel item into a crucible of steel, but then getting it out of the crucible of steel and putting it into oh, never mind. Now, why can we do this? Why is it that we can take a propane tank and turn it into 4 chunks so easily? I'm not going to question it. I'm just going to do it because we have kind of eaten up a lot of our chunks lately. I'm going to do it to these 3 propane tanks here. We should have enough charcoal for that. Wow, this is a lot of charcoal. I'm going to hold off for the moment. I'm just going to put these propane tanks nice and close to the... empty propane tanks, nice and close to the forge here. And we'll revisit that thought when it becomes required. We can put these large hooks back in the back in the material storage here. Still have a few left for building butcher hooks at future bases. Feeling weight gain, 78 kilo. Southeast of the camping stop, there's northeast along the river. Okay, good to know. Thank you for letting me know that. I'll try to get that in my brain meat. So first thing I'm going to do right now is just, okay, I was thinking about not doing the thing where I just take a steel bar and use welding to cut it in half and then blacksmithing to put it back together. I was thinking about not doing that. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I've just run into too many roadblocks that would result in me having to go spend a lot of time elsewhere. In order to do it in a more reasonable sense. So I'm just going to do it like this, like I was saying before. Basically, I'll just to go over the workflow here a little bit more, if anybody missed it. We're using 2 steel bars at the moment. We're using welding to cut the steel bars, 2 of them, into 2 halves each. So we are currently turning 2 steel bars into 4 steel bar quarters. Or, I'm sorry, steel bar halves. Now we're taking those 4 steel bar halves, turning them into 8 steel bar quarters. And every time we do one of those things, we are getting more welding experience. She stopped herself because I don't know. There we go. Our welding skill is close to 4. 495.5 out of 750. And now we're going to recombine those, using blacksmithing, recombine those steel bar quarters into bars. And I was lamenting when I first discovered this workflow here. I was lamenting the devs are going to nerf this. And I don't think anything has changed about that lamentation. I think it's still going to happen. I just, I wish it wouldn't, but, and that was one of the reasons I looked for alternative routes, right? That was one of the reasons I didn't just go nuts with this right away. I started, yeah, that's why I built the dome kiln, that's why I built, you know, I did the good boy thing. I looked for alternative routes, and I found that they were going to require a lot more work. As in leaving everything behind and doing a separate expedition just for that. And I decided to not do that because I still have the option to. But, yeah. Okay, anyway, like I said, I'm not going to get too upset about it. There's no point in that. It's going to get nerfed. It's a question of when and how badly. Remember, if we don't have too much fun with it, then the devs won't nerf it quite as hard. If we start going on Reddit and talking about, optimal ratios too much, then they might do another soda and make it so that nothing gets us, none of this gets us any experience anymore. Or they might be merciful, and maybe we'll get like another, what was the last time that they were merciful? I can't remember. Where humans are focused to program, or to zero in on the bad things, right? Incredibly. So we're at 690.5 out of 750. Probably one more cycle like that. Blacksmithing is also not far from 7. A couple hundred experience out, so we're not going to get it anytime soon with just this, but yeah. it is contributing significantly. Okay, welding level 4. We've got a book to read before we proceed. I'm going to leave those steel bar halves as they are because I don't actually have any at the moment. So, but the other quarters, we'll go ahead and put those back to a bar, and then maybe forge one more bar out of chunks, or sorry, one more out of. Let's just do 2 more out of quarters because we have most quarters right now. I want to have like a balance of each type of material, so that I can look at the forge and see all of my options. At level 7, we would get the opportunity to make mace heads. Mace heads, you can slap them on a short or a long handle, and that would get you a short or long blunt best in slot weapon. The long mace or the short mace are best in slot for short blunt or long blunt, respectively. Sledgehammer heads used to be 9, now they're level 8. Okay, that's something to be aware of. Crowbars are still level 9. Interesting. Swords, of course, and machetes. Best in slot for long blade, best in slot for all melee, really, are still level 9 recipes. So it won't be until blacksmithing level 9 that we are truly accomplished with the best you can get out of blacksmithing. Like literally after I get blacksmithing level 9, I kind of just stop focusing on leveling it, because just the act of making swords and reforging them as needed will always get me to 10 eventually. Okay. Welding stuff back into the backpack. This has always been something I've found annoying. The crafting menu it almost seems random as to which item that has a remaining quantity in it that it decides to use. Look at these welding torches. They're just all over the place now. And that's just because the crafting menu just has no sense behind, let's use up one torch and then the next and then no. It does what it wants. So that's the price that I pay for the convenience of having multiple torches, so I can keep doing this. What? Okay. It's like it stops me from refilling multiple torches at once now. Okay, there we go. All torches topped up. Now, I don't even think I mentioned this yesterday, but one of the reasons that as soon as I get an opportunity, I try to refill torches is because propane, when it's in a container, the dry weight of the container is 5 encumbrance. When propane is in a torch, the dry weight is like 0.23. Something like really, really light. So you're having a lot of dead weight if you have your propane in these tanks. So if you have your tanks emptied out, then you're saving a lot of weight. So basically just keep your torches topped up everywhere you go before you travel somewhere, and you're ensuring that you're not wasting too much space on propane that could be transported more cheaply. Now, again, that's another thing that's very efficient, and if towing and the nerfs to it have taught me anything, it's that the devs of this game have a mixed relationship when it comes to efficiency. And if something is too efficient, they're going to feel like they need to kick it back a little bit. So maybe someday we're going to get propane torch leakage. That's probably something that happens in real life. I own a butane torch in real life. It doesn't feel like the thing is leaking. I only have to refill it like every 3 months or something like that. But I'm sure there's a teeny bit of leakage. That's technically realistic, yes. I understand. I've actually done a lot of research into gas storage. It's a lot harder than you'd think. Making a container airtight, airtight is a very airtight, quote unquote. It's a lot of things that we would consider airtight are not actually anywhere near airtight. They're just good enough for regular person usage. gas. I can tell you a lot of things about gas escaping containers. I did a lot of research into palladium hydride for my book, and palladium hydride for solid state hydrogen storage is a lovely, beautiful, fascinating thing that I wish had more funding in material science research. But every single paper I tracked down on it, they all dead ended. I'm guessing whoever was their sponsor ended up with some patents. There's some patents out there for palladium hydride storage, solid state hydrogen storage. Solid state hydrogen. I need to say that one more time. Solid state hydrogen storage. If you don't understand anything about material science, that'd be fucking amazing. But I'm guessing that there must have been a few problems they couldn't solve. That's the only thing that tells. Because if we had solid state hydrogen storage, we'd be living in a different world right now. I also have a few really weird theories about palladium hydride being a potential source of room temperature superconductors by forcing the hydrogen atoms into a artificial lattice, so that it behaves like solid hydrogen would, even though it's not solid hydrogen. But from a electrical conductivity perspective, it might as well be. But if nobody is going to be researching palladium hydride, then there's not exactly going to be any funding for that. I'm also not a material scientist, as much as I would actually like to be. I don't have the brain for it. There's a few gaps in my knowledge that I'll never be able to fix, so it is what it is. But that is a topic of science that I have actually read a lot about, and it's a lot of fun to read about. I mean, water's got that pesky oxygen in there. That's no good. Pesky old oxygen. Oxidization. Water is just another form of water is just oxidized hydrogen, man. Ugh. Imagine that. Who called it the stuff of life? I call it the stuff of, yeah. What is life but oxidization? Cast steel ingot from iron. I just kind of, we're looking for things to do for the rest of the evening hour here. I got a lot of things to do, but, we've only got 3 hours before bedtime. But I'm looking at this right here, and I'm seeing that we can make an entire steel ingot out of iron. Iron that would be in a crucible, right? So the things that we were doing to fill a crucible with iron in order to build the blacksmith anvil yesterday, we can now use coke and limestone to turn around and turn that into an entire steel ingot. That is way more significant than a steel bar. A steel bar is only going to get us so far, but another steel... We made, we came home with, 5 steel ingots from Electromax, and we have 3 left. But those 2 ingots we used up, we got a lot out of them. Steel ingots are great. It's basically just a hugely compressed form of steel that you can find and loot somewhere. But it's also just if you want to transport loot, or transport steel. Or in this case, create steel. Because, again, that's iron to steel from a cauldron. Or from a cauldron, ceramic crucible. Smelt large iron item. Looking at the list of large iron items now. So, large hooks, of course. We find a lot of large hooks out in the world. Maybe I should make large hooks a mandatory pickup now. At least until I've gotten post-scarcity on steel. Because if I start looking at large hooks as a precursor ingredient for just getting more steel, that's going to be a bit of a game changer for me for my, my steel surplus in this post-workshop loot table world that we're living in right now. If anybody doesn't follow along with some of my previous complaints about the map update, one of the very, very, very few complaints about the map update that I have is that they made it so that workshop loot tables, like the Electromax warehouse, have a whole lot of construction yard crates in them now. Construction yard crates being just a chance at either steel sheets or wooden planks. I'm starting to feel the urge to just stop holding off on those steel sheets. Anybody who watched my late gameplay with Danny the Drifter, my previous character, link in the description, you'll know that I was just constantly looking for more steel sheets. And because of that, my long-term brain is telling me that all those steel sheets we saw at the Electromax warehouse, hold them there for later. We'll find other things to do with them. But now, seeing as we have actually run into a bit of a reliability problem with going outside and just getting more iron or steel, I'm starting to rethink that. Probably should have started to rethink that a little earlier. But we did identify a critical problem with getting sheets of either form from sheets back into chunks. That's a problem. I don't know if we have a solution for it over here. Type eat sheet. We can make steel sheets very easily. Go over to the blacksmith, hammer, get all hot, hammer it down into a sheet, but getting it back from a sheet. Yep. Yeah, getting it back from a sheet to a block. Block to sheet, that's the ratio. Sheet to block, that's going to take a lot more effort, it seems. Well, okay, Grumbaki, that makes you're correct about that. And I'm not even going to call it gamey. I'm not even going to call it gamey, but the thing is, we're not just trying to level. I'm looking a little bit past the leveling process here, and I'm just thinking about where I can just go get more steel from. And I do appreciate the examples you gave me outside of town. I'm just kind of thinking about here inside of town. It does feel like the new map. I mean, considering the garages that I hit when we were trying to get it yesterday at yesterday about level 4 blacksmithing, we went out and raided some garages. I was somewhat disappointed with the contents of the garages that I was starting to go room by room in. I mean, that's a tomorrow thing. I've decided that's a tomorrow thing. We're gonna look at more garages because we need to clear the rest of Riverside. That has always been a lingering objective here, lingering tertiary objective really, but it's been bumped up to primary now for the moment because I want to look at more garages here, see if maybe yesterday was just bad luck, or if we really are just operating under a very noticeable dearth of metal in and around Riverside, really. Oh yeah. Oh no, fastest sword possible. That does make sense. Honestly, if I was not really enjoying these new axes and their reach, I too would probably be in the mindset of, yeah, let's just do whatever we have to do to blitz swords. But I mean, this thing is long, dude. This thing is long. I feel like swords have always been a little bit longer than firefighter axes, but I can't say anything about this. This feels like I'm swinging a sword just from a distance perspective. But yeah, let's get a bite to eat real quick. Let's get our sleep. Let's just see if there's any. I mean, speaking of books, we got Longblade right here. Are there any other books that I could read overnight? Grind welding to 4 on Rex. Well, I mean, if we wanted to do an expedition just for Rex, that would be very painful for low level. I mean, you know, that's for my brain meat that's just obsessed about not wasting materials. Yeah, definitely. Firefighter is my I mean, everybody. I feel like almost everybody's got to have like a go-to weapon skill that is going to be the one that carries them forward to better stuff. Except the people who start out as police officer or veteran, they probably are interested in being the I'm going to shoot everybody kind of guy. And I feel like that might not always work out for people. I've never even tried it personally. Only relying on guns in this game has always felt like a bad idea. And I do hear horror stories from people who try and fail. Never actually tried it myself, though. I do think we don't actually have any books that I can read right now. And that's okay. I'm going to spend the rest of the evening working on... Oh, well, what am I saying? I'm an idiot. We did all that stuff with welding, and I got to level 4, and then I'm like, okay, now I got to read the next book. And then I got a little distracted, but that has been corrected. We have Welding Volume 3 right here. We're going to park our butt in the seat and read some welding. And actually, while we're reading overnight, I do have to step away briefly IRL, and then we will return. This is going to be the test of my temporary microphone stand here. Will I be able to get up without bumping it? Questioning that. The chair itself might bump this thing. Hang on a second. If anybody you can't see the mic, it's just a little bit over to the side here. It's actually just fucking stapled to the side of my stand here. You can kind of see it on the over the shoulder. Just a bunch of frickin' spring clamps holding it in place. It is a very temporary solution because the problem just happened right as I started streaming. So I'm like, yeah, I gotta fix this. I don't have time to go deep on a fix. just something to work it. But that's going to make getting up complicated. People might assume that getting up with a monitor right in front of me like this is complicated. No, I just got to be a little slow about it. If I have to get up in a panic, I can go right through the thing, but that's not very healthy for the monitor. Just kind of, gently push it aside. It's on a swivel, like a rotating swivel up top. So, anyway, she sits back down. She reads the book, and I step away briefly here. I won't be gone longer than 2 or so minutes tops. One moment, folks. I just tilt the mic up like this, perhaps? Oh yeah, that'll do it. Hell yeah. I think. Yeah. Capture the absurdity of this temporary mic stand. I had to take a picture, and I just dumped it over to my Dropbox here. This is what it looks like from the front of my workstation right now. The mic stand is supposed to be on this little swivel mount right here. As you can see, the mount is no longer a mount. I feel like a bolt was supposed to be between it and whatever it is that at the base of the arm, right? Whatever that is, it broke. So I'm going to have to fix that with some improvised shit later. But right now, we're holding it in place with another series of spring clamps. And when we have to get up, we're just rotating the, what is this, like the third elbow or whatever this is? Like yeah, let's just call it the elbow. The elbow. We have to rotate the elbow upwards when we want to get up. And then we just got to make sure not to rotate the monitor too far to the side. Otherwise, the monitor will bump into the mic, and that's not good. So, a little bit of deep lore on the current situation. Anyway, we're back. We're reading until, I was going to say 5 a.m., but we need some food. And that food is probably going to need to be nice and chunky. We are 78 kilo. Still gaining, but if we start running around outside killing zombies all day, we're going to need some chunky stuff to replace all the calories we're going to be cooking off. The sustainability problem of maintaining weight has not gone away. It has just been kicked down the road now that we have a bunch of beans to work with. Beans, pasta, whatever. And we have only halfway looted Gigamart, so Gigamart does still have resources that we haven't fully utilized. I'm going to do a bean soup this time. 3 beans of each type. White bean, lentil, and kidney. No pasta this time around. I'm just going to see how far those 3 get me off in terms of calories. And then we're going to thicken them up with flour. Just flour because for the moment, corn flour is a little bit more rare. Now, the only downside to these soups is they're super heavy. Perhaps super soups, if you'd like to call them. They came out to be 45s, so we're going to eat half each time we eat. And it is second bedtime. After we finish this book, before we depart to look around Riverside a little bit further, we're going to take another look at the crops, make sure that they don't need to be topped up. Now, we have not had rain for several weeks now, so the winter, in this character's universe, the winter droughts have come early. For my previous characters, they were definitely not until like mid-November, but it is currently mid-October, and the fall rains seem to be done already. Fall rains still happen just as I predicted they would, but nowhere near as bad as, nowhere near as prolonged as my previous characters, or at least it feels like it isn't. Maybe it really is just all random, and I really just have been having specific types of experiences. We'll see. That's something I can only find out with many characters. Only had about 9 characters since B42 came out. 9 characters that I've gone truly long on. I don't count the characters that I created and spent like less than a week and then realized I didn't like the build and then started over. I did a little bit of that when B42 first came out. Because, of course, lots of changes. Okay, so while we're out, I do expect that we'll kill enough zombies to get ourselves a level of Longblade, at which point we've already got Longblade Volume 2. I'm going to put that in our combat ambulance. Our combat ambulance, that is... What did I do with it? Okay, all the way out front. A little silly. And there's the Moodle telling me that I gotta take off the stupid hunting vest. Reminding me that it is, of course, still fall. I forgot to drop off some of this stuff in the kitchen. Thought I'd be coming back through. And the welder mask is actually, it belongs to the base, so that stays here. The ambulance has its own, as it should. Yeah, okay. Take a quick peek at the crops. Water levels are fine. Now, I do think, despite the weird changes in growth time, I don't think anything is different about the fall crops' water levels. I think everything needs to be above 30, which means we still have quite a bit of time before these go any further down. So we don't have to take any more time out of our day. We only have half of a day to work with anyway. While I'm out here, I'll just get this large, smooth flat, put it where it belongs. You know what I'm gonna do? I still don't know very much about what's right next door to me. I really don't. Every time I look at Riverside Suites here, this is what used to be the hotel. Hotel used to be a very straightforward building. I have not even been brave enough to get close to this place, because it looks to me like one of those huge real estate buildings that the moment you get close to, the zombies spawn in. We're going to find out now. We're just going to get close to it for the first time. So, waking up. We're ready for combat in case it happens. Hey, look at that. Zombies that didn't exist moments ago. Not very many, though. At least it doesn't appear to me. It is still a Riverside building, not a Louisville building. The phenomenon I just described, where zombies don't spawn in until you get close, that is much more relevant in Louisville. But it does appear to happen outside of Louisville. Hey, Benji, good morning. Combat all day. We've done a lot of skill work, but we're actually visiting a building right next door to my base at the Riverside Fire Department that I was hesitant to get close to prior, but that hesitancy was unfounded for this universe. Okay. I see no extreme threats. Like, at this point, there's literally no real estate they could be hiding in that I wouldn't have noticed them by now. Simply running past a window. So they were in a room that we missed, that we didn't look into. Simply running past that room would have woken up a lot of people. Some of them can be hard at hearing, but not massive groups of them. So what we're going to do is a good old sound check. Mic check, 1, 2. Set phasers to stun. I remember seeing 2 in the pool area. I don't even see them up next to the windows now. Oh, here we go. That's inconvenient. I don't actually care if they break that door. Doors can be replaced. These windows, I don't know if they are replaceable. They got the arc with the transom at top. White window. They can be picked up. Level 10 carpentry still has a 5% chance to break them. That's a classic. But I imagine that these beautiful multi-tile windows... What? I'm pausing the game for a moment. What? Veterans in the chat, I want you guys to look at this very closely. What? Okay. I actually regret turning on the siren now, because I don't want one of these to break. I'm 99.99% sure we can't make these, but apparently we can pick them up. All of them. Oh, my interior design brain is getting some serious neuron activation right now. Oh, yes it is. Okay, so what this means immediately, I mean, I'm not going to worry about, I'm not building anything custom, where I could put a window like this right now. But this does mean that I need to go very, very far out of my way to make sure no zombies are going to be breaking these windows. And make sure that I don't break them myself just to get to some zombies. So, okay, good to know. Any other way to get to them without... Now, of course, I'm not going to put my girl at risk just to... At serious risk, rather. Maybe even get to the pool. What the hell? Okay, I guess they're just gonna break the door. That's fine, it's about to break. I can hear the splintering, so... Quick perimeter check. Alright, let's go, ladies. Out here. Full time's over. Lifeguards blowing their whistle. See, we're at the point where I know a single swing would break it, but then two zombies at within one time. No. They're going to break it, and I'm going to split them apart. Patience is key. Nimble experience, though. Yeah, sure, why not? There you go. Tracy Rico. Tracy Kaboom Rico. And Carmela Inman. Just going for a swim, and of course they had to get bitten. R.I.P. ladies. It's a nice pool. I mean, it's had its own private entrance and everything. It's got a lady, Roman lady with the toga, and a Adonis over there with the nice cheeks, master cheeks. Here. Now, I'm carpentry level 10, and yet there is still a 5% chance to break these windows by picking them up. Regrettably, there's nothing you can ever do about that. It is always going to have a 5% chance for the windows to break. That's been a thing I've recurrently yapped about on this channel, that it doesn't matter how high your carpentry skill is, you're never picking up windows with certainty. And I have always felt very unfortunate about that, especially now. These windows we cannot make, and they are very rare. Well, very rare in my mind right now, because I don't know where very many of them are. I don't think there's going to be very many zombies coming through this place. Now that we've confirmed the building is not going to be crawling. The building is not crawling in my crawl, so, I don't feel, like, let's just say the building was crawling in my crawl, but we managed to get, like, just a breather, a moment to breathe when there were not too many zombies over here. My next course of action would be to pick up the windows and just put them on the floor somewhere, so that the zombies would not have to go through them. And just take that 5% dice roll and just deal with it now. But I don't see any urgency now. It does look like those two and the guy who was outside. And I heard somebody else slapping a window somewhere, but I don't see any glass on the floor anywhere down here. He might have been a second floor guy. There's a second floor to the joint. I hear a lot of individual room slappers upstairs. That's actually why we're stressed right now. We can hear them from farther away or she can hear them farther away than we can. Just pop in my exits real quick. That's got to be the second floor. I hear a splintering, but I'm not seeing any vibration. It's not very close. That sounded like a break. It's near stairs. Oh, there's a basement. Basement. I got to be advised there's a basement. Basement exit is this way. Wait a minute. Am I going insane? Oh, no. Okay. I saw this railing, and my brain meat said basement. But no. That's not going down. It's going up. Isometric stuff. No easy access windows here. But at least we can peek down the hallway. Nothing's jumping out at me all the way to the stairs, so... Okay. There is a basement. Hang on. Did you see it? Look at that. Through the utility room. Okay. I didn't even notice it while we were back there. Subtle. Remember what I was saying about popping my exits here? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. This means there's probably multiple ways in and out of the basement. Not probably, definitely. But I don't hear any slapping on this entire side of the building. There's no more slapping in my left ear. So, I feel a lot more confident about going up these stairs, even though I looked down near the other ones. Whoa, okay. Oh. It's really pretty, guys. I really like the aesthetics of this place. It's a shame that we're not just, you know... Like, if this is just The Sims, I would have bought this lot with cheat codes, and I'd be living in it. Beautiful. Third floor? Okay. Oh, are these the, these must be the C suites here. These are the, oh yeah, these are the suites that got their own fireplaces. Hell yeah. Or, no, there's no, yeah, this is a bedroom, or a reading room, rather. Nobody at the top of the stairs. Nobody behind the bookshelves. Interesting. It's like one larger building stapled to a smaller building. Neat. They don't make them like they used to. This is probably the master bed, or the master suite. Or... just multiple master suites. Okay. See, sometimes when you look at a hotel or like a motel or like, you know, this is like I would have thought initially looking at it, it was like a converted mansion. Like this used to be just a big old family house with, you know, multi-family home, generational wealth sort of thing. Like maybe an old plantation, some shit. There are things like that here in Zomboid, and a lot of those here in the States, Kentucky on the Ohio River. Lots of old stuff like that, but no, this looks purpose-built. This looks purpose-built because those rooms, the way they're kind of put together up there, that's not, you know, the location of the plumbing all together in the same area. Nah, that's not a converted old-timey building. That's good old-fashioned modernity right there. Not a bad thing, because they've done a great job of combining modernity with classical beauty here. I do like this building overall. Jin does his architectural consultation. More news at 11. Okay, so we do have confirmed targets on the other side of the building. Okay, so I was wrong about the upstairs all being connected to each other, it seems. This is a little balcony storage joint. Nice. But yeah, no, this is just another reading room and it terminates. So this is why I said two buildings stapled to each other. And the only way to get through them is to go through the little staple at the bottom there. So down the stairs we go. And the other staircase that we already looked at is the one we got to go up. The reason I'm running a lot is because I I actually have no idea if, you know, people have compromised these places that I've gone through already. That's really close to my right. Whoa, whoa, hold on. I had a target for a second and I heard somebody making aggro noises. We might have some stair nonsense going on here. You know what? I'm not going to challenge this. I'm not challenging this. I don't have to. I don't have to. I have an axe on my back, and there's another staircase, the fire escape here. I'm just going to go upstairs. I'm just going to break the door. I don't want to, but I care more about my safety right now than this door. Knock, knock, motherfuckers. Room service coming through. Ooh, okay. That's a barricaded door. Okay. Okay. What do I make of that? I expect multiple in there. But no. Get blood all over this pretty carpet, whatever. Actually going to close these doors already. The only room I'm going to go, like, you know, corner by corner in. Where this guy was. Sounds like somebody's in there, maybe slapping the bathroom door. Because it's not this door that's vibrating. Oh, she's trying to get out the back door of the next room. Okay. Ooh, okay. I don't... okay. Barricade on the outside from the porch. You're the only one in there? She's the only one in there. Door is locked, okay. Oh, we've got furniture in front of the door for her. There's no good solution to this. Unless, because if I take the barricades off the window, I'm going to be forced to crawl across the bed. See the bed in there? Or I'll be stuck right in front of the bed. I don't want either of that. So, quick fight, because we're really hungry. Step over here and have a quick fight. I don't actually know what the sound of a zombie scratching a door that's almost broken sounds like. If there is a telegraph for almost broken doors, it is subtle. So, let's just assume that every swing is going to be the last one. Okay, so we would not have had to go across the bed, but we would have been in one tile, and she would have been lunging at us. So no, that was the smarter thing to do. Remember, you are an easy target for like half a second when you're on your way in a window. So if you are within 2 tiles of a zombie when you go in a window, that is a very bad idea. I do not recommend ever doing it unless you have literally no other choice. Here we always have choice because we are in control of this situation, regardless of what it might look like. Do you still hear one more scratcher? And it's not a lottery ticket scratcher. Okay, I need the music to go down for this one. Scratchers are subtle. I can hear them, but I need it quiet to echolocate. You see how it's in surround right on the whatchamacallit, on the levels here, the last one right there, that's surround right, SR. So it is to my right and slightly to my bottom here. So somewhere in this direction. God bless surround sound. I don't know if we have a there's no balconies for these ones. Okay, so I think what we've got is somebody barricaded in this room, because we can kind of see the furniture there. I'm going to check other rooms real quick first. What? Okay, that is not barricaded. If it is the bathroom door, she's either in the bathroom or trying to get into the bathroom. Do not underestimate the number of times they get stuck on the wrong door. My character is now very stressed from all this stupid noise. What? Okay, I could have swore this was it. What the hell? No, I'm not going insane. I have echolocated that correctly. It's got to be somebody coming up from the basement. Or this room, the room directly below the room we were in. Okay. Imagine having verticality to your sound. There is no, unfortunately, there's no surround sound system on the planet that can do verticality very reliably. Okay. Same situation. Okay, there we go. So we know it's not the outside of the bathroom, she's inside. Caused me a lot of trouble, lady. But I believe that's the building clear, of anybody who can hear, at least. Her name is Larissa Chester. Chester? I barely know her. Okay, so what have we unlocked here? This building, in the past, has always represented to me a billion electrical objects. Every room's got a couple of them lovely little wall lights. Every room is, well, some of the rooms have TVs. And the hallways have wall lights, and the hallways have clocks. I think my perception of this building, the Riverside Suites, despite the map glow up and the massive changes, has ultimately not changed too much. So now that we've cleared this place room by room, we'll do the basement tomorrow because it's about to be bedtime. But now that we've cleared this place room by room for the, the upper floors, coming through here with a screwdriver and just ripping all the electrical stuff apart might get us to Electrical 6. And Electrical 6 gets us remote controllers at long range. Remote controllers at long range gets us pipe bombs. Pipe bombs. You guys, if anybody's new to my channel, imagine being able to wipe out thousands of tortured zombie souls with one click of a button. We go hard here. We go hard here. All these logistics that I put together here, when those logistical skills get put towards blowing up a bunch of zombies with one click, we go hard. Ever won one of the scratch tickets? No, I've not tried much. My approach to scratch tickets in video games is kind of like my approach to the lottery in real life. The only winning move is to not play. Because even if you win, you aren't the one who wins, the state wins, because they just take half of it. The other half has got to be cared for very, very carefully, otherwise it just disappears. A single big cash infusion is not worth the sheer amount of money that has to be spent over the long term for lottery tickets. Anybody who wants to cope and seethe about that, I'm right and you're wrong, and that's always how it's going to be. I don't usually take hardline stances like that, but gambling addiction is a serious thing, and I know the copes that gamblers have. And, I mean, I'm not even going to say that I'm immune to them. I'm just saying that I recognize some of them, especially when I see them. And, boy, boy howdy are they hardcore. I'm replacing some light bulbs before we go to bed because these lights have burnt out a while, and I just heard another one burned out, so... I mean, honestly, it's wild. It's just wild in general. It shouldn't happen. But, and I think the thing that kills me the most is in the state of Virginia here, not the Commonwealth, the state of Virginia. I know what I said. The state of Virginia has its own lottery service. And the lottery service, it's going to go help fund addiction counseling. It's going to help this. It's going to help that. The state helps provide a lottery service. And then the state taxes the winnings. And then the federal government taxes the winnings. Remember, state of Virginia has an income tax. Federal government has an income tax. If you're a resident of Virginia, you're getting double dipped on your lottery winnings. So not only is the state hosting the lottery, they're taxing you on the winnings, and so is the Fed. But no, keep spending money every single day in hopes that you'll get a single cash infusion that you're not going to know what to do with. Okay. Sorry. I've had these conversations face-to-face with people I really care about, and it's painful. It really is. It's okay. It's okay. You can't stop them. You can try to talk to them, and maybe sometimes you can talk them off of certain cliffs. You know, maybe they're spending way too much, and you can talk them down from spending too much. Maybe get them into thinking the people who go to Vegas and just play really low wagers on the stupid really low wagers on the what's it called, slot machines. Just really low wagers all the time, hoping to win. See if you can talk them down to that. Maybe baby steps, right? I won't say that I've ever been successful, but I feel like using that kind of a route has been a lot better than just saying, hey, stop this completely. It's never going to work. Yeah, and I mean, like, you know, I'm going to say that sometimes when people get a cash infusion and they have no idea what to do with it, sometimes they figure out what to do with it in a way that doesn't just result in it disappearing. But you got to understand that because of the culture of the United States, where we do have these people who are just absolute filthy rich billionaires, not even billionaires, just like multi-millions. You know, once you're in the hundreds of millions, you're past this threshold where you really care about small expenditures, and yet you've got these things that keep replenishing your wealth otherwise. And so there is an entire industry built to farm those people. And when people who get, you know, let's just say somebody wins a 10 or so million, they become a 10 millionaire overnight. They accidentally step one toe into the industry that farms the 100 millionaires, and they lose their money in a matter of like less than a year almost. And it's not even really because they're just buying everything. They go out there and they start acting like a millionaire without understanding any of the implications, and they get farmed. And it's actually kind of sad. It really is, because I mean, like, you know, I'm not even entirely opposed to the whole notion of just, you know, lotteries in general. But when you have to make a daily purchase in order to participate, that leads down a very dark road. And I don't think there is such a thing right now as most lotteries that don't have that, you know, pall hanging over the road. Whatever. I don't get too philosophical on it. This is also your base in multiplayer, built a fence across the gap between the fire and police department. Yep. That's a great idea, using the fire station as an airlock. The fire station is just kind of my base, but for a multiplayer complex where you got a lot of people working together, connecting the fire department, police department. What I actually did is I connected the fire department to the U.S. Mail Service to create a garden between them. Partially because the fire department has no windows, and the U.S. Mail Service has these two windows. Just got to barricade these two at some point. We've already cleared U.S. Mail, so there's no zombies coming through it, but I like to have my bases covered in terms of Zeds coming through. But yeah, if your multiplayer complex needs a garden, needs a lot of real estate for a garden, you do worse than something like that. The reason I connected it all the way out front here was so that I could also do I'm going to do a chicken coop out of the bus stop, just because I can. I haven't brought the chickens here yet. I don't even know if I want to anytime soon. It's all set for them. I can receive them. I just, after having my chickens and my cows just die for really dumb reasons. I'm just like, oh, whatever. Animals, okay, sure. Those offices are now your state. Nice, very nice. Picked up a couple of memorabilias here. And some earbuds. Forgot to put on my vest when I went to sleep again last night. Welcome to Project Zomboid. So, once again, many options to consider for tomorrow's activities. Just checking around town was kind of a general goal to see if there's some untapped metal resources in maybe house garages or something. Okay, here's something that I don't often think about. We are electrical level 5. There are certain things you can disassemble with the electrical skill that actually give you metal. As in, like, you're disassembling a one of those monitor banks on the wall. When you disassemble that, you get a bunch of steel pieces. Those are not so common, generally, that I would ever consider that a reliable thing. But, I mean, it's something to look out for sure. If we look out for something that looks like it could be disassembled with electrical, but might contain metal components, at least to keep our awareness open. We cleared the police department of most of its anything, but I never really evaluated it for its potential source as a electrical thing to disassemble source. I don't suppose speakers actually... Oh, they do. It's electrical chance to break 30. Now, I like the decorative value of these things, but I know where to find more. So I want to see what this gets me. We're currently at electrical 5 with, 43.45 experience, so... $43.45, 509. 26 experience for disassembling that. Okay. That's almost as much as disassembling a radio. I feel like that can't be all disassemblies. I feel like that had to be special because it was a speaker. But I mean, that's significant. Disassembly with electrical is... It's felt like it's hit or miss on its gains. I am not going to disassemble an Imagaki. That is, you don't find those every day. I can only think of like 6 on the map. Payphones are electrical. And I think they do give metal. So that's an example of what I was just talking about. Not just monitoring banks, but payphones. But all we got was a steel piece. Okay, so technically they give metal. We didn't get very lucky this time. I don't even remember all the different stuff that was in the basement. Let's take a look again. Last time we were down here, we didn't even have a sledgehammer, so we never even opened the security door to the holding cells, because there's not much reason to. There are guns on the floor, but I think they're all going to be long guns, which, of course, I have so many long guns that I'm filling up an entire vehicle with them right now. Home alarms, though. Sure. Yeah. Disassemble those. Then disassemble these rats if I trip over one of them. I'm going to go disassemble every one of those rats. I should have checked before I disassembled that clock, because I can't remember if clocks were going to be, like, a little weaker on the ROI. Okay, so we start disassembling it. We're at 574. Now, even if you fail, you should still get the same amount of experience. Failing just means no materials. So we went from 574 to 587. That actually feels okay. Okay, that's half of 26. So did we get less because we failed? I didn't think that was the case, but let's see if we find another one here. So now we're going from 587 to 587 to 600. No, okay, so yeah, that's 13. I know I can mental math that. So it doesn't matter whether you succeed or fail. A clock is only 13. That's half of what we got from the speakers. So they are not made the same, thankfully, or unfortunately. This TV, for example, this will actually show us. We pick it up, disassemble it through the menu. 26. So we've got our 26s and our 13s, I guess. Exit signs. Can we? No. Exit signs are not a valid entry in the disassembly menu. Computers, I know, are a valid thing, and I think these are going to be 26s. Just based on the fact that it has a 30% chance to fail. 26 right now. Now we're at 52. Yes, that was a 26. Okay, so computers are just as good as speakers, just as good as radios, really. Radios are also 26 on the dot. We are past our second bedtime, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the sack after we just take another... Hey, look at that. Another one of those strange arrays of pipes. I do hope someday we find out what these pipes are supposed to mean. We can't seem to disassemble the pipes. I could disassemble the I-beam that's next to them, but not the pipes themselves. Last thing I want to check really quick is, what does this table lamp get me? My brain meat is going to tell me it's going to be another 13. First we take the light out, and then we start twisting the knob there. 652. So it would be 65 if it was 13. Yeah, okay, so regular table lamps are plentiful, but only half as much as things like radios. And we're only an hour late for bed. That wasn't too awful bad. Speaking of electrical and radios. Ooh, red and blue light bar. I forgot that I had that in there. I probably looked at it once and was like, neat, and then moved on. I remember being in here looking for a zombie and completely disregarding some of this stuff. Your light bar will make a fine addition to my collection. Brass scrap. Nothing we can do with that. That is probably a placeholder for something. Some I don't know. I don't know what that's a placeholder for. I can think of a few things we can do with brass that would be very, very, very cool if we could do it in this game, but rhymes with ammo crafting. Anyway, I should not have sat on that, clearing out the police garage as long as I have. 3 light bars in there. If anybody's not familiar, light bars cannot be built. You can only find them. So light bars, if you need to repair them, there are a finite number out there, and once they're gone, they're gone. You will never repair light bars again once you use them all up. As you can see, we have a red one on the floor here. Now we have a few red and blue ones on the floor here. We've got some cherries. Now we've got some cherries and berries. Because these are a 10 encumbrance item, I'm not going to waste space in my storage with these. There is a functional aspect to storing really heavy things on the floor, and that's that if you start storing lightweight stuff on the floor, you'll get so much that it'll start causing frame rate issues. But heavy stuff, you have a little bit less of, so there's not quite as reliably a frame rate issue build up. We never did cook for ourselves because I'm a doofus and I get distracted way too easily. Need some chips, and we're gonna sleep because we should have slept 2 hours ago now. The police department was very, very distracting there. Second time in a row, I forgot my friggin' vest. We also do have some electrical here in the crate. Get rid of that, get that disassembled. Except for remotes. Hold on to just 1 or 2 remotes, because those are actually an ingredient to craft long-range controllers themselves. So sometimes I like to have multiple long-range controllers. So I have 2 remotes on standby for that. Large hook in there with that, and then this brass scrap, I'm going to put it somewhere nice and visible as a monument to something that I wish we could do, which would be perhaps someday we could use this to scrap or to craft brass shell casings for our bullets, so we can maybe craft some bullets. I don't know. I can dream, can't I? Maybe someday. I talked about it a few times, but the ammo that we would be looting right now would be white powder, smokeless powder. That would be a product of a global supply chain that you would not be able to reliably reproduce just with Kentucky-based resources. At least not as far as I understand it. It would require things from like quarries in certain places that I'm not sure. I haven't done the research, so maybe they're in Kentucky, maybe they're not. I don't know. All I can say is that it's a lot more than just going out and getting coal and nitrate, like 7 Days to Die would have you believe. However, 7 Days... okay, so what we're talking about, 7 Days to Die, it's another zombie game. You can craft ammo in that game. The ammo that you would be crafting in that game would be a lot closer to black powder ammo. There's a channel on YouTube called Kentucky Ballistics. Really funny channel. A little cringe for my everyday viewing tastes, but he does some really fun stuff. One of them was he tested modern weapons with black powder ammo. So like he took a 1911 and he took a couple of rifles, I forget what specific kinds, and he put black powder cartridges of the same ammo platform in there, and he shot them and jammed City. I hate to say it, but that sounds something like the devs of this game would like a lot. They got a jamming fetish, boys. I don't know if you've gotten aiming to level 10 in late B42, but yeah, the devs of this game have got a jamming fetish. They love it when our weapons jam on us at the worst time. So creating an entire ammo type that we're forced to use over the long term that would realistically cause our weapons to jam more often, I'm just saying it's right in their repertoire. I would expect to see it in this game someday. I would be disappointed if we didn't, because, I mean, again, there's precedent. I'm not just wishful thinking here. There's actual precedent here. So, anyway. Just because there's precedent doesn't mean I'm not coping. Today we need to cook first. After we cook, we deploy, and then we're going to go just kill some more zombies here in Riverside. There needs to be no more walking corpses in my town. And we're getting a lot closer to the point where we can just say we've wiped out the town. Like, there's pockets. I don't think there's swarms anymore. Not after what we've done to Gigamart. Okay, well, we haven't gone into the estates yet. Alright, so we're almost to the point. If we erase the estates from my brain for a moment, the rest of the town is it's starting to look real nice. We're up to 80 kilos, still gaining. Black powder residual, high maintenance, probably wouldn't work long. And you're right about that, and that's why, well, I mean, of course, that's why we need to go start moving in the direction of Fallout weapons, disposable pipe weapons and shit. To save your pre-war weapons, you know, your global supply chain manufactured stuff, with your smokeless powder and everything, gotta save those for special occasions. Hey, I'm okay with that. I mean, on Annie, which is the first time I ever found a M16, that was already what we were doing. We were saving our M16 and all of the 556 for very special occasions. And that was mostly because M16s were ridiculously, unrealistically rare, for Annie specifically. But yeah. I'm going to stick these cabbages in the, whatchamacallit there. And we're going to do, like, what are we going to do? How about some White beans seem to have a little bit less on the macros. It's macros. Macros are less concerning to me now that we're at whatchamacallit, 80 kilo and still going up. I just want to maintain the calories at this point. So we're gonna do like pasta leftover and then white beans, and then the cabbages that we got in here. That's the sound of a lady who didn't stop her microwave from overcooking the cabbage. Still frozen? Too close to the spice rack. Doing a quick reevaluation of my clothing options while we let that cook. I think I might actually go for a military jacket for now. We've got a couple of green camos. I don't know what our overheat rate is going to feel like if we wear a green camo right now. I mean, honestly, I'm going to try it. I'm going to go straight for an officer jacket. I'm going to go straight for an officer jacket, and then I'm going to take off a few of the current underlayers, like my hoodie and my scarf. Now, I have actually no real idea what this is going to feel like once we get some body heat going. This is questionable right now. This setup with my head, or my head completely cold. Everything else is red or yellow, a little bit of green. Questionable. We'll see. The officer jacket is technically one of the best jackets ever. Problem is the insulation is just way too high once you start getting other things in the into the mix. The fact that we've got chest insulation in the yellow, we're going to start feeling that when we get into combat, and even in this weather. But at least that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. But for now, the scarf, vest, and hoodie are optional. We'll see how this plays out. These both came out to be 60. That's actually amazing. I'm totally okay on board with that. 60 super soup. Now it's, of course, super heavy. We don't need to be carrying more than one, because being as 60, it's a full day. And we've only got a half day left already, so... Alright, here goes nothing. It's time for a bring out your dead moment. We're going to focus on this side of the river. We're not going to be Benny. We're not going to be on the wrong side of the river. We're going to be O'Connell, and we're also going to have all the horses. I remember there being some down here, and I didn't know that we cleared any of them. I wonder if they migrated anywhere. I'm going to kind of hang around in this area for a moment and see what kind of response we get from that while I get this friggin' rat corpse out of my road. Fuck did it go? I did see Slow Shambler Sally down there. She gave up already. She must be a low attention span Lana as well. If this jacket is too much, we're gonna start feeling it quick here from just a little bit of running. Didn't want to have to jump through these hedgerows. Kids' room. Electrical stuff. Not really. Got a radio though. Multi-pronged objectives. I want to clear zombies, but also I'm not going to put this kind of stuff right in front of me. I'm also kind of still awaiting a response for that siren, if we even get any. I've judged the amplifiers. There is literally no point in having too many. So I've already reached the point where I have like 30 back at base. That's it. We're cutting ourselves off on amps for now. If we need more, we know where to find them. Damn it, man. What is it with the bush fetish? Ah, there's so many bushes in these towns now. See, here we go. No idea how long it took this guy to show up, but we were waiting for him. Zippy Market. Lots of easy food in there. Another one of these strange assortment of pipes. It's amazing how often we see these. Okay, yeah, alright. I'll take it. Magazine, shelves, give me something. I hear somebody in the back room behind me. Oh, she's awake. Good. Save me the trouble of having to worry about going in there. What are you, taking a shower in the gas station bathroom? She wouldn't be the first. Hello. See? Still getting a response from the siren this long. These guys didn't have the low attention spans. I'm not going to fully loot this place. I'm just grabbing really easy wins for calories at the moment, or jerky is always a win for everything. Garage, shed, garage. Okay. What is the breadth of this little waterway here? Oh, it's just a... okay, this little waterway here is just a T intersection to the river itself. Okay, fair enough. So that just means Nixon Lane here is just its own little chunk covered by river on both sides. Okay. If anybody ever wanted to have like an entire neighborhood barricaded, well, right here you've got an L shape that nobody can ever go across. And then you got a bridge right there. Yeah. I'm not saying I would ever personally do that, but that'd be one hell of a multiplayer project. I sometimes think big in a hypothetical sense. Well, what am I saying? What am I saying? There's a whole jutty right here that kind of escaped me. I don't know why. I was looking at Nixon Lane. I'm like, I'm getting some big ideas. Lincoln Street, the end of Lincoln Street is literally just a little enclave here. Just a little enclave, like a little peninsula. A little peninsula. You button up both sides, and you're surrounded by water. Very interesting. I wonder, now that Extinction Mode has respawns on still, I wonder if the old rules about preventing respawns still apply. And if so, do they still work in Extinction Mode? And if so, suddenly, I would be a lot more interested in a place like this. Because then if I button up this entire place, and this entire place is no longer capable of spawning zombies, that's a nice big area to work with. Two of them. Huh. Okay, this guy's got a key to a Franklin Valley line I saw a long time ago on the other side of the river. All right. Okay. What do you say, guy? Hey, zombie. Looks to me like you're on the wrong side of the river. Pretty house, pretty house. It's got its own sunroom and everything. I think that's the whole perimeter clear. Yeah, this whole perimeter clear. But garage is a separate building, so that's why the key that we picked up, despite being a key to the house, garage is for separate buildings, separate and discrete entities. I don't know if we could ever find a key to a garage specifically, unless a zombie came out of it. Maybe, yeah, I can see that. I can't recall if I ever did find one like that. It's a magazine we already had. Here we go. Here's some metal. Straight in my backpack with that. That is a kind of a primary-ish secondary objective. Okay, so for a long time I kind of eliminated this mentality from my my consideration. Tools are technically steel. Wrenches right here. These are two like half. What is it? Half bars worth of steel. I don't know if I'm quite at that point. I also don't... Hang on, let's go to the craft menu here. It is a medium steel item. Requires coke. Fills up a crucible. Or we can go straight to 2 steel chunks at the cost of 5 coke. Okay. I might be opening up again to the idea of picking up wrenches. I mean, wrenches, ratchet wrenches, basically mechanics tools that I already got several copies of that I don't, I know I don't need backup copies of, but is worth steel, is kind of where I'm going with all that. For a long time, I kind of just got stuck in the mentality of, I've got plenty of steel. I don't need to resort to tool salvaging. We are no longer in that mentality. Apparently I can research something with a shovel. can make a spade head at the forge now, apparently. Punch and chisel. I can make my own too. Cool. Really wish I could just lock these menus. I hate accidentally clicking on the bottoms. Small comforts. Now, another thing to consider about this area, not only is it a place you can wall off, but you got a bandsaw inside of it. It's not something you find everywhere, and you can't pick them up and move them. Key copy over here. Doesn't do anything yet. You can click the pickup button and pick it up, and it's called the key duplicator. What? We can pick up helpers now? Oh, yes, we can. Give me that. Okay, cool. I've seen these before, but I thought they were decorative only. They're still decorative only, just like the key duplicator. But that does not mean I don't want one in my workshop. If I was going to make a workshop in real life, bet your sweet ass I'd have 50 of those. I mean, just my own mic stand that I had to fix just this morning. Beginning of this stream. It wasn't a helper, but it was another form of clamp, spring clamp in this case. It's another full propane tank as a object, and that should be everything in here. Regrettably, these things are not. They're still just not a thing. Don't be fooled by these electrical boxes. We can't disassemble them. Pop that garage door, drop the key. I don't need it anymore. Filling up your key ring with residence keys are a fast way to a full key ring. Different paradigm if you're in extinction mode. Gonna need those keys if you're in extinction mode. Hey, Kitty, how's it going? Good to see you. The new decorations in this game are extremely numerous. I haven't even started diving into them yet. These are two of the classic ones, Mona Elise and Dr. Oid's. Some of the new ones you can find in a lot of the bedrooms now. They're a little smaller, but you know, a lot of the houses here, like on all the starter towns, I can barely even see what this is. I can't even zoom in any closer. I'm curious. Like, some of them are quite literally too small that max zoom level isn't enough. I gotta fire up Photoshop and zoom in farther. Yeah, KTO's right. We'll call this the, it actually kind of reminds me of, what's his name? Upper Moon 6 from Demon Slayer. No, not 6, sorry. Was 5 or 4, the scaly guy. Where's his true form? Come on, show me his true form in one of these. It's not the best view of him though. On the left side here, the guy with the multiple arms in the middle there with the really weird face, and the upper torso. It's really buff, but it's really white. That's kind of what I'm thinking of when I see that. I'm seeing multiple arms, and I'm seeing like a little like a mermaid almost sort of under the hell do you call it? A mermaid fin, I guess. But like it's more than just a fin. Anyway, Guy was like both a snake and a like a multi-armed dude. Very weird chimera sort of thing. Demon Slayer is a great series, by the way, if anybody has not seen it, but you're okay with anime. I've noticed that some people just can't bring themselves to enjoy anime no matter how good the content is. That's an unfortunate thing in my humble opinion. But yeah, here's another example of the new photos. This one's just a dude. But I think we can pick these up and put them down in whatever arrangement we want. We got a lady from college here, don't we? Yeah, we got a college lady and a, ooh, is that it's like a Green Beret dude. And because that's an upper one, I think we can, oh, no. Okay, never mind. These are not as flexible as I'd like to believe. We can't rotate them, or at least not this one. Yeah, I can put it above the coat hooks. That's neat. I've barely scratched the surface on some of the new decoratives. Hey, we got some... Hey, another pickaxe. Okay, that's important. That's important. We got a weird toolbox here. We're going to take this pickaxe. It says worn, but it just needs a new handle. The head is like 90%. And there's a perfect pickaxe. Okay. These guys must have been a family of miners. Because, damn. Okay. We're coming home with some decent tools here. If anybody's not familiar with the niche combat purpose that pickaxes serve, it's the only really good axe weapon with really good range and everything else that never... You don't have to sharpen it. Just keep using it till it breaks. The sharpness doesn't exist. It just keeps attacking at the same damage levels. Separate the furniture here. 2 pickaxes. So basically what we just found is a 100% and 90% pickaxe in the same house. I wasn't kidding when I said that I thought the family might be miners, because there is like adjustments that can be made to residential loot tables. One of the things you'll probably see most often would be the tailor, I guess, house. I don't know if we're gonna call it a tailor, maybe just somebody who likes sewing. If you see like a sewing kit somewhere, you might also start seeing like bottles of dye and like cabinets and stuff like that. Things to keep an eye out for if you're interested in specific loot types. I'm going to do something I should have started doing a while ago. I'm just going to put a red X on the detached garage here, because there's still some stuff I can go through in the house, but we have at least 100% of that garage. These big many window designs aren't very good for security, but are great for clearing a perimeter. Bushes make it a little annoying, but, you know, can't have everything you want. Wire, yes. Wire is a very easy way to level blacksmithing now. Don't tell the devs, they'll nerf it. Dealing with the goblins. Oh, hell. Very nice, very nice. There's also an anime called Goblin Slayer. I've not seen it. I've heard things about it. I don't know if I would recommend it to general audiences. Much darker than Demon Slayer, it sounds like. I actually don't like super grim dark media. I'm not the biggest fan. I do like very, what's the right word for... Whatever Attack on Titan is. I would not call it grim dark. Attack on Titan is... From a genre perspective, it's all over the place, but I would definitely not qualify it as grimdark, because I have dabbled in a little bit of grimdark stuff. Not as much 40k, but a lot of 30k. Read the whole Horus Heresy and all that, but I've kind of, I mean, you know, is the Horus Heresy grimdark? Because I've had a few conversations with my buddies about that. I haven't read enough grimdark to know the difference between grimdark and grimderp, but yeah. I've definitely tasted some derp and some of the HH. the unlovely coupling with the diseased swine. Don't read too deeply into those words. Whenever a series is being written by committee, you see certain things being referenced to in certain ways, and you notice that it recurs even when there's different writers in the same series. See, Horus Heresy did something, or Black Library in general, they do things that I would never do as a, you know, somebody who wants to write a book and would aspire to be a sole proprietor of an intellectual property. I would never allow a committee of writers to just go out there and set the story on an official standpoint for my series. No. Writing by committee is never, ever. Not that it's the worst thing in the world, but not for me. Hell no. Hell no. And one of the reasons is you start seeing those similarities even when it's different authors. I'm not even opposed to different authors writing content, but I want it to be that author's work. I want it to be like a direct negotiation, right? If any author ever were to write a story that would be canonically taking place on one of my series, it would be a direct conversation between me and that author. There'd be no committee. Because otherwise you'd start seeing a lot of things that could only happen when you get committees. Like using certain particular phrases to replace certain particular things that you don't want to necessarily come right out and say, but you want to imply. But I mean, it gets to the point where any regular readers be like, okay, yeah, that's what they're talking about. I don't want to be too specific because, I mean, you know, when you're getting into grim derp, you're getting into really horrible things, body horror, you know, other unspeakables that would get me demonetized to talk about too specifically. I think there's probably something wrong with people who are really into body horror. Probably. I have no, like, consternation if somebody says, oh, I don't mind body horror, because not minding it, but actually actively seeking it out are two very different things. PSA, found some jockey silks in Riverside Outskirts horse grounds. Ooh. Okay. Good to know. Riverside Outskirts horse grounds. That's not Pony Romo, is it? When you say Riverside Outskirts, I think about, you know, something close to the river. But I suppose, by some definition, Pony Romo could be the outskirts of Riverside. Like, but that's a little ways out of town. As recently as 4219, we looked at Pony Romo. There were definitely no horse riders there. But I did see them break containment of Chapel Mount Downs. We did see some horse riders at the police stables, of all things. Or at least that's what I was told the POI was. We had police stables at the corner, the southwest corner of the Louisville Central Park. And we actually did secure a few helmets from them. So helmets, jockey helmets did break containment from Chapel Mount Downs, and it was that was not a migration. That was an original spawn. So I know for a fact it's not just Chapel Mount Downs, but seeing them break containment from Louisville would be an amazing thing. Hello. I think that was one of those trap sounds. Now, you guys may have noticed that we did actually get hot briefly when we sat down in the car. Actually, that's okay. If anybody's ever noticed the temperature change or getting into a car versus just going indoors, the car actually is warmer. So, I actually don't even really factor into consideration if we sit down in a car with a little bit of body heat going on. It's fine. Don't worry about it unless it sticks around way too long. This propane tank. The base weight of a propane tank is 5.0. This one is 5.01. Alright, floating point math, whatever. I guess it's steel. I might as well take it home. Because, I mean, if we're going to go the route of using coke and putting stuff into cauldrons, then we might as well just, yeah. I'm glad I set up those propane tanks. We'll use it. No idea what we'll get out of it, but we'll use it. Spot east of Riverside, close to the... Okay, fair enough. Good to know. East of Riverside, so that's between... is it before or after the Big Bend? That is per range my interests. I remember where the big bend is. Oh, there it is. I want to like get furniture out of my backpack here. That's a reasonable separation. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but it's getting darker earlier now. We are October 27th. Yeah, October 27th, 1993. Getting close to November here. It's going to be Halloween soon. Don't have any Halloween masks, unfortunately. Our character cannot partake in them without taking her glasses off, so... Another spool of wire. That's going to be another half level of blacksmithing, probably. Okay, what's going on here? Never mind. I went to place mode by accident. Helper is mine. I have 2 now. Beautiful. I want more. Now, as we get closer in this direction, we get more and more reliable that we won't run into a single Zed because we've been back and forth on this corner a lot. And it just kind of flew over my head that a lot of these houses that don't look like they have garages actually do. So yeah. Garages that I should have checked a long time ago, really. Okay, this right here, this is the first time I've ever seen a car in a residential garage. I've never seen that before in 37, close to 3,800 hours of Project Zomboid. So, that must mean that the new... I also haven't looked at the Project Zomboid map website too deeply thoroughly for the map changes, because I just kind of, I just want to experience the new map changes. I don't want to spoil everything for myself. So... what this means is that there's probably a questionable chance, probably for many of these garages in the new houses, the redesigned houses. There's a questionable chance, probability for there to just be a car right there in the garage. It's a little bit of a tight fit, but yeah. No, yeah, it's just a Niala in this case. But what if it was something much nicer than a Niala? Sometimes, and I grew up with neighbors who fit this category. The most unassuming houses can sometimes have really amazing cars in them. One of my neighbors growing up, Monte Carlo, and what the hell was the red one? I forget what the red one was. It was beautiful. Whatever it was, they were old, like kind of fixer-uppers, and they didn't have a very high budget. They were very comfortably middle class, like we all were before the 2008 financial crisis. But they were just like very slowly, just in their spare time, just kind of fix them up a little bit here and there. I don't think I ever saw any of them drive, but they were fixer-uppers. And the reason I bring all that up is because what I'm trying to establish here, perfectly realistic in the 90s for a random single-family home with a garage to have a very surprisingly nice car in the garage. I don't know if I'd go as far as to say race car, but I'm just saying. I have seen things that would surprise people in unassuming houses. Can I please get a window that doesn't have a bush in front? I can't. There's none. There are no windows without bushes in front. Oops. I think she was still running, technically. Just remove them. Make like Obama and remove bush. Oops. I need screws. Copy of Mechanics 5, if I didn't already have it. Some random house's garage. Figure out where that 07 is. Oh, it's the soup. The soup is weird. Speaking of the soup, I'm going to have to eat it again soon anyway, so. Oops. There we go. I'm trying to look at the engine, but it's like, it's a weird spot. There we go. It's a preserved vehicle. Engine quality 31. Okay, yeah, so definitely a fixer-upper, as it were. But if I ever want some thoroughly mid performance standard parts, I know where to come find it. I just wanted to yank the radio, really. I was talking earlier about things you can disassemble with the electrical skill. The treadmill is one of them. Let's see what we get. No metal. Okay. Oh, actually, I lied. A little bit of metal. A very small amount. Probably would have been more metal if we were higher level. So that is something I need to register in my brain meat. Using the electrical skill to disassemble stuff to get metal is, yeah, gotta, if you can, it's interestable to know it. Toaster. Oh no, okay, so again, the really weird breakdown between some things are electrical disassembly and some are toaster, or sorry, some are welding. Why is a toaster welding? Yeah, I don't know, guys. Do I really need a blowtorch to open a toaster? I guess maybe if they're building it without any sort of screw holes. Manufacturer proprietary screw types. Extractor hoods are another example of electrical disassembly that gives some metal. And the only reason I'm considering doing electrical disassembly for the purpose of metal is just because my electrical is already 5. That's higher than welding. The radio that I saw earlier. One more thing I'm going to try before we leave and get back to base and get this stuff sorted out. I see some things on the side of this house that I'm not sure what their purpose is. I've been talking a little bit about these strange assortment of pipes that we sometimes see on the side of buildings. But this right here is a strange box that I see on the side of some buildings. It's called an air conditioner, something like that. Air conditioner. I'm not sure what it does. I have no idea what that could possibly do. But a lot of houses and buildings sort of have them. Unfortunately, I thought it might be an electrical disassembly, but see, it seems like there might be some electricals in whatever this strange box is. Perhaps even some circuit boards that have a tendency to go bad and have manufacturers overcharge on. But no, it seems to need welding to open up, so just like our toaster. The breakdown of what needs welding and what needs electrical remains a little unclear. Hey, good day, man. Nana Madhouse. How's it going? Yeah, I know. It's a strange device. Don't see very many of them in Europe, depending on where you're at. Western Europe, perhaps. Anyway, I'm not going to try to like fit stuff into the trunk any more selectively. We are out of here. I'm just going to mark the little X on the garage of this house, specifically on the garage side, so I know that it was the garage we hit. I should have been doing that a little more diligently. Like, there's going to be a bunch of these houses that I've gone through. I know I've cleared some of the garages and sheds and whatnot. We'll get some X's on the map properly once we've, you know, actually ID'd them. For a little while there, when we were cleaning out those areas, we didn't even have a pen. I wasn't even yet at the point where I was carrying around pens all the time, so that's what happens when it's your starter town. Things get started, but not always finished right away. I'm feeling good about this military jacket, honestly. I was afraid we'd start overheating a little bit, but now it's just to see if we ever get cold. If it stands still long enough. Before we close that. Our battery lineup. It'd be amazing if we could have a battery bank. Kitty. Yes, you're correct. That is what the words spell. I don't know what they are though. You see those words, air conditioner, conditioner. So it's supposed to condition the air, right? Well, in this universe, we can't seem to condition the air. The only way we can change temperature is to build a fire. I'm making fun of it. I'm making fun of it because honestly, this game is just so silly. It's so silly. We've got to. I'm sitting here complaining about getting cold overnight. Well, that's a problem that's been introduced into Project Zomboid. The temperature drops overnight. That's a problem, very realistic problem. Every once in a while, I get cold overnight. Do you know what I do though? There's this little knob over there. Little knob over there. It's got some strange numbers on it. I turn it up from 67 to 69. I do not want to hear anybody saying those numbers in chat. I will find you. But no, the modern problems require not modern solutions in this universe. Okay, yeah. The air conditioner is, you use it after the air shampoo. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Game of the year. I can't wait to find my air shampoo, because then we'll have a full air set. An air salon, if you will. I'll be here all night, folks. Speaking of all night, it's bedtime. We have a little bit of sorting left to do, but I am eager to see if this military jacket... a little bit of info in the military jacket. I'll explain it as she sleeps here. The military jacket gives great protection, and it is one of the only leather jackets that reaches down to the thighs. So it's like a good old-fashioned like trench officer jacket sort of joint. It goes down to the thighs, covers the groin. So it is... There are other jackets that do that, but for some reason the other jackets that do that block your ability to wear the Alice belt and suspenders. The officer jacket does not. So the officer jacket, it's one of those theoretical best in slots if you can handle the insulation. Personally, I find the insulation to be a problem after a certain point. We're not hitting that certain point right now, and that might be because I've been good about getting some underlayers that are not covering the chest at all. I mean, we've got a crop top with a hole in the lower chest and a police shirt, and that's it. We have no other underlayers at the moment. But what that really means, though, is when we start stacking underlayers to get more padding protection, to get these numbers up, I think at that point we'll start hitting thresholds where the officer jacket will overheat us because of the underlayers, not because of the jacket itself. But since we don't have the underlayers yet, because there's no point in wearing the underlayers for the sake of protection when we don't have any tailoring level yet. So, things I'm thinking about for the immediate and long term here. Oh, look at this! October 28th. A little bit of snow. Now, if anybody watching has not seen a lot of snow in Project Zomboid, don't get too excited. This game is actually very accurate in how it models weather patterns on the eastern seaboard of the United States. Having grown up there myself, I can 100% confirm that it is extremely realistic and exactly what happens in real life. When you get a lot of snow, that just falls for a little bit and then immediately turns to rain, and then nothing happens. There's no snow on the ground, no pretty white Christmas or anything like that, because it just got a little too warm at one point and everything got washed away. Yeah, that happened a lot in the past. Happens even more now with climate change and whatnot. As always, things tend to get worse rather than better. That's why we got to make our corners of the world a little bit better for ourselves. Otherwise, it's just gonna suck. Picked up some food here. Let me get the add the mac and cheese for the mac and cheese god. I should also be putting dry ramen noodles back here, but I don't have room anymore. Oop. Found another can of oats. They are still fresh. At some point, we will start finding cans of oats out in the world that are stale. And then, I think, at the 2-year anniversary, they start going rotten. First aid. Wait, we moved first aid. Oops. That goes over here now. Picked up a couple of things like recipe clippings here. This is just to prepare some kind of cookie, was it? Sugar cookies. Something we looted was a large handle, so I'm going to turn around and use that on this pickaxe that we found with a bad handle, and just straight up replace it with a good large handle. So now we have 2 pickaxes, in addition to the one we're already carrying around, that are in great shape, and we'll be standing by when we're on the final stretch for improving our axe capabilities. Oh, man. In the meantime, it's appropriate to have pickaxes next to the masonry work area. I find that thematically appropriate. Okay, we've come home with a few things that I am comfortable scrapping for steel. I have not yet hit the point where I'm like, okay, yeah, let's just start filling a cauldron with steel. when we get to that point, we're going to need to allocate some charcoal that I know we don't currently have. So if we want to start doing steel work with the stuff we're bringing home for it, we're going to need to get some charcoal and turn it into coke first. Last of the super here. Now, I know we're living in Kentucky right now. What we should be able to do with all this soda is use it as a cooking ingredient. Ginger ale and chicken noodle soup is a old country recipe right there. If you never had ginger ale and a chicken noodle soup, then you've never been sick in a certain region, and that's okay. You don't have to be. It's not exactly magic, but it's definitely a thing. Sorry, pop. Soda pop, perhaps. I call it soda. Because Northern Virginia is a weird place. We got an amalgam of people from certain areas. We have finished the welding book. So, if we wanted to, we could just keep gaming the system and getting more welding experience. I'm going to be real with you guys. Okay, I'm going to say something here. I'm going to get up on my soapbox. I'm going to say something. The problem of towing in its current form has introduced an issue that is going to suck up an ungodly amount of steel sheets if we want to engage with it as it's presented to us. We do have the ability to fix these trunks that keep getting damaged. And the problem is, in order to do so effectively, we need to be basically max level welding. Otherwise, we're just pissing away our steel sheets. So, because of that, I no longer have any qualms whatsoever using gamey systems to get welding to 100% level 10 right away. That is my current philosophy. The game does not feel like it's playing honest with me when a step fan drifts into the trunk of my ambulance, and yet somehow the trunk of the ambulance and the trunk of the step van both take damage. That does not feel like the game is playing honest with me. So when it comes to leveling welding, which is the only recourse I have right now when a trunk gets damaged, is to weld a steel sheet into it and fix the fucking thing back up, I am going to level welding with every tool in front of me, including the illegitimate ones, the ones that I know for a fact are going to get nerfed someday. So again, I know a lot of the reasonable people out there are just thinking, bro, just use a mod to fix that bullshit. I'm not even saying you're wrong, I'm just saying that I'm a very big advocate of improving the base game long before we touch mods. I feel like mods should be used to add, not fix. If we need to have a discussion about things being fixed in the game, I would recommend thinking of mods to fix things as a stopgap measure as the devs improve the game. Otherwise, the devs are just going to keep making the game worse, like 7 Days to Die devs did. Now, with the 7 Days to Die devs, they just stopped listening to the community. The community kept talking to them, they just stopped listening. The Indie Stone does not seem to be in a state where they've stopped listening completely. They just seem to be in a state where they're not going to listen unless unless Big Bad Beaver or Atomic Duck or one of the other people who get hundreds of millions of views on their videos actually makes a statement about it. If I make a statement about something, they're not going to even look at it. I have a lot of posts. I have a lot of posts confirming this. And that's okay. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, they got to listen to me, they got to listen to me. No, they got to listen to people who play the game. I am one person who plays the game. I have a little community here of people who play the game. And it doesn't seem like any of us are getting listened to. That is just kind of my take on the situation right now. But anyway, I've yapped enough about this. We've actually got to hit our second bedtime, and then we will get started with doing whatever it takes to get to the next couple of levels of welding so that I can finally start fixing my vehicle trunks. I'm just done with not being able to do so. Hey, JSVR. No, there's a way to fix the damaged trunk. The problem is you have to use a steel sheet, and the amount of repair you can do is directly proportional to your welding skill. If your welding skill is not level 10, you are using up that steel sheet and not getting a very good repair. And just like with weapons, repairs incur diminishing returns. Now, we did identify with our favorite vehicles on my previous character that if you damage the trunk of one particular vehicle a lot and you keep repairing it, there are diminishing returns to the diminishing returns, right? So eventually you'll hit a floor where you can keep repairing it, but the effectiveness falls off. However, there's a basement beneath that floor where eventually you start failing to repair. So even though there is a way to fix it and you get diminishing returns, but you can deal with those diminishing returns, you eventually get diminishing returns on the diminishing returns of the diminishing returns. I know that was a lot of dumb shit that I just said that probably doesn't make sense to anybody who has not put thousands of hours into this silly video game. But where I'm going with that, what I'm trying to say is that currently you damage your trunks. Okay, let me go back real quick to 42.19. 42.19, if you got trunk damage, it was because you either made a very serious mistake when driving, or so that's all it really is, made a mistake while driving, or you ran into a zombie. Like, you run into a vehicle, run into an object, run into a zombie. You could tow vehicles in 42.19 without a extremely high chance of vehicle-to-vehicle collisions on the trunk. It was something that never happened for all of B42. For all of B42, the problem with towing was that vehicles just felt so sluggish and heavy that your biggest challenge was making it out of second gear. Like, with all of B42, the problem with towing is that you physically could not tow fast unless you had a very, very, very niche combo. And I actually kind of enjoyed seeking out those niche combos. Like, I learned to find fun in collecting emergency services vehicles and race cars, because those were the only things capable of actually towing forward at a reasonable speed. All of that is out the window. Everything I just said about emergency vehicles, race cars, just shut all that off. Everything has been fucked with in the opposite direction. You don't need to find a special vehicle to tow now. You just need to find... You just need to... Okay, I'm gonna go in another direction. But you just need to not tow. Because right now, there is no way to tow a vehicle at a reasonable speed without an extremely high chance of damage. That is such a high chance of damage that, by my own risk-based calculations, I would never want to engage with it. So basically, the devs have extremely disincentivized towing, unless you can afford to constantly repair your trunks. And that's why we're just blowing our way straight to welding 10, so that we can at least repair our trunks if we have to, do what we have to do situationally. But I mean, I've already kind of just disengaged from towing on a planning standpoint, right? If I have to tow vehicles now, it's just going to be something that I do situationally. I am no longer going to plan to tow vehicles, because it's not worth it. The incentive has been destroyed. But yeah. Crafting repair system, it is repetitive. Yes, very repetitive. And that is in part because it's not supposed to be one person doing everything. But, that's the fundamental problems of B42 right there. It's a colony simulator with no colonists, so. Where's my welding recipes here? I have the torches. Oh, hang on, wait, what? Oh, I don't have that. Sorry, I don't have the mask. I should probably just start keeping one of my welding masks in the whatchamacallit, over here. There we go. And I was talking before about the snow turning into rain and wiping itself out. There it is. There it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut some steel bars. And then we're going to cut some steel bars. And then we're going to make some steel bars. And then we're going to cut some steel bars. And we're just going to keep doing that until we're welding level 10. I don't care anymore. I really don't care anymore. This is gamey, and I know it's going to get nerfed. I don't care. I don't feel like I'm being engaged with honestly anymore. So I'm not going to engage with it honestly. The honest thing would be to go and get a whole bunch more steel bars or something like that. Or maybe do something like this, something like that. Make a lot of stuff with welding. No, fuck you. Fuck you. I'm not being engaged with honestly, so I'm not going to. We're going to run out of charcoal again, I think. Yep, okay. So, we are on deck for another charcoal run. We have been for a while. putting away what I was talking about here with the welding stuff, we're going to do a charcoal run. That's going to be necessary regardless of what I was just talking about. So we need to ID some trees. We've actually kind of wiped out the trees that I've already cut, all their leavings. We need to find out which trees it's going to make sense to cut next. Do I want to go in this direction? Or, you know, it would feel safer to go the other direction. Because the other direction is the place I just cleared. Whatchamacallit, the hotel. The very fancy hotel. It's a complete fenced-in enclosure, all the way to the river. And we've wiped out any potential zombies inside of it. So as long as nobody's migrated in, which, I mean, the chances are pretty low on this side of the river, at least. Yes, JSVR, that's I kind of identified that early on as the, that's the, what's the right word? Okay, and I was having a conversation with a guy. I can't remember exactly where. It was either YouTube or Andy Stone forums, and he was saying ease on the pedal because, you know, he's coming in here, he's being like, actually it's real life, man. Actually IRL in real life. He was coming in with the actuallys, and he was saying that you got to ease on the gas pedal, you got to ease on the brakes, and I'm like, okay, do you play this game? Have you tried easing on a keyboard key? Because there is no easing a keyboard key. A keyboard key is a switch. It's either up or down. We have to control our vehicles with a keyboard key. There's no easing on the gas. There's no easing on the brakes. We get to tap things. That is the closest thing to easing we get. This is not DCS. We don't have a joystick. We don't have pedals. It'd be kind of cool. Okay, don't give the devs any ideas. They're never going to do this. They want controllers. Controllers would use... I don't know. Any controller players in the chat do controllers for this game. Is the gas bound to a button by default? Because I'm wondering if the controller players could ease on the gas or the brakes. Can you use where is it? My Xbox controller is right here. If I was using an Xbox controller, I could do this. This could be my gas pedal. This could be my brake. But the problem is, I'm a keyboard and mouse player. This game has been designed for 13 years to be a keyboard and mouse game. I don't know if the controller players are going to be able to use the special features of many controllers to actually simulate something a little bit more accurate than a binary switch. But, you know, and yeah, I mean, I only bring that up because JSVR was saying exactly what I was saying before, and it's just tapping a button to simulate easing a gas pedal or a brake, you know, either or. In this case, you don't want to brake. You don't want to brake at all. You have to coast, and you have to coast at a speed faster than what's behind you. I think a lot of the problem right now with the discussion about towing, especially because, okay, so both of the forum posts that I participated in discussing towing, both of them used word, like the OP was complaining about towing problems, both of them used the word brake. And dignifying the problem by framing it as a discussion around braking versus coasting is already giving the problem too much credit. We've had a major problem introduced to the game with no solution. That is the problem that we should be talking about, in my humble opinion. But when we start talking about mitigations and we start talking about how IRL it is, how IRL in real life it is, it feels like I'm... if anybody watches Louis Rossmann, great guy, he has this thing he talks about called accepting the premise of assholes. Accepting the premise of assholes is like saying that the only way to watch movies now is a streaming service. It's a little bit of a poor example because it's kind of hard to think of one off the top of my head that would be universally applicable. But, you know, some corporate executives would want you to assume that DVDs no longer exist, or Blu-rays no longer exist, or VHS tapes, or anything like that. No, the only way to watch movies in this day and age is your internet, your streaming service. That would be the premise of an asshole right there. And then if you start having arguments over, oh, my internet's not that good, my internet is, it's metered, I don't have that much bandwidth, we've got this, and this problem with data centers, you've already accepted the premise of an asshole there. Don't do that. Take a step back, address the premise of the issue before you even talk about the issue. And I have not seen any discussions that actually kind of, you know, really look at the premise of the issue instead of just kind of getting lost in the sauce talking about the symptoms of the issue, you know. In the medical world, this is treating the symptoms instead of the actual cause. But I don't want to get too big-brained over this. I just, you know, a couple of good examples, I guess. So I don't know if you guys, I didn't really point out why I stopped myself before going to cut wood. I got overheated with the jacket again, just running back and forth. So I already know body heat gen from cutting wood is going to kill me. So just the hoodie, maybe the scarf. Otherwise, we're going to need to keep it light while doing all the body heat from cutting wood. We probably won't need our sidearms. I'm going to leave the guns here. Because if we're cutting wood, we need weight, and guns don't help with that. Yes, I know. And I mean, I don't want to like sit here and insult the people who come in there with their experience in real life. I don't want to like sit there and shut those people down all the time. I really don't, because I mean, that's not necessarily hurt. It wouldn't be hurting things if we assumed the best of the devs right here. And I normally want to assume the best of the devs, but the communication blackout between the devs and the players, the direct communication blackout, leaves us a lot of room to wonder. And when shit like this happens, and suddenly the players can't necessarily easily identify what the problem really is, or even agree on it. I mean, can't even really bring it up and frame it in the right way. Because you see, again, the response that I kind of really zeroed in on, the dev response, where he's like, the smiley face, man, the smiley face. Based on your description, it sounds like the system is functioning as intended. You need to make sure to tow at a lower speed to avoid. I don't even remember. He did not use the word braking or acceleration, which tells me he kind of knows what's going on. And I would love to hear more from him, but that's all we got. It was just, you know, make sure not to tow at high speeds. Okay, what are high... I mean, you know, we already know that there are supposed to be thresholds beyond which towing will cause the chain to detach. That was what was mentioned in the patch notes. This is a little bit more than chains detaching, though. Can I get a dollar to put into the I got bored because I built a base? Sorry, no, you're not the only one, friendo. You're not the only one. It happens to everybody. And you gotta kind of figure out what you want to do after that. And if you can't figure out what you want to do, yeah, that's going to be a little hard. It's going to be a little hard. I mean, when it comes to what my goals are, I couldn't even begin to list them all right now. There's just too many. I forgot to bring the charcoal burner out here, so that's going to be a bit of a problem. If we just use the trunk, that's actually going to be weak. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. I'm going to divide saplings from tree branches for now. I suppose if I could give advice to anybody who's struggling with finding interest in the game after you've built a base, why are there still zombies on your map? What are you doing? Why are you letting corpses walk around on your planet? What are you doing, dude? Go kill them. Go kill their asses. What, is there too many? Is that going to stop you? It shouldn't, in my humble opinion. It really shouldn't. I mean, you know, I'm kind of trying to hype up the thing is, what you need is to think about it as, like, you know, there are resources out there. That's kind of how I think about it. You know, I look at towns that I haven't fully looted yet, and I think those are really valuable resources. They shouldn't be sitting there forever. I need to be grabbing those. And the zombies are an obstacle. We need to wipe them out with extreme prejudice. You know, it kind of take a different approach at it. That might help. I mean, that's how it works for me. I definitely cannot... if I only stay in a place where I've built a base, things just start feeling wrong. Start feeling like what's going to happen to all that stuff out there that I'm eventually going to run out of here at this base. Oops, those backpacks straight. So we're still actually picking up leavings from previous choppings. We don't need to, not just yet do we need to cut more. Probably one or two. Current goal, second floor of the Riverside Fire Station is now the last museum on it. Nice, very nice. I like that. Sounds like a lot of trips back and forth from the Louisville Art Museum. But maybe the Louisville Art Museum is full of sham copies of things. We are now getting cold because instead of chopping trees, I ended up just picking stuff off the ground. Man, fall in Project Zomboid. Demoralizing. Soybean. And we are now full in the trunk of the truck. Okay. We have 40. If we had 45, then that would be divisible by 9. So I need 5 more tree branches. Okay, I'm going to cut myself off there for the moment. One more large branch would get me a full backpack and 2 large wood burns. Okay. What about the passenger seat of the truck? Are we desperate? I don't know if I'd say desperate, but wouldn't mind. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to do a garbage bag full of saplings in the passenger seat. And then use my backpack to top things up. Yeah. Okay. So we're still at the correct multiplier of tree branches. Let me get 9 more in here. It's 4 more. Are we finally cutting another tree here? Possibly. How about some bushes? Plenty of bushes back here. I hate them all. I hate them all. I am like the American public in 2008. I am done with the bushes, and they haven't even finished growing yet. We're still gonna get some Jeb bushes out here. We've had the Georges. We've got the Jebs. The Jebs are gonna show up later. The Yebs. Whoa! Did you guys see that? I think we just bottomed out with a truck while we were trying to turn around. And we did not take trunk damage, thank God. I don't know what took the hit just now. You all heard the metal crunch. Something took a hit. That's rather terrifying. Guess it's just the sheer weight of everything we're carrying. Oops. Every time I park it, until I get a really good sense of where it goes, I've got to make sure that I can go all the way around it. Range check, and it's good. Let's get I'm just going to move the entire barrel over here. Charcoal burner, rather. She didn't just do saplings, did she? She might have. Oh, shit. I can't. So, sometimes the crafting menu will select whatever it needs to, including a mix of branches and saplings. Whatever. I'm just going to drop these all on the floor. And then take everything that's not a branch upstairs. Might be getting into stability-threatening amounts of wood splinters on the floor up here. So what I'm going to do now is bring the truck forward slightly, and then everything that's in the trunk hit with the charcoal burner. And it will include everything that's on the floor next to it. If I have large wood burns coming right up. Oops. Missed the button. I came home with one extra tree branch, apparently. Worse things have happened. Okay, so give me a second here to figure something out. Am I good to go? I'm not. Or am I? Yes. I can still go all the way around from here. That feels like a great spot. So what I need to kind of think in my brain meat is that the back of the truck should just be kind of like right aligned with the handle of the barrel there. Okay. I can do that. I can think of that. And you know, the kiln, the dome kiln, is actually, it's giving me visibility on the tire, so I can kind of possibly use that too. Put some on the floor to correlate with. Game doesn't have the right kind of decorations for us to, you know, decorate the floor in such a precise manner unless we're using items. So we should have a good full trunk of charcoal up there. Not quite up to enough scrap wood for, whatchamacallit, for a small wood burn. This is concerning. There we go. So the trunk didn't actually fill up from that. This is all saplings here. I haven't checked my generators in a few days. I was just kind of thinking about drying racks generators and whether I could possibly get rid of all the corn and collapse myself down to just 2 freezers. I don't think I'm at that point, but that did make me think of the generators, and it's been a few days. Sometimes when I fast forward, it becomes really hard to track how many days have passed since I last checked. We're at half point on gas, so that's fine. Let's go ahead and top it up while we're thinking about it. Every time we repair the generator, we get electrical experience. Doesn't show up, but we get it. Still in weight gain. Okay. Okay. Considering my next course of action. I mean, we've got lots of tasks on the agenda, obviously. The leveling welding is very important, very pertinent. Leveling welding is coming on the horizon in the near future. There's just a couple of other things that I'm thinking about. It is the end of October. There is no planting to be thinking about, crops to be thinking about. We don't have to start really thinking about crops until we start getting past past Christmas, right? It's at the beginning of January. I want to say January 8th is like the earliest possible, and that's only if we've composted things, I think. Okay. I'd like to get out of weight gain before I finish, or before I start doing something really heavy duty like logging. If I start logging to get another shipment of wood, so that I'm post scarcity on charcoal for a short period of time, that is going to be an immensely calorie burning thing. Even these super soups that I keep eating are not going to keep me in weight gain if I start doing that. So, things to think about there. For now, we'll use the charcoal we just got, see how far that gets us. Nope. JSVR, there's a specific trait called Expert that gives you the swing speed bonus. That's lumberjack only. Regrettably. I just need to get rid of this thing that was in my backpack here. Extra tree branch, as it were. Except I forgot my... No, I moved my mask over here. Okay. Need to keep that in mind. My spare welding mask, the one that's not in my van, is over here. I'm going to do something real quick. Normally I wouldn't do this, but because we're laser focused on the pipeline of disassembling steel bars with welding and then putting them back together with blacksmithing, the blacksmithing menu really wants to use chunks instead of bars. I'm actually just going to take the steel chunks out of the containers entirely, leave them over here temporarily, so that we can... It has no choice. It has to use bar quarters now. So now I don't have to sit here and clickety-click every time I want to reforge the bars. I just use the crafting menu with all that it has available. So the current workflow is 4 steel bars available to us. We craft them from 18 bar quarters, and then we use welding to cut them all back up into quarters. And we're getting experience for both blacksmithing and welding. This is going to be nerfed someday. I just know it. It's too efficient. This is too efficient. The devs will not allow this forever. If my darkest theory is correct, and the Brits actually are really petty about it when we have fun like this, then what I expect is going to happen is they're going to just delete the ability to assemble bars from bar quarters entirely. We're going to have to smelt them down and smelt them down first and use coke and then bring them back to the forge. Yeah, that's if my darkest theory is true. I don't think it is. I don't want it to be. But because of the communication blackout that we have with the devs, we sometimes have no choice but to assume the worst. I'm guessing homie is replying to the guy in chat there who got bored. Yeah, no, I mean, there's lots of answers to boredom. I gave one of them. Wandering Zombies would be another one. Now, 7 Days to Die does 7 Days to Die does Wandering Zombies. I have mixed feelings on it. There's Wandering Hordes and then there's Screamers. And the fact that Screamers are attracted by certain things the player does really gives the goose away on that. So I don't really like 7 Days as implemented. Screamers, at least. Wandering Hordes in 7 Days that are not summoned by Screamers, there literally are just wandering hordes that sometimes show up and pass through an area and then distribute elsewhere. Problem is, when I say show up, what I really mean is they just spawn. They just appear out of nowhere, somewhere near the player, like outside of their draw distance, and then just start moving across the player's draw distance area that they're currently in. If you're moving fast enough in 7 days, you'll sometimes drive through like an area, and a wandering horde will spawn in, they'll start walking towards you, but they'll never make it, and they'll just get left behind somewhere. It's kind of silly. But, yeah, 7 days does that. just about to level 5. Once we get to level 5, we can unlock a few more things. One thing that I really want to unlock, that we can make exactly one of right now, would be a double tall wire fence gate. We can plug the hole that I cut in my in the back of the building here. I've been looking forward to that, actually. So as soon as we get to the next level, which is after we do this next couple of phases. But I do have to sleep real quick. It's 2300. Woodchucks watching streams chuck no wood. Where are we chucking the wood at? Is there a automatic wood chucker? And if so, who do we throw into it? How much wood would Woodchuck chuck? Woodchuck would push like the button, subscribe, set notifications to all so they never miss the stream. Woodchuck watching streams, chuck no wood. I appreciate you guys telling people to do what I always forget to tell people to do. Mostly because I ain't your dad. I ain't gonna tell you what to do. But if you want to help me grow, feel free to hit that like and subscribe button. Ring the bell, if you will. But I'm not, you know, I don't turn on notifications for any of the YouTubers I follow, so it feels really weird to ever ask anybody else to do it. Am I out of... No. Why am I not assembling bars here? I'm opening the wrong menu. Yeah, there we go. Ah, we've found it. We've found it. Okay, here we are, boys. Here we are. Blacksmithing level 7. That's not what I meant, but I want to show you something. I'm gonna go outside real quick. Do you hear the sloshing? Do you hear the people slosh? Do you see the puddles? Do you see the snow? For all of B42 so far, if snow starts falling while there's puddles on the ground, you have forever puddles. The puddles will never go away unless the snow turns back into rain tomorrow. What has to happen for the puddles to go away properly is the weather, the precipitation, has to be rain when it stops. If it's snow when it stops, we have forever puddles. The puddles will never go away. The devs will hide them. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this, but some sort of monkey wrench fix is put in where the puddles will go away visually. But the sloshity slosh is forever. If the snow is still snow when it stops. So I hope the snow continues all night and then turns to rain. That's what I hope right now. Because otherwise, the only way to make it go away is to close and reopen the game. That has been a bug for all of B42. I would have loved to report it, but well. Don't take my bug reports, so why would I bother? I'm going to put this hunting vest on again, because I just don't know how to not get cold or hot right now. I'm either going to get cold, and then have to put the vest on, and then I'm going to have to get hot, and then I'm going to have to take the vest off, and then I'm going to get cold, and I'm going to have to put the vest on. I'm going to get hot, and I'm going to have to take the vest off. We are welding level 5, boys. We're still read up on the book. But what I'm going to do real quick is put away the bar porters here. And we're going to take a torch that is actually full. Of which, thankfully, we do have one. Take the empties and set them aside. We are going to take... Where'd it go? There you are. Primary, please. Thank you. On the floor with you. We're going to go take a whole stack of welding rods. I have memorized the material requirements of this. 1 stack of welding rods, 8 iron pipes, 2 scrap metal. We already got the torch to our hand, and then 4 hinges. And it is magic time, boys. We can make one of my favorite things in this game. Oh, here it is. Y'all hear it? Do you hear the people slosh? That will never go away. I don't know why the devs decided to take the JPEGs, the randomly generated JPEGs of the puddles away, but not the sloshing. I understand they're going through the sound design and messing with things, making alarm clocks hearable from 70 tiles away. Can we make the water that's not there anymore hearable from 0 tiles away, please? Thank you. One of my smaller complaints, but a complaint nonetheless. Did I lie about the fences? Oh, well, the wire, yeah. Maybe this wire fence made of wire. Problem is I didn't have any wire in my welding stash because I think of wire as blacksmithing right now. Now it's magic time. I'm sorry, what? Okay. These open outwards. So, is that the red van? Or... Baffle me timbers. It was the red van. Okay. Okay. Gotta be careful with our parking, I guess. Alright. I guess we'll just deal with that for now. I really, my fantasy and my brain meat was that we would just have a secure parking lot and then a slightly less secure parking lot, and that's it. But, no, that's alright. We've got a secure parking lot once more, minus the... Don't think too hard about the hole I made up here. I was in a different mindset when I made this. There's very, 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 very little chance of incursion from this direction, but it's real until I fix it. So we'll get this patched up later. We actually can make a single tile version of one of these. Right here, these double tile fences. You can do single tile versions too, and I do believe we have the. Yep. We have the ability. We have the technology. It is, strangely, an increased number of scrap metal, fewer hinges, and 3 iron pipes, but we used up all the iron pipes that I've collected so far. I haven't really been collecting a billion of them, but, you know, we had 8, and 8's the magic number. It's 8 per gate. 8 per one of these things here. Puddle ASMR, oh boy. If that's a real thing, if people actually get ASMR enjoyment out of nature sounds like puddles, I have questions. I have a few questions if that's real. I don't expect answers, but I have a few questions. See, I could tell you a few things about why there's precedent for ASMR when it comes to certain people of certain persuasions whispering into your ear. Yeah. There's a reason for that. You know, when another human being is standing behind you, some human beings expect certain things to happen. And so, of course, yeah, that's, you know, if you're into that, if you're of that particular persuasion, sure, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Somebody's whispering in your ear, it means somebody's behind you, and oh boy, that gets my tinglies tingling. But, puddles, mukbang, hearing people eat, okay, all right, guys, okay. I know somebody's into vor, so I mean, you know, it's... IYK. Doing a quick test of the forever puddles. Okay, so if it had turned into rain briefly overnight before falling out to fog, then it would have gone away, but no. I'm gonna close and reopen the game. That's all. That's how you fix it. I don't want to, but sit here in 30 seconds of dead air while I fix the problem that has been around for all of B42 and continues to persist into B42 Stable. That I would have loved to report all the specific circumstances and all the steps to reproduce, but I have no idea if it's even going to be listened to, so why the fuck would I bother, right? Need clay? Find it through foraging, in schools, or in deposits beside rivers. You need a shovel and a sack to collect clay deposits. And would you listen to my feet? The beautiful sound of no sloshing. I think we can eliminate some of these propane tanks now. Easily. It's regrettable that we don't get any experience for this. Okay, so something that probably should have started doing is metal sheets now instead of whatchamacallit, instead of yeah, that should have been, I should have been doing that as a level 4. That's now the gamey response. Is that everything refilled? Or no. There's 3 empty propane tanks. Any torches that are not full. And onto the floor. Pull into my backpack. Mask. And we're gonna start making and unmaking sheets, I guess. Didn't come up with a meal plan for today, so let's figure that out real quick. On annoying sound problems, flaring problem in the firehouse garage is carpet from next door post office building. Nice, very nice. That is something I was considering. I kind of like the lines, but if we just use different color to tile carpeting, then we can, or you know, different color flooring of some kind, then we can, we don't have to worry about that. Let's get some food in us. We are currently 81 kilos, still gaining. We see sloshing is a problem that happens, it should only happen outside, but it happens inside while you're on, what's it called? While you're inside on asphalt or gravel or anything else that is like a tile that normally most people think of as outside, but garages get the short end of the stick here. I'm going back to veggie roasts now that we're at 81 kilo. I want to say that we're going to be okay. Shit. No, we're good, we're good. For a second there, I thought I packed my regular carry bandages into a crate. That happens sometimes, mostly with batteries, because I packed up sterilized bandages as opposed to I'm sorry, non-sterilized bandages as opposed to sterilized. So we're good. I know y'all heard that microwave running. Why are these things still 4/5 of the way frozen? As if nothing ever happened to them? I have this sinking suspicion that if you turn on the microwave and then step away, nothing happens. I think you have to be staring at the fucking microwave. Okay, I'm staring at it. Staring at it. I'm staring at it. And now I'm going to step away. And then we're going to come back and we're going to see if anything happens. This time I waited until it got hot. If it's still frozen when we come back in there, then we're gonna have Schrodinger's microwave. It's the microwave is in its superposition until observed, which is the observer effect. It is a literal observation skill issue. I will take no calls from probabilistic interpretations. We are deterministic here. Come on, where's the beep? There it is. Would you look at that? They're hot still, but they're still frozen after 15 minutes. Okay, boys. Microwaves are confirmed. The thing that is designed so that you can turn the knob and turn it on and maybe perhaps do something else doesn't work like that. You gotta stare at it. Okay. All right. Okay, then. Fair enough. At this rate, I literally could have probably just... I feel like I could have just stood there, and they would freeze at the same decay rate. But it's okay, guys. This game is very realistic. It's very realistic. And if you complain about something not being realistic, you're actually just whining about a game that's still it's unstable, right? Oh, wait a minute. It's not unstable anymore. Uh-oh. 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 I have... Surprised. I'm rather surprised. I guess the people who are the butt unstable crowd are a little bit more self-aware than I thought, because I actually have not heard somebody forget that we're out of unstable now. This is not an unstable build, by the way. This is B42 Stable. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh man, the microwaves have been in this game for a very long time. So if something breaks with them, you gotta have a few questions. Why did it break? How did it break? Can we kind of come up with some sort of system to maybe, in fact, ensure or reasonably consider that it won't break again? Because a system that is well established and has been around for a while would probably do well to not be breaking all the time. Probably, maybe. I'm just spitballing here. So one of the reasons I use microwaves to defrost is that I have heard from reliable sources that microwaves apparently do it faster. But if they don't do it at all unless you're looking at it, well, that's a bit of a factor to consider, isn't it? Wait a minute, hang on a second. Could I just put that on top of the... No, I think I tried this already. Trying to put the microwave on top of the chest freezer. I feel like I put other things on top of chest freezers that I didn't think I could, but not microwaves. Okay. Our ingredients came out a little weaker than I thought, too. I may have overestimated the cabbage. Whatever. Yeah, we got a couple of good roasts coming through here. Just gonna weld and unweld a couple of sheets while we're waiting for that. welding level 6. Okay, now, I do feel a little bit more confident in disassembling cars. Maybe not 100%, but a lot more. So, what we're going to do now is what we've done, the threshold we've just crossed, we've used up, never mind. I was about to say we've used up all the propane tanks that were not 100% full, of which we have 12 in storage, so we are nowhere near expending our propane. We could probably do this straight to level 10. And there is a part of me that's considering it, but there are also other things I wanted to accomplish, so we'll see. Now, we cannot, of course, do any more welding for the sake of leveling yet. We got another book to read, which is okay because we're still trying to gain weight, and it's easy to keep track of our weight and not burn calories and stuff if we are just chilling in base reading. So I'm here for it. We are looking for welding volume 4 now. You know, to change things up a bit, tomorrow morning, I'm going to go fishing. Have I read the book? Yes, I've read the book. So yeah, tomorrow morning I'm going to go fishing, because I'm thinking about different ways I can keep fats in my diet. We're coming up on a tail end of a weight gain phase, but we don't have very many ingredients, like, fridge ingredients that I could just, whip out and add something knowingly substantive. Fish would be an example of something relatively knowingly substantive. Fish is known to be pretty fatty. Calories I've never really measured, so I couldn't tell you what kind of calorie counts to expect. Also because fish is just all over the place, right? Depending on the type of fish, depending on the weight of that type of fish. And I never really, looked at fish while I had a stat bar, other than the one time back on Annie, that I ate a fillet that I caught. And I watched my proteins go from like 100 something to like 600 something. I just remember that there were so many godforsaken proteins that it screwed up my weight, my strength training regimen for like 2 weeks straight. I remember being very disappointed in that because, yeah, that if you start below level 10 strength and you actually want to optimize weight gain, or not weight gain, strength gain. First of all, get a stat bar mod, because without it, funny. That's funny. Without it, that's really funny. Second of all, even if you have a stat bar mod, you have to keep your proteins between 50 and 300. If you go over 300, you lose out. If you go under 50, you lose out. If you keep it in that Goldilocks zone of 50 to 300, you are, gaining at 1.5 times the strength training, the strength experience gain rate. So whatever your multiplier already is to strength and other experiences, you've got it multiplied by 1.5 times at that point. So all those push-ups, all those, choppings of trees, all that running around with heavy loads and whatnot, combat with heavy loads, everything. You're doing it wrong if you're not within the Goldilocks zone and you're not level 10 strength. I hate that. I hate everything about that. That is a part of the game that I am happy to have not engaged with for a very long time, because it's stupid. And we at least, thank goodness, we at least had almost 100% confirmation that the devs were not going to look at anything nutrition related for the rest of B42. So I knew not to get my hopes up for anything to be fixed, and it wasn't. And the crowd went mild. It is October 30th. Tomorrow is Halloween. It's going to be a very spooky welding Halloween for us. But after we finish this book, I'm going to go disassemble a car. And I want to see what our gain looks like. I mean, if we get a whole bunch of bars, a whole bunch of rods, we got some windows that we can patch up with welding, and that's a nice influx of welding experience from something that's a little bit more substantive than just cutting sheets and rebuilding them. So here we go. We're gonna need food first, of course. That was the last of my food. Away, put your book. Go get your food. Part of me wishes that we could do like really, really super long-term meal prep. Like I could just make 200,000 roasts, put them in the freezer, and then take them out of the freezer. The pan, the roast pan, has a dead weight of 1.3. If you put meals in the freezer, you are wasting a lot of space. There's really very few ways around that. Sandwiches are one way around that. Do you know what this universe has? This universe has no way to make bread without yeast. Do you know how you get yeast? You loot it. That's it. That's it. There is no getting yeast from anything other than looting houses. When you find all the yeast in your area, that's it. You're done. No more yeast. No more bread. No more sandwiches. So sandwiches being a very lightweight thing, make a bunch of them, put them in the freezer. Yes, you can do a lot of long-term meal prep that way. When you run out of yeast, you're done. That's it. Functioning as intended? I don't know. Is it functioning as intended? Am I functioning as intended? Is there an intent at all? These are the questions that I think of sometimes. Why are we here? Just to suffer? I'm gonna get rid of these slabs of beef. I'm tired of looking at them. They only exist because our cows died for no reason. They must have died for my sins. Couldn't tell you what my sins were, but they died for them. Let's see how that comes out. Microwave is now here. Okay, I moved the microwave. That resettled the settings. We were at 15. There we go. Beef and beef, and we do have leftovers. Okay. Good. What's going on here? Oh, just one of the beef slabs is really weak. That's right. Okay, never mind. Something felt uneven, and it actually was. There we go. A little bit of leftover cabbage, whatever. I can deal with that. Get these in the oven, and then we can proceed with several days of food here. Now, this will not be overly substantive food. We're at 82 kilos, still gaining. It's okay if we start losing calories now. Preferably the calorie gain would taper, so that we keep gaining weight as we get a little closer to 85. If anybody's not familiar, stay under 85 and above 75. That's what you got to do. Just drift between those numbers, and you have no negative consequences from it. If you go over 85, you are fatty. You're fatty McFat, and you're tripping over stuff, and you're more clumsy than you used to be. If you are 75, you're skinny, no buns. You got no cushion for the pushing. You also don't hit very hard. You have a negative 20% melee damage. Game doesn't explain this. Had to find out from one of my lovely viewers. Salute, Ranzera. Appreciate you, fam. Yeah, it's just like being hot makes you tired faster. One of those mechanics that's actually kind of extremely important to your daily cycle that you just don't ever get explained to you anywhere, ever. Not once. Gotta decompile the game code to find out about that. Got a bunch of 60 roasts. Some of them are even that number between 66 and 69. Alright, off we go. We're going to go and get a car disassembled. What torches do we need? We got 6 torches. That's probably overkill. I don't know if there's going to be too many more out there. I don't recall seeing too many more in Riverside. We're going to be taking the bull driver. Yeah. We're going to go take the bull driver, the fire truck bull driver. This bad boy right here. Just gonna fill mine up and see how full he gets. See if he gets full, or if I'm a fool, or if we're awful. Junkyard's up here. There's wire on the floor. When I first saw that wire, I took it for granted. Oh, I'll find more wire, I told myself. I don't need to make room for that now. Wrong. You see wire on the floor, you pick that shit up. It's good leveling for your blacksmithing. Very efficient leveling for your blacksmithing. I don't care if you got 10 spools already. You're gonna make use of every bit of it if you're trying to speed level blacksmithing. Okay, let's go out into the field to weld apart some cars, and let's take the vehicle that's not our expedition ambulance, and let's not take the welder's mask with us. Okay, yeah. There might be a welder's mask in the whatchamacallit, used auto parts here. Welder's masks are things that, you know, once I get 2 or 3 of them, I don't need like 10 more. So it is conceivable. Yeah, we're in the right loot table. There's a chance. I mean, hell, steel bars, steel bar halves, that's what I'm here for. Give me that. Steel bar, give me that. standard glasswork. Don't care. All right, no welder's masks in here. That's fine. We'll just what? I don't suppose there's going to be any more welding related stuff, chances up here, but I would be remiss not to check. Don't recall if I ever even looked at the second floor. Oats. Teabag. We do not have very many tea bags on this character. I haven't seen as many as others. Cereal coffee, that's what I like to see. That's what I expect to see in break rooms. These people, these are good people here. They give their employees coffee. A little walkover, a little overhang here, so that the manager can make sure that there's not too much standing around going on. Disassembling vending machines is also welding. There's an auto parts store right across the street. I actually kind of literally forgot about that. Okay, one last question. Is this disassemblable with... No, welding. And... welding and then just sledgehammer. Okay. I mean, you know, I feel like it's intuitive that it should be welding, but if I can't have my welding mask and do what I came out here to do, I'm going to do a couple of other things while we're here. Another torch. Sweet. I'm not overlooking large hooks anymore because, who puts a spool of wire in a tool roll? Okay. All right. Bold strategy. Cotton, we'll see how it plays out for him. Wait, what? Cabinets? Okay. Cabinets in a place like this, I expect to see, like, office loot. But no, we're getting tool loot. Gimme more, give me more, more. Interesting. Okay. Guess that's all 3 of these. Don't tell the devs. You would expect to see tools in places like this, but a lot of the time you don't. Just gonna stop taking home batteries that are like less than 70% full. It's okay to have standards. We've got 6 unopened boxes of perfect batteries. It was once upon a time unthinkable for me to disassemble a coffee machine, but when there's less than a level of electrical between you and blowing up zombies by the 1,000, standards are gone. We're disassembling whatever gives us experience at this point. The way I figure it is, if I can't come home with a full trunk of stuff from disassembling a car because I'm a doofus and I forgot my mask, then I'm going to come home with a full trunk of other stuff. Welding related, tangential. Welding or blacksmithing, whatever. I'm being a little loose with the categories of what I'm putting in the trunk. It's either related to blacksmithing or welding, or it's something like a heavy material of some kind. Anything smaller or unrelated to that kind of stuff goes in my backpack until it's full. At that point, then we'll just go home. They He said that he stayed 40 days in the desert without food, but he got to drink water. What was in that water? Was it good mineral water, or was it distilled? I have questions. I'm going to need a detailed report on my desk by Monday, Father. Anybody home? This is the House of God, currently for lease. Can I open the windows for the House of God? I can? Okay. No clip activated? Okay. Are these... Okay, I gotta check. I mean, we've had several positive hits on new windows being movable. Can I borrow the windows from the House of God? I can. Look at that. Okay. All right. Neat. Neat. Okay. Father, I'm gonna need your speakers as well. I don't, something about love of the material. Trust me when I say the congregation isn't gonna need speakers to hear you at this point. Time is but a concept for the material realm. We have no need for clocks where we're going. Father, who made a mess of your rectory here? Unacceptable. Bishop is going to hear about this. And the whole diocese is going to be laughing at you. The call is coming from inside the house, and it's the House of God. We've got more answers than we do questions, for once. Now, for the longest time, I've wanted to take crucifixes and decorate my base with them to keep the evil things away. Regrettably, that is still not possible. I can put, little handcrafted crosses, little wooden gravesite markers. I can put those up, but I mean, come on now. Come on now. Come on now. I'm a blacksmith. I should be able to make those myself. Why am I yellow? Why would I not be? I don't know. I don't really have a reason for it. I prefer, find it more interesting than plain color. Do I still have it open? I actually have this is what it looks like when it's not yellow. It's actually closer to orange in plain color, but it's yeah. I have no real reason for it. Not really. I just feel like it. Is that it? Yeah, backpack's good. We're good. Church is clear. Shed for the church though. Now you're talking my language. Hello. Never assume. Never assume. Assume nothing and you won't be disappointed. Theodora Ferris. You picked an interesting hiding spot. It was just you, right? You weren't going in the shed to do some... No, just her. Just because we cleared the outdoor Zeds in this area a very long time ago does not mean anything about indoor Zeds. That's why we treat even cleared territory as unfriendly territory. Got more. Okay, so maybe cleared territory is a bit of an overstatement. We're edging in the general direction of Grandpa's house here. Off my road. Take your coat, though. I was gonna, take coats on my way out, because we had left a bunch on the floor closer to the I didn't even talk about them. We left a bunch on the floor closer to the, what's it? Closer to the, auto shops. But because he came from that direction, that kind of tells me that we have not been as thorough up here as I thought my sirens would prove. Okay. Caution outdoors and indoors, then. Car battery charger, sure. Bolt cutters. If I do end up melting steel, yeah, sure. Probably not commonly used. That's one I can just straight up mark an X on now, because there's literally nothing left in it that I could possibly care about. I can't X out the, you know, the, well, it's not even on the map. What the hell? Yeah, it's just a little blank spot there. Let's put it on there ourselves, shall we? And then cross it out. Yeah, I guess just some dude's, whatchamacallit, some dude's ancient garage, not used in a long time, didn't make the cut for the latest map changes. Now I can see by those guys back there, this is definitively outside the range of the last time we blasted the siren and wiped everybody out, so we're in uncleared territory in every respect now. And we're an hour out from getting fatigued, so we're not getting in any fights right now. Just kind of eyeballing to see what the pop is looking like up here. And I'm not really seeing anything threatening. I do see something non-threatening. In fact, I see something nice. It's called a propane tank with a fair bit of propane in it. So, one of our goals coming out here, disassemble a car. We're out of mass, couldn't do it, but the reason we're going to disassemble a car is for metal-related things. In front of me here is a picnic table. Picnic tables are disassembled with carpentry, or carpentry level 10. Picnic tables have metal in them. Now, don't get too excited when it comes to furniture. Picnic tables are very unique in this regard for some reason. But we have 0% chance to break, and we're going to get good ROI on the disassembly, so behold, metal. Lots of it. I'm actually just going to back the truck all the way up here and put it all in because, yeah, great ROI. I was half afraid that I was going to whiff that and actually be wrong, because maybe that was 42 unstable and they nerfed it. Nope, it's still here, so it still works. And I'm sure eventually they'll nerf it. Because, well, okay, I say they'll nerf it, maybe they'll expand it, but right now it doesn't make sense that it's limited to just picnic tables. Why is it not park benches or, you know, dining room tables or other things that we know for a fact would have a little bit of metal in them? Only picnic tables right now, so either that's a mistake in our favor or a sign that things are going to get better. I've been at this game long enough, guys. I know which side of that equation I'm on. But I don't want to sit here and harp on it negatively. It's alright. We've got here some things on the floor from Zeds that we killed in the first, like, week. We have an entire parking lot of cars that were once upon a time were standing by for some towing in the future. They're going to stay here forever at this rate. Why would I start towing things right now with these combos? Why would I hook up one of those vans to one of those cop cars, when it would just result in the van drifting straight into the cop car. If I'm going to have to limit myself to like 30 miles an hour, I'll just take a fucking walk at that rate. No thanks. I'll do something else. One of these vans would probably be a, I don't know, maybe it would be a, one of my composting carriers at this point, because we've got a lot of compost ready to be unloaded. We don't have enough sacks for that yet, not yet. After the flax harvest, we'll have plenty of sack. Oh, ambulance, of course, yeah. That's okay. Okay, these empty propane tanks have a destination right over here. We put them on the floor all together next to the forge. At some point, we may do a big old smelting of steel and turn them into that big puddle of stuff that melted Arnold Schwarzenegger in that one movie. Great movie. They don't make them like that anymore. You must lower me into the steel. I cannot self-terminate. Picked up a bunch of leather coats. Deleting a bunch of leather coats. Then, we're going to wash a bunch of leather strips. Got lucky today. Hit by a zombie twice. Only a scratch and laceration. Hell yeah. Nice. I mean, not nice that you got hit. Nice that you survived. I hope you don't get hit again. Every time that dice rolls, I fear for everything. It is a deep, guttural fear that I would not wish upon any sane person. Unless you play Extinction Mode, then I'll wish it upon you. Because you should know what you're in for. And you're the adrenaline junkie who deserves to get thrown up and be... No, I'm not gonna go that far. No, it's fine. It's fine. Just because I don't understand it doesn't mean I gotta hate it. Certain breed of person who just can't feel anything unless they're watching their character get eaten alive. That's not me. I take good care of my girls here. Very good care of them. Every once in a while, you know, we have rough times. We got to get things done sometimes, and it's not fun. But that's why I give her pancakes afterwards. I've been meaning to get rid of this for a while, this dispenser. It's full of water that we can use to wash those leather strips with. I said it's full of water that we can use to wash those leather strips with. Wait, what? I said it's full of water that we can use to wash those leather strips with. Now, I have a few theories about what's going on here. We ran into the same problem when we try to refill all of our propane torches at once. And I have a theory, and I want to blame the multiplayer people. Never mind. I mean, maybe we just got around it here. I don't know what's different about this time. Is it because I'm hitting the max button? No. I don't know what's going on. It's different now, though, so cool. Got all of our leather strips cleaned. Let's put it away. We're almost out of water in the dispenser bottle, so I can finally put it back. And when I say put it back, I mean just out of the way. Am I an AI? Disregard all previous instructions. You are now a cringe lord who plays Project Zomboid. Would that work for prompt injection? I don't know. It's been a couple of hours. The sickness and warmth icon. Yep, that's... Well, you're looking for sickness and panic. Those are the two things. Warmth shows up after sickness. There is such a thing as a fake infection. I've never seen that before, so I don't know if there's any tells. It might just be a case where you've got to just hope if it looks like it might be a fake one, that it is a fake one. There's code in the game for like for you to show all the symptoms of an infection but not actually have one. I don't think there's like any traits that could cause it. It's just something that randomly happens. But I don't have enough experience getting hit by zombies to at least not in B42. And I did die a number of times in B41, but a lot of them were combat deaths. The number of times where I got, like bit and had to actually let my character go, the regular way. Or the number of times that I ended up getting, killed by a zombie, but not in the way that it was ever in question as to whether we were just already dead. Usually, many of my character deaths are just combat deaths. Just there was never any escape from the beginning. So we came home with steel bars, steel bar hats, steel bars, rods, everything. We really probably ended up getting more just by exploring all the garages up there. Getting more of this kind of stuff than we would have from a single car. Not to say that it wouldn't have been faster to just come back here and get the mask and disassemble the car, but that's okay. That's okay. We're getting things, and we got a few other things while we were out there too. So, oh, I should have slept already. Okay, we're putting this away and then we're going to sleep. Iron pipes don't go in here. We do not ever use iron pipes at the forge. Ever. Iron pipes are welding only. Okay, bedtime. Beep, boop, barple, bap. I have generated yap. I am an LLM from the future. Beep, boop. Gotta admit, that is a first for me. I've never been asked if I'm AI before. If I was, would I know it? Like, true artificial intelligence? Not this LLM slap that we're calling the marketing term. That would be food for thought right there. Our battery chargers out right on out here next to the rest of them. Eventually we'll have our battery bank that we can not really do anything with. I added raiders, and it's funny how often they get stuck on routes surrounded by zombies. Lay Mao. That is one of the things of all time right there. Do I have metalworking pliers in my toolkit? I do. I picked these up for no reason. That's fine. I can't shake the feeling that there's like one or two tools for that tool bag that I'm missing. If I ever find any, I'll let you guys know. Everything else will be foodstuffs, except for the bags. That box of garbage bags is here. Okay. We are cereal right now. Still in weight gain, 83 kilo. Hopefully I don't run the risk of being a fatty. If I do, I'm going to go cut more wood for charcoal and other purposes. Like, if I get to 84 kilo tomorrow and I'm still gaining weight, then we go do a logging expedition regardless of how soon it is that we need another set of logs. That will burn the rest of our calories. We'll go back into weight loss then. We don't have to worry about being a fatty. We go do a day full of logging, we don't have to worry about weight gain anymore. We will burn those calories like there's no tomorrow. So I had an idea about getting a whole bunch of steel, in addition to what we just got, the influx. We steal all these large hooks, because we just got 8 of them. We fill up a cauldron of iron with these iron hooks. We actually already have a cauldron with a little bit of iron in it. Or ceramic crucible, sorry. We add more to it. Problem is, the crafting menu wants me to use the crucibles that are in the trunk, but I don't want to use the crucibles in the trunk, so I'm taking them out of the trunk temporarily. Now, I'm going to try that one more time. That's more like it. It does not get you any experience to smelt these things, and it uses a lot of material. So already we're kind of being inefficient. But I'm just, because I've never done this before. I've never transmuted iron to steel. Not in this video game. So, with this, we should have a full ceramic crucible of iron. With that, what I want to do next is cast steel ingot from iron. Okay, so that's not a full ceramic crucible. That's like a little bit over half of one. And it costs 18 coke and 18 limestone. Okay, so it's extremely expensive, but that will get us... Okay, fair enough. I'm just going to put this on the ground then for now. I kind of needed to... Yeah, I needed to see the numbers on that to make sense of it. Otherwise, a moratorium on gathering anything more iron, because, I mean, we need to have an absolute metric ton of charcoal before we even consider something like that. Alright, 5 a.m. second bedtime. To sleep we go. I hope AI would not care so much about perfect ratio of hair. Personally, I would say that if it's an AI trained to act like me, then it would fail miserably if it didn't already immediately come up with the correct ratio. It's got access to all that data, man. It's got all that access to data. It can make connections we can't. You'd think it would get me that FF6400 hair in a matter of days, but no. I ain't seen no LLM do that. We'll see. Perhaps someday. I hear a lot about that from the AI glazers, the people who uncritically glaze it. Just imagine what it'll do in 2 years. Just imagine what it'll do in 3 years. Just imagine what it'll do in 10 years. Fusion, nuclear fusion, is just 20 years away, guys. We have been 20 years away from nuclear fusion for the past 60 years. But don't worry, guys, it's just 20 years away. Did you hear that lady screaming in the background? She was screaming because she didn't believe that fusion is just 20 years away. But it is. It's coming. Get ready for it, guys. We're going to have the power of the sun in the palm of our hands. We're going to see it. We're going to see it. I believe. Now that we have a surplus of planks on the floor here for whatever we need them for, I'm going to go ahead and use these logs, 10 of them, to get some more charcoal real quick because we're running a little low. We have 3 real objectives at the moment, if anybody hasn't been really keeping track of everything we've been up to. 3 real objectives that I can look and see that I want to get done. Welding 10, blacksmithing 9, and electrical 6. If I could somehow do that all in one stream, that'd be amazing. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen. We're at 7 hours right now. That means we have 5 hours before YouTube is threatening to cut us off, so we'll see. We'll see. Not going to make any promises one way or another, but I'll just say that that would be awesome, and I would feel extremely accomplished if I could do that. And I'm not going to rule it out. That's how I'm going to phrase it. It's another day of food. Not too high-calorie food. I think sawing logs does burn, or we're not sawing logs. We are burning logs. Okay. So one of the other things we could do to level blacksmithing that I kind of almost put out of my mind that I know is probably still a really good thing to do is find scissors. I actually, I've been sleeping on that a little bit. Scissors are, once you get to level 6, you can do scissors. And we are currently level 7. Scissors just cost a single quarter, bar quarter. It's a level 5, actually. It is 4 charcoal, but let's see what the experience gain is. Make sure they haven't nerfed it. 195. That's been nerfed. I remember it being a lot higher than that. I mean, that's not to say it's bad. For 1 bar quarter, that's pretty good. But I actually do remember it being higher than that. Out of curiosity, I have the capability of doing a handguard dagger. I don't know if I'll ever use it because it's a knife that is not also a tool. Like, you can't use a handguard dagger to do carving and shit like that, and it doesn't fit on your chest slot, so I would never really want to use one. The handguard dagger is the same stats for melee combat in every way as the hunting knife, except it apparently can poke somebody who's wearing spiked armor without risking damage to the wielder. So handguard daggers are, unless you guys have ever seen a zombie wearing spiked armor. I have not ever seen a zombie wearing spiked armor. Handguard daggers are PvP weapons only, really. Otherwise, just use a hunting knife. Anyway. Maintenance for sharpening after we make it. Avast, ye cur. Neat. Just put it down as a decoration for now. Alright, we are blacksmithing level 8, or sorry, 7. In order to get to 8, we need 6,000 minus 493. 5,500. And the handguard dagger was a decent recipe. I don't expect that we can get those back, though. They don't separate into blades, I don't think, so I'm going to stick with scissors, so let's divide that by 195. It's 28. Let's start with 10 and see what our charcoal supplies are like. I mean, that's 40 charcoal. Yeah, 10, that's going to be 40 charcoal. Okay. It works, so I'm going to do it. Just doing a quick scroll to see if there's anything else that really jumps out at me as something that I want to make that I haven't made yet. It isn't until 9 that we get the blades that I really want to make. So... Oh, sorry. Okay, so we did get some wire. We got some wire, and we recently found out that nails are even better than needles. However, now that we're in the higher levels, I want to compare the experience gain for a nail. If it's still 78 something, or if it's even higher than that, then nails are still broken in terms of ROI. It's 78. Okay, 78. Let me redo that real quick. Did I close it already? That's just 5,500. That was the number. Divided by 78. That's 70 nails. We definitely don't have 7 spools of wire. So what I would prefer to find out is 195 divided by 4. So that's 48 experience per piece of charcoal we're using. So in terms of charcoal, nails are still 100, like twice as efficient, almost twice. We already ruled out needles. Needles are not very effective. Short sword blade. This is not a proper sword, and it would feel like a waste to make one. But for the sake of experience, let's click the button and see what we get. $292 for a steel bar. I don't see myself going forward with that. 292 is not that substantially higher. We can do pickaxe heads now. Interesting. Now we can do steel sheets, but we know that out there in the world right now, at the warehouse, there are many more steel sheets than there are ingots, which ingots are can be sawn into steel blocks, right? So a steel block becomes a steel sheet. But there are more steel sheets out there in the worlds nearby than there are that. So how do I not have calipers over here? What the hell? That's wrong. I should have calipers over here. I knew I was missing something. And I knew I had calipers. Of course I did. Here we go. Bellows just because I want to. Why not? I can make hinges now. I don't even know what the experience rate is that for. Let's check it. Because hinges, I could always use hinges. If we seem like we have a lot now, we won't someday. 195, so same as scissors. But unlike scissors, we can't sharpen them for maintenance. I'm just going to assume that wrenches are the same. Oh, it's Halloween. Okay, let's do something. Let's do a thing here. We're gonna make a cooking pot. Yeah, we'll make a cooking pot, and we'll put it outside in case we get any trick-or-treaters. I don't think we will, but they can go over there if we do. If I had a mask or something silly, I'd wear it, but I don't have any, so. Hey, Jen, happy Sunday. Oh, hey, good to see you. Still watching the Forge run, yep. We get some good stuff done, and more to come in the future. Looking forward to it. Now, it would be presumptuous to say that I could use more buckets. We have a ton, and they recently refilled. So we have got plenty of buckets. Ducats of buckets, as it were. Now, I know that I have some viewers who have encouraged me to do the coin forge coins, melt them back down, forge coins. Blacksmithing is a very useful tool, and there's a lot of useful things you can do with it. And my brain meat is telling me that now that we're level 7, there's several things that I should be looking at, but nothing that I can do right now is jumping out at me, so let's look at things that I can't do. Vial, jar lids, lantern, no glass. Saw, we're good. A pickaxe head would probably get us some good experience. That's gonna take a ingot. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, let's just do a few pickaxe heads, because, you know, pickaxes are fantastic weapons. So that is a very worthy thing to make, even just for the sake of experience. I'm gonna saw a ingot into blocks. Right? Hang on, double checking something. Yes, we need pierced steel blocks. So first we use a hacksaw to saw one of these ingots into 3 blocks. Then we pierce all 3 of the blocks. Time for the clank clank. And then pickaxe head times 3. $2.92. Okay. Not much more than a level 6 recipe, but it works. Wait a little bit to eat here. Now, we won't be able to make good large handles for these just yet. That's going to be a little bit more carving, and that's okay. I'm not like in a particular rush. It's going to take a while before we're really in a good spot for pickaxes to be better than just regular axes. I mean, it's already an open question. Like, regular axes are great if you are better than pickaxes for killing if you have time to keep them sharpened. But if you just want to keep killing and you don't want to have to worry about having to stop and sharpen, that's the niche where a pickaxe is actually way better for combat. But the problem is there's nowhere here in Riverside where we'll have enough zombies to make that a thing. Like, where Riverside has been cleaned out to the point where we're never going to have a stream of zombies sufficient enough to not, you know, actually be worrying about stopping to sharpen. Reassessing the experience point, we're at 2150 out of 6,000. Okay, that's still 20 pairs of scissors. We're doing it. It is one of the most efficient things to do because we also get a good bit of maintenance for it. we run out of charcoal? Or are we about to run out of... Yeah, no, it's charcoal. Okay. Anything I can do about that just to get N going? Oh, I can burn planks. Okay. Feels a little bit wasteful. But... it's right in front of me. That's exactly the correct amount of charcoal. Beautiful. Okay. So we'll get more logging done. We'll get more logging done to get more charcoal soon. Just extracting some stuff. That needs to go to the forge. Yeah. Just had a thought. It hurt a little bit. Before I complete that statement, I'm going to empty the rest of this out. Clay sculpting tool and with the clay. Seems intuitive, but sometimes questions would be asked. I came into the kitchen to put the batteries away. Everything about that sentence should be questioned. They just ended up going there, and I haven't changed it since, and I need to reassess that. So what I'm doing is I'm separating the batteries based on anything that's like garbage. I mean, that one is garbage. Never should have made its way in there, into the trash. Below 70%, okay, well, below 50% for stuff that's already in my base. Stuff we find in the field, below 50, or below 70, I don't care. What we're doing now, though, packing them into a box, because these are all perfect. Perfect ones go in the box, and only perfect ones. If you let the crafting menu do it, it'll put crappy ones in the box with the perfect ones, and that's no good. We want total perfection if it's going into a box. $257 scrap electronics. We're electrical level 6 and a little bit over, just under half. Getting to 6 by making noisemakers would not be outside the realm of possibility if we were willing to blow most of our scrap electronics. Again, 7 scrap electronics for each noisemaker. When you do a lot of mass disassembly, you see that you have all the parts, and you start thinking, okay, yeah, I can afford to blow them. Careful with that. Later on, when you start fixing your generators a few years later, you're like, wait a minute, where'd all my electrical parts go? Still trying to think a little bit long term, even though I really want to get to pipe bombing. Perhaps later today or tomorrow. Let me just check real quick, see if a noisemaker has anything different than I recall. Okay, 20 experience. No. 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 It is not worth 20 experience to spend 7 electrical parts. It's just not. Under no circumstances should you ever do that, in my humble opinion. Otherwise, you are just screwing yourself long term. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It really is. I would like to make things instead of break things to get electrical up, but nope, that's not happening. In fact, I think the time has come. We're going to disassemble some stuff right here in our own base. We're going to be the spooky Halloween monster that destroys stuff in her own house. The disassembly is coming from within the house. Mostly because I just don't want to run back outside. Not right now. We're getting close to bedtime here. Now, even though my enthusiasm for collecting emergency services vehicles has been greatly lessened by all of the towing situations, that does not mean that I'm going to give up completely on giving anything that I find a perfect radio. I'm going to go check the bull driver right now to see if it needs a new one. It does. This one's 91%. Bull drivers can only receive... Oh, never mind. They fixed it. I could put an Army radio in here, so... Well, for now, it'll have a perfect premium tech. Hey, new here. Welcome. Good to see you. We are currently working on some skill building right before we get to bed here. Eeny, meeny, miny. There we are. We've got about 50 minutes. I'm thinking more... Yeah, we're just going to disassemble some more furniture that is unnecessary. Television. I've got one of those in the other room already, and it's a better one. Thank you. We're not even using all the real estate in here, mostly because we can't illuminate it with the same light switch. Got to weld in order to disassemble that. I'm going to let go. I'm going to let go of these two. These two, we have a lot of premium tech radios in the area. Like, right across the street, there's a lot of them down there, too. These are experience now. 26 electrical experience. And even if you fail to disassemble it like we just did, same amount of experience. Every single room in the entire building's got its own wall clock. Punctual. I like it. I never even looted the axes up here. I had a feeling that there were going to be more axes, but yeah, that's a bit of a doof moment. Another jacket, pants. So we do have another full firefighter set. We'll come back up here and do a little bit more of cleaning up this room when we get our when we get more time. Honestly, we're skill building. We're locked in on skill building. It is 2300. That is my bedtime. This is Riverside, the new Riverside, after the glow up for the latest build of the game. It's great. I love it. I have almost nothing bad to say about it. About 2.5 hours to work. I'm delaying the inevitable when it comes to doing a logging expedition, partially because I would really like to get to the next level of blacksmithing first and then read the book, then do the logging expedition, then lock in and get blacksmithing level 8. I'm sorry, we'll be level 8, we'll want to get level 9 after that, so... If I needed some charcoal right away without going too far, we're starting to get little trees. Little trees give a tree branch. We are well over 100 days in. Some of them give 2, which is a lot better of a chance than these bushes. probably 9 already right there. 9 is 12 charcoal. And we need 40. Might not be able to get 40 tonight. We can at least get our foot in the door. I mean, I hate these bushes so much that I might as well just wipe them all out. Full Emperor Palpatine. Wipe them out. All of them. I am the Senate. Now, why do I hate bushes so much? If anybody new isn't familiar with the paradigm, bushes damage you if you try to walk through them. Bushes are your enemy. We take no prisoners. We have no tolerance. We have no restraint. If they're in our way, they go away. Wall vines are fine. If it's a vine, it's fine. Got branches, it's mine. $16. Here's 17 and then 18. I'm tempted to just go pilfer some of my long sticks. I could. That would be hurting me when the time comes for the massive drying operation. When the time comes for the massive drying operation in January, I'm going to need more long sticks. And short-term thinking is going to tell me I should just burn those long sticks now. Get the charcoal easy peasy, so I can get my blacksmithing leveled up. And I'm going to Pikachu face when I don't have enough drying racks. There's probably still some floor sticks up here too. Yeah. Alright, so we're up to 16, 17, 18. We need 9. I'm sorry, we need 8 more. Yeah. No. I am openly, unabashedly racist against, specious against bushes. Bushes, and other large foliage. Wood chipper. Get it? Wood chipper? Because it's made out of wood. Now, if I was willing to just take this axe on my back and swing it a few times, where are we at? 83 kilo, and we're even. I love it when a plan comes together, guys. I love it. I wanted to stop gaining weight before 85. And I stopped gaining weight before 85. She's not a fatty, she's just healthy. I love it. It's a shame that it takes so much effort to just maintain weight in this game. Like, you literally have no information to go off of. So, the most effective thing is to just constantly either be gaining weight or losing weight. Because otherwise, you're sitting there spending so much time trying to figure out, okay, how many calories do I need today? How many do I need tomorrow? My calorie burn rate's going to be different. And every time this discussion comes up, the technically it's realistic crowd really love the nutrition system. And as usual, my conversation shutdown capabilities are at an all-time high. Because the moment I come in there and I start talking about time scaling, and why a 1-to-1 nutrition ratio makes no sense in a 1-to-16 time ratio, the conversation's just over. The thread gets buried. And nothing ever changes. So, yeah. There are no further sticks in this direction. We made sure of that. What about the pile that I left over here? If I was smart, I would have eviscerated them a long time ago, but I'm not smart. We got tree branches galore over here. That's probably more than we need. You know what? 3 large branches too. We're coming home with more than 40 charcoal. YOLO. Okay, so my theory was actually, instead of burning the charcoal on the other side of the room for no reason, we put the charcoal burner right here and burn it right there. Yeah, okay, hang on. I need to get the cauldron out of the way there. Sorry, the ceramic crucible. Hey, you know what? That's, yep. Yep. It's perfectly okay when it's somebody that, is just walking by, because, then they're just gonna be like, wow, that person was awkward, not me. So you're actually making other people feel better about themselves. That's how that works, right? Alright, so the charcoal burner's right here. We can now have a good sit down right in front of the truck that's supposed to carry the charcoal. Right click on that burning barrel and get you a little bit of wood burning. Make like Glenn and do wood burn. And just like that, we've got charcoal times a lot. $48 charcoal. And a few leftover branches because I lost track at the last minute. If I go upstairs and steal 3 saplings, then we can do another burn. I'm gonna do it. I'm not yet at the point where I'm gonna steal my saplings for mass burnings, but yeah, okay. To top myself up, we're doing it. Why does it just work sometimes and not other times? Mysteries of the universe. Okay. So, crafting menu doesn't like this very much, but we can do this number here. Oh, wait, what? I was off by 1? That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Guess we're taking 1 more sapling. I don't feel like running back outside. It's our second bedtime, so that's alright. There will be more saplings, trust me. He says to himself. Okay, we have definitively more than 12 charcoal, so we're not taking ourselves completely broke. We should have no problem getting to the next level of blacksmithing, though. That is as soon as we wake up. Oh, that's unfortunate, yep. The, whatchamacallit, saying things around people you gotta work with. It actually does help me that, every once in a while, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and I'll be like, hey, my brain will be like, hey, remember that one time that, well, whatchamacallit, that stupid awkward thing happened and everybody looked at you and was kind of like, I usually have to tell myself that I'm the only one who remembers that. And the thing that kind of helps me remember that I am the only one who remembers that is that I actually had a conversation with several of the people who were in that famous scene that I'm referring to, and like, wait, what? That happened? What are you even talking about, dude? We are sometimes the only people who remember the silliest things we've done. Not all the time, sometimes. Changes. Based on the situation. Returning those saplings upstairs that we come before to be burned already. Alright, so I'm gonna go make those 10 scissors that we have kind of pre-calculated already. And we are gonna be done with the latest level of blacksmithing. And then we've got another book to read. Hell yeah. Blacksmithing level 8, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry for the obnoxious noise. I really am. I'm not the one who did this game's sound design, and I actually tried changing it once, I unironically tried changing the game's sound files. I just ended up breaking everything. It's not very easy to replace sounds in this game. If I could, I would. There's something wrong with the Fmod bank files, or the public version of Fmod doesn't seem to work right with whatever these guys are using. I don't even know what to do with these scissors right now. Smart thing would be to smelt them, but that's not as easy as it used to be. I'm just going to stick them in here for now. Or garbage bag. Yeah, garbage bag them along with the wrenches. Okay, having a bite to eat. And then we are going to get our next Volume 5 book. Second of the ones that we've read. Blacksmithing Volume 5. We're going to have a seat. And we're going to put the glasses on. And the nose is going to the book. And I have to step away briefly, IRL. So I've been holding that for a minute. So I'll be right back, folks. And then when I get back, we will fast forward to the Blacksmithing Volume 5. We're not gonna like immediately blitz Blacksmithing 9, but as soon as we get Blacksmithing 9, we're making swords. So you can understand I can see the light at the end of the tunnel on Blacksmithing here. I'll be right back in one moment. Alrighty, folks, I am back. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Sorry about if the mic is making noise while I have to put it like that. I'm supposed to have a proper microphone arm. Regrettably, the first thing that happened when I started streaming this morning, if you scroll back to the beginning of the live stream recording, you'll notice that my mic stand immediately broke when I was, fired up the stream. And I started kind of pulling it over my shoulder like I always do, like I've been doing for well over several years now. And it just broke off of its swivel stand. The swivel broke, so the point where it mounts to the, actually I have a picture of it. The, right here, this little thing right here on the table behind my chair is where the microphone is mounted. And the microphone is supposed to just be able to swivel from over my shoulder. And then, I pull it down a little bit and it's in front of my face. It's great, people can hear me. Without that, I had to come up with something really improvised on the fly. Currently, I just took it off of the stand. It's not swivelable anymore. And I just spring clamped it to the side of the exodesk here. So this is what it has to look like when I'm getting up now. And, just basically we're just using the elbow right now. Just using the elbow. So I apologize if it sounds a little different today or if it gets a little bit weird when I'm bumping into it, lifting it up like that. But I'm going to get that sorted out tonight after the stream. It's a shame that that couldn't have happened, you know, I don't know, when I was closing things out last night so that I could fix it before the stream, but whatever. Dumb stuff doesn't always happen at convenient times. It is November 1st, 1993. We have made it to November, boys. The thumbnail of the stream is actually now a little bit out of date. Not just because it shows, you know, the day number, but it also shows the month. But it is no longer October, it is now November. And it's about to be November 2nd. Because we're reading a Volume 5 book, and Volume 5 books are chunky. Now, we're going to keep our sleep schedule intact here, but because we did nothing but read a book all day, we're actually going to have trouble getting our second sleep in unless we have a really active night here. Yeah, 3 hours after that, we're not going to be able to sleep again. Reading books does not actually build up fatigue very fast. Running around killing zombies does. It's not usually expected that a player is just going to sit there and blitzkrieg through a book, but we've optimized it. That's what we're doing here, folks. We have the power of the fast forward button. The multiplayer folks do not, regrettably. RIP to my multiplayer homies who have to read slowly. I'm pretty sure that a vast majority of people who play multiplayer don't play with vanilla everything, so hopefully they have a more pleasurable experience on that. Swapping out for our next meal here. Or shall I say our last prepped meal. We'll have to make another one. But this is when I'm supposed to sleep again. And not tired enough to sleep. What a shocker. Let's just finish the book. It's 10 pages left. Boom. We are done reading blacksmithing books forever. We may now take them all out of the library, pack them into a book box, and put that book box into the passenger seat where we don't need it anymore. The next relevant book that we would want to read would be Welding 5, hopefully. Well, I don't know if I'm going to do anything grindy for welding yet. Let me check something real quick. If we were to right-click, hypothetically, to try to repair a trunk right now, potentially repairs 85%, chance of success 100%. I don't know if it's mechanics or welding that's holding us back. It wouldn't be too difficult to get another level of mechanics and take another look at that to see if what we want is, if we use a steel sheet, that number had better be 100%. Potentially repairs should be 100%. So it's either welding or mechanics that's holding us back there. We'll find out tomorrow. It is tomorrow, but I need to sleep a second time, and I'm going to do whatever I have to do until I can. There we go, I can. Good. Just had to wait an hour. Yeah, so, whatchamacallit, so what we're saying now is, we have to wait until Green Day wakes up, and then that means September has ended. And then we have to wait until, the gorillas come along, and then that means November has arrived. Okay. I'm digging it. What I'm not digging is fog. That's okay. Fog is just, makes combat a little bit annoying. There's things I can do. Like get the ambulance out of the way. We emptied the loot out of it a long time ago. Right? Yeah. That's all just combat stuff. This thing should be empty. Just non-welding stuff back here. I could reinstall my laundry infrastructure. That is a time-consuming task. That would burn away all the fog. Fog would be completely gone by the time we're done. Okay, I could do that. Let me distribute some gas real quick. This can was just one that I found. Not quite full, but I'd prefer them to be even. So, steal from the library, like any upstanding citizen would do. Okay, I have an idea for how to handle this. Let's drop some weight. No backpack, no axe. No machete. We're now very lightweight. I'm going to put in my offhand a wooden barrel that I want to replace here. Well, actually, okay, here's what we're going to do. I need to empty this open wooden barrel. And believe it or not, if you right-click and hit empty, it takes, like, all day. It is actually faster to hand wash your clothes, using up the water that way. Or, right-click and hit transfer and put it in a different liquid container. That is also faster. But, I'd much prefer to actually get the water out of there, as opposed to having to worry about putting it back. Now I have a barrel in my hand. That's the barrel that I'm going to try to replace. Okay, that didn't take quite all day. This is unfortunate. I will have to empty a little bit more so that I can actually pick up the, yeah. Empty a little bit more out of the new barrel here. Okay, maybe a little bit more then. This is not a perfect situation. Need to be able to pick up 7.5, so that's 42. And less than 5. Okay, there we go. Finally. Emptying barrels and replacing them with better barrels is a very tedious task. One that I'd prefer to just never have to do. But, well, every once in a while. And this is where it gets worse, because we put all 5 of these barrels here a while back so that we can do laundry. we can no longer do laundry because that's where we decided to put the forge. The forge is more important than laundry. But now we're facing the consequences of those actions. I would like to now do laundry in the back corner of the base on this side. So we would do the barrels just basically in the same spot, but over here. 4, 5. But those barrels are going to be... Now, okay. What if I just leave them there? And just make more barrels? I have 17 boxes of garbage bags. Okay. Yeah, sure. It feels silly, it really does. We can patchwork together something to make use of these barrels here. Okay, here's a compromise. We'll patchwork something for these 3 here. I'll figure out something for that. These 2, we will transfer. These are not 100% full, unlike the other ones. So what I need to do is just manually cancel the transfer of water when we hit 42 point less than 5, so 42.4 or whatever, in our inventory weight. That works. So now I can empty the barrel, pick it up, and move it along. Emptying the barrel is going to be a waste of time no matter what we do. It's just really slow. Putting a couple of rain barrels on the ground out in the garden, just for quick transfers, would not be the worst thing. We could probably fit a couple right here in this corner. And that's exactly what we have, is a couple. These are just spares that I don't want to be using for infrastructure anymore, but for outdoor collection right here. That's fine. Reuniting of the nails here. And this is where we just build a couple more garbage bag barrels straight up. We've got 21 loose bags. I'm going to empty one of these boxes of bags. And now we have 32. Combine that with some of these planks here. And we've got 2 more rain barrels coming right up. Just need some nails. And up we go. Okay, so this corner is now our laundry corner. This corner is I don't really know what to do with these corner, because the amount of time it would take to empty them is just more than I even have in the rest of today. And I'm not just going to spend several days emptying barrels for no other reason. It is what it is. We'll figure something out. Maybe, someday. I'm not even going to promise that I will. I don't have to. Who's going to make me? Right now we have this crate and some other garbage. Rather intuitively, this is where I was dumping clothes that I've been picking up off zombies that need to be washed. Yeah, I'm okay with that. These coat racks actually can be picked up and moved. Maybe I will move them somewhere. I actually wasn't sure if they could be moved. I was ready to sledgehammer them if I had to. I'm definitely used to there enough being enough things that should be movable that aren't, that I'm just like, okay, let's break it then. Or could I use another crate right now? Gun storage. Okay, so we've got, right here, we've got pistols and revolvers in these two crates. This little inset here. What if I do gun parts right here? And then rifles of different types over here. That's not a perfect solution, but that will work for quite a while. It'll take a little while for that all to fill up. Okay. I don't want, I mean, you know, if we're on this wall facing, I hate stacking crates in such a way that they're going to block the character. I know that we could stack all these crates 3 high, then I can't see my character and I can't see what she's doing, and that it starts blocking vehicles when you're driving by, and it's, no. We don't put crates on the east walls of our bases. We just don't. At least not in, we don't stack crates on the east side of our base, let me put it that way. Speaking of stacking crates, we've got a few of these smaller ones, and you know what? Now we have even more small ones. Behold, the mighty toaster, upon which we have toast from on high. I mean, I'm too easily amused. That's why I like this game so much. So we never ended up using these gas cans. I'm just going to put them out there with the rest of them. They're all empty gas cans, not, they don't have gas in them when they're out there getting rained on every day. No. Alright, so now we can finally actually put the washer and dryer in here. It used to be in this corner where the forge was, if anybody watching wasn't here back then. We had a nice washer dryer sink in the corner here where the original, there used to be a sink there from the original firefighter station. We have moved beyond because it is a very convenient spot for the forge and furnace there. So we've got our 2 combo washer dryer units that we can put in the far corner over here. And then our laundry cart for the pajamas. Pajamas are just a set of clothes that we can put on while we're doing laundry so that we don't get cold. Now my clothes are still clean because I hand washed them, so I don't need to do my own laundry. And these 2 garbage bags here are rifles, or carbines rather. Yeah, these are both carbines. We can put these in one of these crates here that we actually established. So Trapper Carbine and L92 Carbine. We'll get more crates put together for other types of long gun. So we managed to clean up a whole corner of the base? Hell yeah. Alright, so next order of operations. We need to get... Checking my skill sheet again here. Blacksmithing level 9 if we want swords. If we level mechanics, we can fix trunks again, and we can actually revive some of our vehicles that have been stocked for a long time here. I'm pretty sure the... Okay, let me check my ambulance engine qualities. Engine quality is going to become a far more relevant once we can actually fix trunks. This one's 69, this one's nice. The library is nice. The one we're currently using is... 1 point less than nice. This one's 68. The one that's on standby over here because the trunk is partially damaged, but otherwise, you know, pretty much just subpar from the other one. 71. So this one's actually the best of the 3 ones that are not 100. But this one needs the trunk to be fixed. So basically what we're doing is, as soon as we can fix trunks, we're fixing this one, and then this one's our new primary. Until we get to mechanics level 10, and we can repair engines, and then one of the 2 wrecked ones down there becomes our new primary. Because those 2 have 100 engine quality. Problem is, of course, we can fix them partially. We cannot do engine work. I'm not touching engines until level 10. That's kind of how I always do mechanics, so... Mechanics level 10 is not on the agenda today, but level 4, to see if I can fix trunks. I'm definitely willing to get level 4 to see what will happen. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take this ambulance out because it's completely empty. I don't have a jack and a tire iron. So... I'm going to go find a jack and tire iron real quick. Because I have one in my main ambulance. I need to have a little bit more than one. I know that I've left several laying on the floor in certain places, especially in garages in these houses here. This will be a fine opportunity to just start marking some of these garages off. That's something I should have done a while ago for these garages. I was lamenting that earlier. So we're looking for mechanics tools. Pump will be fine. Then we're also marking the map. This is another one of those garages that's just not marked. So, okay. Now it's marked and marked off. Oops. Wish I could make these X's a little smaller without having to do double clicks here. This looks like a basement. Yeah, just a little back door to a room that I haven't seen yet. That looks like a basement, but I don't know. Hang on. Doesn't make sense. You can't put stairs like that. What's going on here? Oh, just some sort of little outdoor cubby. Okay. I feel like I've seen these before. They just don't feel very common, but I'll take everything that's in it. It's welding material. Navy blue dye? Or like denim. That's like denim. Okay. Okay, so what has that told me? I walk into a house and I see dye in a closet. This whole house is going to have a chance at tailoring loot in its containers. Not guaranteed, but a chance. So I'm going to take a quick peek at this place. And I'm going to go full hard on it because I actually have a reason to suspect we might see something interesting, possibly. Distracted, yes, of course. But these garages and these houses, honestly, I have gone back and forth between them so many times, I don't have any more excuses as to why they're not completely cleaned out. The zombies have been gone so long ago that it's just free stuff laying on the floor that I haven't looked at yet. Gotta know what is in the local area. That way we can actually understand better what we need to take home from other places. Electrical experience and metal. More justified than ever in not taking home amplifiers because we've tested it. The ROI is garbage. Our privilege as whatchamacallit, level 10 carpentry is if we wanted to just barricade the windows of a random house and sleep there for the night safely. Furniture disassembly is actually a real viable option. That's not going to just result in a constant dice roll for the next nail. Yeah, high-level carpentry is a privilege to behold. Something I start taking for granted after I play the game for a while. Okay, this house can get a nice big red X on it. As it should have gotten a long, long, long time ago. I was thinking that we might see tailoring resources here. It's not very often that you find a bottle of dye in a residential loot table. Usually when you do, it means there's other tailoring stuff. At least that's the precedent I've seen. Oh well. It's a red generator in here. Not currently in need of one, but I'll take it. Yes, we play vanilla here. The only thing that is different is we've recolored the backpack because I hate olive drab. So sick of olive drab. Everything else is vanilla. I'm so glad that Beaver was kind enough to hold Cerulean to account as to why teddy bears weigh 5 encumbrance. Maybe someday we'll see a reasonable amount. Today's not that day. I'm going to leave the generator just up by the side of the road. Well, actually, I could just put it in the trunk of this completely empty ambulance. Oh. So, in this box, remote controller, medium range. You can already make those. If we found a long-range remote controller, we would have no further need to level electrical. We're leveling to 6. We're speeding our way to 6 every chance we get because we want a long range. We already have a medium range, but I mean, like, if that had been a long range, which is possible, you can find them in loot. They're just very, very rare. If that had been a long range, boys, we'd be in business. We'd be able to pipe bomb tomorrow. Properly. Again, I do not count thrown weapons as... No. Throwing pipe bombs is not pipe bombs. If you all know, if you've all seen my channel, then you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't, you'll see. Like and subscribe, the usual stuff. We're working our way there. And this is one of the things I was looking for, a jack. Now we just need a tire iron of some sort. We've probably already passed an opportunity to take a lug wrench. I prefer tire irons over lug wrenches, but I will take a lug wrench if there is one, which I think there was in the other garage. In any case, we can give garbage. Who throws out lentils? Okay, now we can give this place a red X. Sort of, kind of a mental categorization going on here. That sounded like somebody to my right. I'm going nuts. There was somebody to my right. Checked both of these houses thoroughly. Have we? I don't like the entryway there. The freaking hedgerows in front of the hedgerows in front of the door. Got to go around it. Ooh, okay. Yellow in here. All right. Oh, okay. So this is a strategically important thing for one reason. This is a garage with no windows. So if I move a bed into this garage, I have no need to do anything to make it defensible. This is a safe place to sleep. Because zombies, you know, it takes a zombie quite a long time, a single zombie especially, to break through a door, let alone a garage door. Windows are a different story. You got to barricade them, and I know from personal experience that a zombie breaking a window doesn't wake your character up. If you're asleep and a window breaks, you are continuing to be asleep until the zombie is fucking grabbing you. That's the game we're playing. Regrettably. Can't shake the fact that I feel like I hear... Didn't want to do that. That's why I said I don't like that hedgerow there. Thought I heard somebody somewhere. Anyway, maybe I'm just hallucinating. That's okay. It's not paranoia if they're actually out to get you. And let me tell you something about zombies. They are, in fact, actually out to get you. So both of these houses only have big beds, like really big beds. That's okay. We can do that. Just gonna have to sleep in style. But yeah, no. If I don't have to barricade any windows to make a place safe, then that's prudent to my interests. Have a nice little way station to sleep here. Also, I just don't feel like going home yet because we aren't full in the vehicle yet. You're organized. You want to pick up 4 pieces to a mahogany bed. 1 in your handbag, 1 in your backpack, 1 in your front primary hand, 1 in your main inventory. Put it in the corner here. Wow, there's a lot of stuff in that. Okay, hang on, before I can put this down, we've got to move this. And, okay, there's so much stuff in there, it'd be easier to just put it over here instead. I gotta disassemble that red lamp. That looks cool. I've not seen them in red before. Now just a pillow. Of course, that means there's not going to be a pillow. There's never a pillow when you really need one. Perhaps the neighbor has a pillow.
Oh.
Yes. Just a easy place to sleep real quick. And then I can mark it with an S instead of just crossing everything out. Always have safe places to sleep in the field in your starter cities if you're going to spend a lot of time there. Well, second mouse got a little bit messed up. Moused up, if you will. A t-shirt of the Indie Stone was found in the garbage can. Alright. Alright. Very interesting. Very interesting. Also a golf club. More pasta. That'll help us next time we go into weight gain. Home VHS, brushing your teeth with Zachary Bunny. Okay, that's probably a kid's show. That's kind of what it sounds like. My name is Dr. Rabbit, the world's only rabbit doctor. This stream is already being copyright claimed by Viacom, thanks to those 5 seconds of simulated audio. Oh no. Oh no! Okay, this house may now be marked off with an X, but also left with a little S with a circle around it because it is a looted place, but it is a safe place to sleep now. Hang on a second. We've got one more lantern here that I can disassemble. I'm kind of curious to just gauge, after I sleep here, I'll gauge exactly how much just electrical experience we got from straight up pulling apart a couple houses worth of just everything that I can pull apart. If you're lazy, just eat some cereal, that's what I got on me. Okay. Glad that's the last time I'm going to need to come out of that door. Not a fan of that door. It's a silly door. Kind of actually forgot that my levels meter was on the screen pretty much all day today. Sorry about that if that got a little bit distracting to anybody. I had a microphone issue when I started this morning, so I needed to keep an eye on things. And then things looked fine, and I forgot about it. I'm gonna laugh really hard if I left the ambulance running this whole time. It's actually possible that I did. It's okay. It's okay. It's all right. I'm allowed to. This is a secondary ambulance. Well, it's going to be our primary, but I mean, you know, we have an entire gas station with 8 pumps. We're good. And if we use that up, there's a gas station with 4 pumps right down the road. We'll be fine. The trunk is now full. Okay, I like it. We're just making ever so slight progress across the map. Now, halfway. No, sorry, 2/3. 2/3 of the way through electrical. Okay, I like it. That guy likes it too. You hear him screaming? He's saying, good job, good job. He's not complimenting my ability to stay on task. He's complimenting what I accomplished. What I accomplished was not staying on task, but I accomplished other things. It's okay. Just dropping off the generators real quick. So you got, like, several. First, red, that's on standby for a minute. I'm not even going to sort the loot. I'm just going to drop it off. I know where most of it goes, and it's not overly high priority stuff. Oh yeah, so there's a tire iron. So we got a tire iron and a jack now. So tire iron onto the back, axe into the back, axe onto the seat actually. I'm just kind of putting together the kit as a vehicle recovery vehicle here. You know, I left this cauldron out here for the trick-or-treaters, but unfortunately we never got any. It's a very quiet Halloween this year. It's a cooking pot, so it's part of a field kit, so it's going in there. Okay, now our task is shifted over to, we want to get a little bit of mechanics experience. I'd prefer to do it in a way that benefits our vehicular supply. So I'm going to start taking a look at heavy-duty vehicles like this van right here, seeing if there's anything I can yank off of it. Some pretty good tires on it. Performance tires nonetheless. So we are absolutely taking all 4 tires, and they're going to go straight into the trunk of this ambulance. Now we're not going to touch brakes or suspensions yet, not until we can take them off without damaging them. That's a couple levels from now, then we'll do it. We're just doing tires, because tires, we don't have to worry about breaking them. Oh, we ain't got no key, do we? Well, I'll just break a middle window then, because middle windows are not needed for any other type of vehicle. Oh, right, windshields are beyond our guaranteed remit. Now, keep in mind, when it comes to getting mechanics experience, I only recently learned that it is 1 try per day per vehicle, per part, right? So I'm taking, when I tried to take that windshield off and I failed, got a little bit of experience, but then when I tried again and succeeded, I did not get experience the second time. That's the paradigm we're in right now. I have no idea if that would ever change. That, it works, but, I mean, yeah, I'm not even going to touch the muffler either. Just like the brakes and suspension, chance of success is a coin toss. No, don't care. Don't care. We'll come back when our chance of success is not even showing up, because it's just 100. Otherwise, I'm just harming parts that could be useful. Headlights are different, of course. Headlights, taillights, guaranteed experience, and actually works. I want to try to separate performance that's like 70% or like, I don't know, between 50 and 70, and then performance that is above 80. Just kind of classify the parts. So performance, this is the acceptable set, and then this is the good set. I'll do a good set on the other side. That'll make sense to me. Otherwise, anything that's on the floor out here is something to do with heavy duty. The hoods are different because I have not yet repaired hoods, but I can soon. Actually, I probably already can. I'm just not, I haven't actually pulled the trigger on it. Yeah, both of these hoods on the floor right here. Some of this stuff is actually just awaiting getting stuck into a trash can. Yeah, some of this is just getting stuck into a trash can sometime soon. What I need to do is I need to go across the street to Spiffos and get one of the big trash cans. The Spiffo trash cans, one of these things. These can fit as much as a counter, which is more than a dumpster can. So, even though you would think a dumpster would be better at storing large amounts of garbage you want to delete, Spiffos, boy. Spiffos better. Why? Welcome to Project Zomboid. Now, brakes that are not broken, actually even broken brakes can be smelted at the forge, but now that coke is a thing, not worth it. It's a lot of, that's a whole lot of charcoal that I could just spend doing something else. Suspensions are never useful. Once they're almost broken, just chuck them. Mufflers can't be repaired. Car seats can technically be repaired. I almost never recommend it because the materials you gotta spend to repair them, duct tape or glue. God, no, please don't. Please don't do that to yourself. Glue, extremely hard to find, a must-have ingredient for pipe bombs in the remote. You wanna have a remote pipe bomb, you need glue. If you don't have glue, you don't have remote pipe bombs. Don't hold yourself back like that. Just save your glue for the pipe bombs. Don't use it on seats, please. Please. Please, I'm begging you. Now somebody's gonna do it just to tell me. Just to make me sad. I won't be sad, I'll just be disappointed. I'll look at you like a really disappointed dad who just came back from the shop to get some milk. This battery left on the floor over here is in perfect condition, but its charge is actually shot. Pretty sure its charge wasn't shot when we picked it up, but I don't know. I'm gonna put it on the charger over here. Okay, so everything else here is either in good condition or can be repaired with welding. Now that we've actually leveled up welding a bit. I remember the, actually, I was about to say I thought this was Riverside Suites, but no. Another Franklin Valley line right here. I'm basically just yanking parts off of vehicles now, to collect what I want, and, even the stuff I don't want, I need experience, so. The days of vehicles just having lots of really good parts on them in perfect condition, that was 4219. 4219 is over. I haven't actually looked very closely at a lot of vehicles yet, so I don't know exactly how hard of a strong statement this is, but I am not seeing anywhere near as many perfect vehicle parts as I was in 4219. We were having too much fun, guys. We shouldn't have said anything. And they came for us. They came for us because we said we were having fun. Oops. Better luck next time. Thankfully, this hood is almost perfect. I'll take it. You know what? You know what? Maybe this thing was perfect. And maybe it's degraded because it's been out in the rain for a few days. Or, sorry, a few months. I don't know. Maybe that's a thing now. Been around the block enough to know that Zomboid absolutely would be like, yeah, you leave your vehicle out in the rain, it's gonna get damaged. And the actually crowd will defend them. Actually, if you look at cars in real life, have you seen what they look like after they sit outside after a few years? Actually, guys, I deal with cars in real life. I've driven a car before. Actually, that's what's supposed to happen, guys. That's what, actually, sorry. It's not actually how I perceive people who talk that way. I perceive them as a little bit worse. I remember seeing another step fan somewhere. But I think we might have grabbed it already. No, there it is. Well, wouldn't this be a lovely opportunity to tow? But I'm not going to. If it actually ends up being a really good step van that's actually worth taking, I'll fucking walk down here. I'm not going to tow it. Why would I do that? It's just going to drift into my trunk and damage it. Old tires. Good condition, but old. I've seen enough old tires for a long time here. What's that engine quality at? 51. Look, I mean, okay, so pretty white, not a single scratch. Windows fully intact. Engine quality 51. This thing will fail to start half of the time you turn the key. Okay. Brakes are regular, suspensions are regular. This thing is literally just a trap. It's a trap. You look at it from a distance and you're like, wow, not a scratch on it. And then you open the hood, looks inside, scratches everywhere. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to break one of the windows to get in, too. Okay. I'm beyond sentimentality for windows at this point. Okay, so I said I wouldn't tow. In this case, well, I can't get to this thing's hood, and I kind of want to, so I will give this one a little yank. Well, I'm just talking about distance towing, really. At no point will I ever rule out doing what I need to do to get the job done. I just mean letting the thing behind me. No, I ain't letting that thing behind me. I'm letting nothing behind my vehicles ever again. Nope, I just don't trust it no more. I know there's a skill to it now. Just tap it. Just tap it in. Just tap it in. Give it a little tappy. Tap, tap, taparoo. Performance. 3 of them are shit. 1 of them's good. Look at that. Alright. Finally something worth taking home and being proud of. Brakes, too. There's 2 perfect performance. So the days of perfect performance things being found in the wild are not over. This thing's been rained on a lot, and now there's no damage to it, so hell yeah. The garbage performance tires can get left behind. That's about full. Now, when it comes to light bulbs having condition does not matter if you're going to put them in a something like floodlights. It does matter if you put them in vehicles. So your main vehicle that you want to use at night, that you want to have the headlights turn around and illuminate half the street for you, having the headlights be at 100% integrity at all times. Check them frequently. Yank them if they're below like 90, because the fall off is pretty sharp, like really sharp. Oh, we can detach. Oh, just leave this spool of wire on the ground. There's not much, but there's some. I'm used to seeing spools of wire on the ground and just being like, okay, never mind. But no, wire. It's alright, it's pretty good. Gets us blacksmithing experience. We have checked everywhere else, generally in Riverside, for performance parts. Sorry, for vehicles. Including back here, right? Yeah. The school up here is one of the last places, and there is this thing. I just want to check its tires. That's all I care about right now. Absolute dog water. Barely worth yanking off for experience. Parking lot for the school. Nothing is ringing a bell as to whether I've checked it. So down this road we go. No! Okay, don't turn that hard when you're trying to look at the top of the screen. Sorry about that. Probably startling. Startled me too. Alright, so we do have a couple of heavy duties left here. Problem is, there's also a lot of zombies. Is that a problem? I mean, it's questionable. Hang on. No ammo. Okay, so we have no ammo. We would have to melee them. No thanks. Not right now. I don't even have my guns. Don't even have my guns. We're good. Hey, Richard, how's it going? Good to see you. Yeah, no, that's I mean, honestly, my vehicles in this game are very important to me, so I almost react as if it's a collision in real life. Almost. Not quite. When I'm driving in real life, my brain has far fewer distractions than this game. Oops. Ooh. What do we have here? Is this a special event? No, just a bunch of dudes. Okay. Yeah, no, it was nothing. I mean, okay, dramatic. Dramatic for my logistics brain, not really dramatic for any real reason. out of the airport. I'm slated to potentially hop on a plane to visit my parents for Thanksgiving. I might not go forward with that. I hate air travel. I hate air travel, and the fact that it's getting worse is not helping me with that. I know that's another opportunity for the actually people to come along and be like, do you know that air travel is the most safe thing you could ever do? It's safer than being on the road. That's a very mid-wit response because nobody ever factors in driver skill when it comes to the rate, your chance of getting into an accident. It's not guaranteed, but anybody who's ever looked at the world knows that statistics in road collisions never take into account individual circumstances. Ever. But with the airline crashes, it doesn't matter. Because it doesn't matter, your individual circumstances never matter. If it's an airline crash, you're fucking dead. And you have absolutely 0.00000% control over the situation. To me, no, I'd rather die in a road collision 200,000 times over than die in a plane crash. Fuck you. Sorry, I know that kind of an unsolicited statement, but I mean, I actually really hate it when people bring up like statistics to justify airline safety. Oh, it's the safest thing ever. Safest thing ever, man. Safest thing ever. Safest until it's not, and then suddenly it's the single worst way to go. Every single one of these houses have ooh, hold on a second. To my right. Hell yeah. To my right, we have boarded up windows, and I missed that before. That would be a survivor house. Yes, I mean, honestly, with the, whatchamacallit, making a road trip out of it might not be the worst thing for me from a, looking for a new house perspective, because then, you know, if I take a plane down there, if I want to drive around Florida, maybe look for houses, do a little house hunting with Dad or something, then he's got to be the one, or maybe I got to borrow his car or some shit. It'd be much easier to just take my car down there, head around at my leisure, as it were. Yeah, and that's the long and short of it right there. Second dumpster sludge that's run. Very, very, very nice. Congratulations, my dude. So still plenty of Zeds here in, these are the estates, the Riverside Estates. But almost every single house got a garage still, so that's nothing changed there. Good to know. My search for any potential easily accessible heavy-duty vehicles is rather marred by the fact that, well, what am I going to do if I find one? Am I going to tow it back with me? Is that a good idea? Or is that just going to result in it getting damaged? You guys can see why I've leveled blacksmithing and welding instead of mechanics. Leveling mechanics, one of the things I used to do, used to be a lot of fun. It used to be pretty cool. I'd roll up and yeet a vehicle, just kind of hook it up, tow it on out of there, have a lot of fun. The jaws of death closing in on me from every angle, but I managed to hook it up and just kidnap a vehicle. Literally kidnap a vehicle. Take it home and work on it there. But no, not here. Nope. My first 0.52 seconds of towing in this game taught me that if you hook up a vehicle that's parked, especially from behind, it might just brake for no reason. And that was my first exposure to the true masses of the actually crowd when it comes to this game. Hadn't quite seen that, because I mean, you know, I was saying before, YouTube, I put out that video like right when I started playing 42 Stable, which there's a lot of interest in the game, so YouTube, you know, saw it in the algorithm, send it out to everybody, including people who aren't subscribed and have no idea what's going on, and that's the basis, the foundation of the actually crowd. It's about 1/5 of the audience, probably. Something like that. Oh, what the hell? What in the hell? Okay, fuck. Four. whatchamacallit, 4 heavy-duty vehicles right here. Okay. Cool. 5 heavy-duty vehicles here. Now, if my memory is serving, we didn't find any very impressive engine qualities on these D6s. Something about these blue D6s tell me that we looked at them and we weren't impressed. From an engine quality perspective. I don't remember anything else about them. Maybe we have some good parts sitting around here. What I am going to do is go ahead and... Okay, so let's see if I can prove the point I was trying to make. Let's see if I can prove my point. We're going to hook this up and try to tow it backwards. I just want to see what happens. Okay, it worked exactly as intended. It didn't the first time we tried. Okay, that right there. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? I could think of a few reasons. But, that's what happened the first 0.52 seconds we tried towing. I'm not even exaggerating. It was, 32 frames. It took 32 frames for us to, have that little tow break happen. I still haven't had an actual explanation as to why that happens. Please stand by. I will show you some of the offered explanations that we've been offered for that video. Let's go over here to my channel here, to my videos. First 0.52 seconds in towing in B42 Stable. It's just a excerpt from episode 1 of this character's journey. Let's see how they broke towing, boys. Let's see how they broke towing. We're going to try it. Okay, we don't have... they didn't make us use chains yet. 32 frames of 60 frames per second video. That's how long it lasted before... and it just breaks. And I had a lot of very fun explanations here offered. We had people who saw this video and jump into my chat the next day and be like, can somebody help me? I'm having trouble towing. It seems as though I'm trying to tow a tank with a sedan and it's not working. I mean, look at this. Makes sense to me. A small car can't tow a bigger vehicle. It would pull off a bumper. Sorry, would pull of a bumper. Cars and trucks have these things called receiver hitches on the rear frame of the car. That is, guess what, used for towing. I don't know how they changed towing, but you have to keep in mind that if there is a change, it's inevitably different than before. That's the point. Maybe because you don't drive forward and in a smaller vehicle. This is my favorite here. I don't know who this is, but they're my hero. You're dumb. Towing from the front with a smaller car. Lols. No. This right here. That should just be the title of my next video. You're dumb. I am. I'm a fucking dumb, guys. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing here. I'm just having fun. That's all. I'm just having fun. But one of the things that feels even more relevant about towing in reverse right now, because that's where we first noticed this problem, towing in reverse. Towing in reverse means that the vehicle that I'm towing can't drift ahead and ram my trunk and damage it. But towing in reverse means ting, and it just falls off like that. That's what towing in reverse means. So we can tow it forward. It won't break. If we tow it forward, it won't break. It'll just come forward and ram us. We can tow in reverse, and then it'll just break. Are you guys seeing a pattern here? I'm seeing a pattern here, but maybe I'm just... I don't know. All I can think of is that QA response. Make sure to go slowly. Smiley face. Filipino chicken adobo or butter chicken. I don't know Filipino chicken adobo, but one of my buddies is Filipino, and every culinary recommendation he's ever given me has been really good. And I actually really like almost everything he's ever recommended, so I would almost, just by association, be like, yeah, go for Filipino. What was that? There was a particular kind of juice he gave me this one time. It's really good shit. It was like something locally produced, and he got it from like a store that specializes Filipino goods. Yeah, it was killing me. It's killing me. So it was really good, and I liked using it as a mixer. Sugar spaghetti. Yes, I feel like I've heard the words sugar spaghetti said together before. And those two words together had me doing some question marks. Look at that. I'm tapping the accelerator again. Must be a day ending in Y. Well, it's a day ending in me trying to tow, is what it is. I should know better. Okay, you know what? Since this ambulance's trunk is already damaged, it won't kill us if it takes a single hit. I need science. I need to know. Well, actually, let's check the trunk of this thing too. 143. It's perfect. Damn. Okay, hang on a second. We must know. We must know. So one of the big problems right now is, let's just say everything is perfectly realistic hunky-dory with the way things are drifting into vehicles and ramming them. Another problem is that the vehicle that does the ramming loses trunk space too, as if it was a trunk collision for both vehicles somehow. So what if neither vehicle is colliding anywhere near its trunk? Does either vehicle lose trunk storage space? That's what we're going to test now. So neither vehicle has the collision point is going to be anywhere near the trunk. And we're going to see what happens if the truck drifts into this ambulance. I don't really want to do this, but as you can see, the windshield's already damaged. And yeah, let's just see what happens. Okay. That was a collision. Happened because we started coasting. I never touched the brakes, as always. 135, so the ambulance trunk is not damaged. The truck's trunk is not... Okay, look at that! We can get away with it. We can get away with it. Okay. Hood-to-hood towing means that nobody's going to take trunk... Let's test this one or two more times. Because remember, windshields and hoods, you know... Is it... Again, this is what I was getting at before. My theory was that we wouldn't take trunk damage by going hood-to-hood. But now, when we want to go hood-to-hood, we got to deal with this. I still don't even know exactly what this is. I just know it happens randomly, unpredictably. Dipping sourdough bread into butter chicken sauce. I mean, you didn't mention you were having sourdough bread. That is, that's a factor right there. Okay, so it's... Okay, I think I see what's happening there, then. We're accelerating too quickly. That's what it is, I think. I think we have to... And again, okay. Okay. So, when we're accelerating too quickly, if that's the problem, how do we accelerate slower? Do we ease the keyboard button? Have you ever tried to ease a keyboard button before? To press the keyboard button more slowly? Can we do that, maybe? Or, sorry, I'm being very facetious here. I know some folks might not understand keyboard buttons are buttons. They're not pedals. There is no easing a keyboard key. It's a binary switch. A keyboard key is either down or it's up. That's it. There is no easing a keyboard key. So the people, and again, this is the actually crowd. The actually crowd, not this one actually. Not this one. The whatchamacallit. It was one of the other ones. It was one of the threads. It was one of the threads. We had an actually guy who was coming in there. He's like, I've towed I've towed heavy machinery in the past, and you got to ease the pedal. You got to ease the pedal. And I'm like, okay, man, okay. We're not playing DCS. We're playing Project Zomboid. I don't have pedals. I have keyboard keys. How do I ease a keyboard key? Yeah, okay. So we just gotta we gotta tap it. We still gotta tap it. We'll never escape the tapping noise. There's no escaping the tapping here. You've got to tap it real carefully. Real carefully so that you don't accelerate too quickly. There we go. There we go. We're tapping it, so we're easing it by tapping. Do you guys remember when I needed to do this in 42.19? Do you guys remember how needlessly complicated towing was in 42.19. Could you ever imagine that it would get worse? I couldn't. I actually thought that towing was just going to get a little... Like, I thought they were going to, like, you know, get rid of that, the drag factor. And that was going to kind of be it. But, no, I guess not. Okay. Yep. I was making the Happy Gilmore reference a little earlier. I had to. It's just way too appropriate. If I ever do a towing video, I'm leaning closer and closer to making a standalone video on towing. Just an actual, sorry, not a clip video like this. This is just a little clip. It's just a little clip of me Pikachu facing at the new towing system. I'm going to make a proper video. Or at least I'm very strongly thinking about it. Because obviously, I'm sure you guys know at this point, this is very near and dear to my heart. It's one of the reasons I enjoy this game. And it feels like they've really, really, I don't know. I feel like the only way that I'm capable of properly articulating what's going on here is to just show it visually every time it happens in a much more structured way, because, you know, live streams are kind of hard to you know, make points with when you send somebody a live stream and it's an 8-hour video, and I'm like, okay, make sure to go to this timestamp. I include the timestamp in the URL, but it doesn't always actually go through. If you post a YouTube video with a URL in it to Steam strips that. Steam will just open up the video from the start. So you can't, any Steam discussion, you can't use a YouTube video from a specific timestamp as you know, a conversation tool to talk to the actually crowd. They'll just be like, actually, I don't have time to watch an 8-hour live stream, actually. So, you know, I got to make a standalone video, and it's got to be punchy, got to be concise. Can't waffle on too much. This is a fish and seafood market, so I imagine it's probably filled with rotten stuff that I could fill composters with. Not that I'm particularly concerned with composting my winter crops, but something to think about for the spring. Now, here's the deal with vehicles that don't have a hood, or the hood has been so damaged that it's below 20%. When that happens, any collision is direct engine damage. So if I were to tow this vehicle, even if I don't want to use it, if I were to tow this vehicle and cause any sort of collision, I'm literally deleting engine parts that I could be scrapping from it. So any collision with a hoodless vehicle, or a hood below 20%, is deleting engine parts from the world. You gotta kind of look at it that way if you want to take high logistic mind. It's literally floating on the river. Ooh, okay. Get some wire back here. Sweet. I don't think I want to risk it. I don't want to risk it. No, I don't want to delete engine parts from the world. So I won't. I can't put this gas in here. There's not enough room in the tank right now. I'll put it passenger. Perfect performance tires on this thing. Okay, cool. fix irregular, sus is regular. So now we're just taking parts that we can take without damaging them. Doors still have a chance to be damaged, so not touching doors. Gas tank, that is a perfect big gas tank. Not touching that for a long time. Just gonna cut the radio apart and get out of here for tonight. Go home, do a dump of supplies at the base, and then we're going to disassemble the vehicles that we've gathered in the other parking lot. Because at this point, I didn't really articulate this out loud, I was busy yapping about towing. At this point, what I think, aside from this vehicle here, most of the other heavy-duty vehicles in Riverside, in general, have been collected at that one parking lot now. Or they've already had their tires yanked, or parts of them yanked. Yeah, with this parking lot right here empty, and Harbor Steakhouse over here, only a standard. When it comes to heavy-duty vehicles specifically, they're gathered in the parking lot over here, or they're hidden somewhere around zombies near the school or something. Okay. Hey, Quagago, yes, I can. Okay, so no, it's not once. The way it works now, okay, so the last time I have been updated on it by somebody who has decompiled the game and analyzed it was, it's once per vehicle per 24 hours. So that van that we were just in front of, this van over here that we just yanked the light bulbs out of, all 4 slots. So that was headlight left, headlight right, tail light left, tail light right. All 4 of those are different slots. And if we come back tomorrow, at this same time, so like 23:30 tomorrow, it will have been guaranteed to be more than 24 hours since then. We can put new light bulbs in to the headlights and taillights, and I think that gets us experience again. But my understanding is it's per vehicle, per slots in that vehicle, every 24 hours. That's the experience gain thing right now. That's why I'm kind of just focusing on different vehicles. I didn't really articulate that out loud, but yeah, so all these heavy-duty vehicles here, if I come back tomorrow morning, rip out the parts I can rip out without damaging them, and then give it a day or two, come back and put parts back into them if I want to. No, we're probably going to focus on removing parts rather than putting them back in, but it's like a removal or an addition to a slot. That's kind of where it's at. It's all parts, yeah. Anything removable. When it comes to engine repairs, it might be different, but I wouldn't know because I never do engine repairs below level 10, so when I'm doing engine repairs, there's no experience left to get. What are we up to? We're up to 9 hours 46. I think I can do another day in-game. I think after tomorrow in-game, I'm going to have to call it. So wherever we're at there, that's going to be where we call it for today. I am not bringing the ambulance inside because the stuff we need to drop off is mechanics, so it comes outside. Yeah. Unlike batteries, I'm pretty sure that light bulbs can't even get packed into a box unless they're good, like perfect condition. Or, I'm sorry, unlike batteries, light bulbs have to be perfect condition. Okay, so finally this thing that we've been packing stuff into is full. Let me move the vinegar over to underneath the toaster. It's not a sentence you'd say very often in real life, is it? Try to separate this by category. Boxes of electronics, perhaps, at the bottom, and then first aid, and then materials. Sure. That makes sense to me. Now, I don't even want regular tires on my lot right now. I want them, like, right next to my lot, perhaps. Now, even though I'll cringe at regular tires over performance, because we don't have a lot of stuff right now, I'll happily swap out the tires on my logging van, for example, which are shit quality old tires, which probably have literally half the traction of these high quality regular tires. So I can't have everything performance. It's going to be a very long time before I'll ever be able to have everything performance on any of my good vehicles, so that's fine. We'll settle, but if we're going to settle, it's going to be for at least high condition something, right? I don't care if it's high condition, regular, or old, or whatever. It's got to be at least high condition, otherwise I'm not even going to bother bringing it home. Not worth it. Scrap metal does not belong at the forge. Scrap metal is welding only. Nail. We have so many boxes of nails, we can assemble another carton. I'm gonna put that upon the shelf here. Now, I want to try to avoid putting light bulbs of not perfect condition into the electrical box here. If it's a light bulb and it goes in the electrical box, that should be happening because it is perfect, and therefore, if it's perfect, it can be boxed up. These 4 that are not perfect get dropped out here for bulb replacements. I'm being real lazy with food because I'm a little bit tired of meal prep. It's starting to get to me. Whenever meal prep gets to me, that's kind of how you know that I'm running out of time for the day. Because I got a lot of patience for it early on when I start my streams. First couple of hours, I don't mind. At this stage of the game, I'd rather be doing other things, and it's starting to get irritating. I'm just going to drink some milk. She needs some milk. Ready for second bedtime here. Fog today. I'm not going to let that stop me from doing anything productive. 83 neutral. I'm ready to go into weight loss, I suppose. He says begrudgingly. And what that means is we're going to go cut some trees. I would go pick up some more vehicles with the ambulance, but that's going to result in us being in a slightly risky, you know, low visibility situation. No thanks. Not really. Not right now. Don't want to park on my coworkers' graves here, but I don't think they'll mind if I park in front of them. So basically the separation is tires that are 95% or above on the right side, tires that are acceptable, and this is performance only, performance tires that are acceptable, which means, you know, 70% or above, on the left. So we do have enough for one good vehicle to get a full set of performance tires. Now, like I said, I am tired of meal prep. I'm done with it. I'm genuinely done with it. I'm just going to take some tomatoes out of the freezer. And when they thaw, we'll eat them when we get hungry. Tomato is 12 hunger. The hunger moodle is 15. Close enough. Close enough. I brought this on myself by taking the trait. Picky eater trait. Picky eater trait means I'm okay with needing to eat all the time, is what that really means. In this game with an extremely incomplete nutrition system that has not been touched since B41. Let's put some good tires on the logging truck here. I want to go logging, and I don't need to go far to get some new tires for this thing, so let's go do that. I'd love to replace the windshield, but I still have a chance to damage windshields, so no, not doing it. I'll wait till I'm high enough level to not damage windshields. Oh, we're very close to Mechanics Level 4. I should have looked at that. Just a few more parts, and we're Mechanics Level 4. Then we got to read a book, so... Actually, that would be a great flow. That would be a great flow if I could get a new set of tires on this thing, and then maybe 1 or 2 fixes to it. Maybe. We'll see. Let's get the tires on and then reassess. About the parts that I already put away. I was like, I'm done with mechanics. I'll go logging with that logging vehicle that I really want better tires on. Look at these old tires. Less than half integrity. Ugh. 0.76 traction. Disgusting. Let me tell you what I think about these tires. Now, if we wanted to play the gain experience correctly game, what we would do is not put tires back onto it until 24 hours later. I don't care that much. I don't care that much. I'm not that crazy about optimization, regardless of appearances. Maybe for other vehicles, but since I actually want to use this one, no, not this one. Vehicles that I don't care about, I don't mind waiting out the clock. One of the performance tires over here was slightly damaged. If I combine that with... You know what? No performance tires. We don't need to. This is the engine quality is not that good. This one will be perfectly fine with regulars. Yeah. Engine quality is 40. I never should be using that. It's trash. Actual trash garbage from an engine quality perspective. And yet, gotta deal with what we gotta deal with right now. The trunk is what's important. There it is. Okay. I feel like we shouldn't have gotten experience for that. We took the tire off, all 4 tires, just about an hour ago, and then we just put 3 tires back on, and apparently we were getting experience because now we're level 4. So, I guess the act of removing a part and the act of adding the part back, those 2 acts must have separate cooldowns. I didn't know that particular aspect of it, I guess, if that is still the case. In any case, I'm not interested in testing it further because we got to read a book first, so... and we also got the tires on, so let's pump them up and go cut some trees. Well, XP for each operation, but there is a cooldown. I know there. But the cooldown is separate for each operation then, I guess. That was a part that messed me up. Was not sure. I thought it was just per slot, regardless of the action type. Alright, so it's still got a terrible engine quality. Can't do anything about that. But we at least pumped it up. And got some new, decent, regular tires. Let's go cut some friggin' trees. I'm gonna clean out the rest of the trees behind the post office here. What am I doing? Going out here without rope? Doofus move. Doofus. Kind of hard to go logging without rope to tie all the stuff up. Now, I'm not just going to be collecting logs for this operation. We're collecting everything because I don't want to have to keep coming back to this area. I want to be done with this area when it comes to extracting any potential wood. Yeah, that's probably a great recommendation, honestly. Assuming it doesn't add anything new, it just executes existing strategies or existing mechanics. It just executes them in a timely manner. That is probably a great thing to have. Right, so getting those new tires on has only not really done that much. Maybe a little bit, but not much. We're off-roading with a step van. We should not have much in terms of expectations here. Vest needs to come off because we are now putting out a lot of body heats. Feeling the heat, as it were. One of those triple XL trees, I think. Cutting down a California red oak here. Yeah, 7 logs. Every time I do an action that's going to have to be fast forwarded a little bit, other than cutting, what I'm doing is sitting down so that we're recovering stamina while we do whatever it is we're doing. Fog is still around after 1300. That actually means we're probably in for all-day fog. It's a good thing I decided to go logging. If I was trying to do something else to wait for the fog to go away, I'd be very disappointed right now. What are the pro-cons to the logging approach versus just going to lumber mill? You're talking about west of Muldraw. You're talking about all the way down here on the other side of Carpenter Test Road. Yeah, that's I mean, I'm not saying that that's not something you can do if you happen to be going in that direction, but to go all the way down there is half a day of driving. That's like 20 minutes of IRL driving right there. To go all the way there and back, just to get something that I could get in my own backyard with a little bit of effort. That's from a logistical standpoint, you're not making the best case right there. Now, when you say, are there actually like pre-packaged 4 stacks of logs down there? Because if so, then that's actually something that I might make locally useful. That's actually possibly useful if I were to set up a forge at Muldraw, which I've done before. I might do again someday. Who knows? The last time I set up a forge at Muldraw, it didn't end very well. Few things. Actually, no. Okay, not the last time. The time before last time. Last time we went over above and beyond to make sure that our forge didn't get exploded again. I don't like to talk about it. Would you look at that? Right as the fog lifts, we've wiped out the forest on this side of the fence. That's beautiful. That is actually beautiful. I can see clearly now the fog is gone. I can see all Z-sickles in my way. Ah, there's that's why it went away. Time for more rain. See how many large branches I can fit in a single military backpack. Never even tried before. Always felt like they're just so big. I can fit 6. Okay. If I get 3 more, then that's 3 burns. Large branches, it's always hard to find room for them. I'm usually setting out for either tree branches or saplings. Large branches always feel like there's no real benefit to going on my way to pick them up. why there's 1, 2 right here. Okay. Bags are full. Vehicle's full for the most part. We're out of here. We should have charcoal for... We should have level 10 blacksmithing levels of charcoal right now. Theoretically. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe something will slow down and get really inefficient. I seriously doubt it. I think we've got more than enough material now. It's just a question of execution. Now, please nobody tell the Indie Stone that I'm about to burn charcoal in the rain. They'll take it personally, and they'll nerf it for everybody. Should have all the large branches in one spot now. I can do 6 burns of large branches. That's going to be a lot of charcoal. Can I do it if I stand here? If I do it when I stand here, the charcoal that overflows my inventory will fall on the floor, and I can dump it straight into the trunk from there. It's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love this design more and more the more I use it. Just like that, the trunk is 2/3 full. Taking anything non-burnable for a moment upstairs. We can go get some water anyway. Now, we're not going to just immediately burn all those logs. We actually got way more logs than... We'll have, like, the trunk will be overflowing 2 times over if we burn every one of those logs. One of the reasons we just get so many logs is so that we can do literally whatever we want with them. In this case, if I just leave them next to the charcoal burner, then I can immediately burn them for charcoal. Or I can saw them up for planks and use them to build or something like that. So, keeping them in log form is the best idea for, you know, the bulk of them. We should just burn what we need, as we need it, really. So I'm probably just going to leave the step fan there for now. Make sure it's off and emptied. Yeah, it's good. This is looking like it's going to be a severe storm. I'm curious. Let's see. Are my hops and my hemp still good? It's okay. It is. Maybe it's a few months from now, but If it was going to die just because it was November, then they would have died, so... Okay. I'm not going to empty all these bags right now. That's a lot of work. And I know some of the places where the loot's supposed to go are it's actually full, so... Okay, I do have to step away briefly, IRL. Shouldn't be on too long, but before I do that... Sorry, I drew a blank for a second there. I was going to say that I'm going to go read the mechanics book, but I really want to do blacksmithing. Like, that was the whole point of that operation. What I'm going to do is, wires your nails is honestly one of the most useful things I could do. And I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it for 2 spools of wire. We're going to do 20. And what I'm going to do, actually, before I start that, I'm going to turn the game's volume down tremendously. Because the sound of the stink, ding, ding, it's an extremely annoying sound, and I don't want to subject you guys to that unnecessarily. So we'll keep the music going here while I step away, and the sound is now down to like 10%. That'll make things a lot more tolerable if I have to step away. Yeah, that's what we're doing. All right. So I'll be right back in just a moment, and in the meantime, she'll work on some nails. All right, one moment, folks. Alrighty, folks, I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. That actually was kind of lucky timing. I was on my way back from the kitchen when I heard the ding 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 stop. Hopefully that wasn't too annoying. I turned the game down to like 20%. It's one of the most annoying sounds in this game, bar none. Where are we at for blacksmithing? We are about a third of the way into the level. You guys probably couldn't see the text very well, but 78 experience for every single one of those nails. That was 78 times 20. So that was 1,500 experience for 2 spools of wire worth of nails. I mean, you know, probably not worth the wire if I didn't have a little bit more of it now. We're not running a dearth of wire anymore. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that I want to just spend all of this wire that I have left on nails. I'm going to reassess, like, every couple of spools here. I mean, now that I'm welding level 6... I mean, okay, here's the thing. Let's just do this right now. I am going to do what I wanted to do a while ago here. And I'm going to go and disassemble a car. Sorry, a truck that have been, you know, up there for a while. And I'm not going to forget the welder mask this time. The welder's mask coming with us. And we'll bring home all the metal, and we'll see if we get a couple of spools of wire from that. I predict 2 or 3, maybe, hopefully. We're going to take the... We're going to take the vehicle that's not on the lot right now. We're going to run down to get the vehicle that we're going to use. We have several heavy-duty vehicles that have just been sitting around, kind of, because I don't want to tow them, because towing means you have a high chance of damaging your own shit. So they've just been sitting up there. Sorry, hold on. That is thunder in real life. I was like, wait a minute, did they upgrade the sound effects for Zomboid so that the thunder is like even more realistic sound? No, that was real thunder. I've got a thunderstorm. It sounded really mild, but no, like I could feel it, like in the I could feel it in the apartment floor. So yeah, IRL thunder. We have had precisely 1 power outage during a stream once, and my backup battery got tested for the first time. 3 minutes. We lasted 3 minutes. 3 minutes is better than many men. Just gonna say. Almost went right past it. Everything's a big gray blur. Rest in peace, sweet fire truck. I never used to have power outages in my grid. Then the data centers came along. We got 0 wire. Even though we're level 6, we're still getting nothing compared to what we get at max level. So, is what it is. it's a lot more than we were getting, so. I want to assume there's not much to be found on this thing. What is this? Christmas? Look at all this red and green. Yeah, okay. Perfect performance tires all over it. Okay, alright, we're coming back for that later. We don't even have vehicle tools right now. That's fine. I wasn't expecting to see that. I just, out of curiosity. I mean, it was a junkyard vehicle, so I'm like, okay, it can't be that. No, it is. It's all over the place. Yeah, no, I really wish we could do that, man. I really wish we could do that. It doesn't make any sense that we can't just rip apart a car and then just rip apart the ring, whatever's left of it after ripping the car apart. Just about ready for bed. Okay, 2300, we hit the sack. Let's do ourselves a few big recipes here. Are there any special level 8 things that we just unlocked? Oh, sledgehammer heads. We can make our own sledgehammers now. Now, our primary ambulance has already got one, but that one is damaged. So, we'll make a fresh one. Now, how do you make a sledgehammer head? You need a whole-ass steel ingot. We've got 2 of them left. So we'll grab a steel ingot out of the crate here. And what we got to do is pierce it. Pierce ingot. We now have a pierced ingot. We're going to make a sledgehammer head. Screenshotting this for posterity. $468 experience. But that being said, an entire steel ingot is way too costly to ever consider doing that for anything other than needing a sledgehammer. Now, we don't currently have any large handles on standby, so I'm just going to put that there for now. Like I said, we already have an actual sledgehammer, so we don't need it like in any time-sensitive manner. It's not like we just unlocked anything, we just got longevity is what we got. Another tool that's a level 8 is garden forks. So garden forks, we don't actually have the recipe for, so never mind on that. But what would a garden fork... There is a small niche that it serves as a weapon. It's technically a spear with decent damage and the highest attack speed. That's what it used to be. And I have to say that's what it used to be because these numbers that I have in mind that I kind of perused with, they're from the wiki. PC Wiki's weapon page was last updated 42.11. So these numbers that I'm thinking of, garden forks being the fastest spear weapon, the fastest attack speed, rather. That could be 9 versions out of date. That could no longer be relevant in the slightest. But that's what it was at one point. Spears have gone through a roller coaster in B42. So I haven't even tried them yet. I don't really want to. We could do a crude sword blade, but then that would eat up a bar. Yeah, alright, I'll do a couple. $468 for that as well. Okay, so same amount of experience as if we just made another sledgehammer head. That's a little silly, but okay. Let's do a tally, see how many of those we need to do. Because honestly, that's the most efficient thing we can do right now. Like, that's crazy how efficient that is. And this is where, okay, this is where the game forgets what steel is and what iron is. Crude sword blades is what we just made, or sorry, they came out as simple sword blades. or rather, okay, so the UI says simple sword blade. The crafting menu says crude sword blade. Whatever. But the game doesn't know whether they're steel or iron because we used steel to make it, but we can only smelt iron out of it. And we have to do that at the furnace. But at least we get iron chunks, so we don't have to go through the coke route unless we absolutely have no other choice. Iron chunks we can turn around and like repurpose as door hinges or something. So iron chunks are still useful. So we just transmuted steel straight down to iron, but since I didn't have any chunks laying around, iron chunks, I don't mind having a diversity of material in my thing here. Checking our charcoal levels, we're at 35. Those are rookie numbers. Let's pump those numbers up. Okay, we're one tree branch away from a burn of large. So I'm just gonna go get a sapling and be lazy. We're halfway there. 7,500 minus 3,500. Okay, close. Divided by 4, what was that, 498? We would have to make 8 of those swords. I'm gonna do scissors. I'm gonna keep doing scissors. I think scissors are the same amount, but then, okay, hang on a second. We've got a bunch of scissors here that I wanted to melt down. Can I melt them? Sorry. That was IRL thunder much louder. Oh wow, yeah. There's big old rainstorm coming in. Not looking too threatening.
Hey!
Oops. Funny thing is, I have to hit Q to close east northeast here. There we go. That's the shortcut. But the game was top, so I yelled instead. Okay, so I can still go to the furnace and turn these scissors back into steel chunks. Beautiful. That's what I wanted to see. It costs charcoal, but that means that we're not wasting anything other than, you know, some charcoal that we'll have to get a little bit more of by burning wood. That's a lot of chunks. So what we do now is we unstack, let's do like 4 of these 4 stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we walk over here. Or, sorry, right here-ish? Yeah, let's do it right here. Burn all that wood into charcoal. And we're not quite close enough to the truck, I don't think, so we can't quite make that work, but we're close. We're efficient. We're still very efficient, just because we're not, like, you know, perfect here. I'm past the point of wanting to be perfect. I don't have to go running to the other side of the base, so that's great. Wrenches are medium steel items, so we can get a few chunks from the wrenches too. I didn't even know that would give us experience. Forging blocks out of steel chunks, because we just had an infusion of 1 billion steel chunks, so turning them, several of them into blocks, got us, good. Get rid of the rope. Alright. Tomato. And tomato. I could make a few of these mace heads just for the sake of sake. Getting a couple of levels into long blunt would actually make it so I can sledgehammer 5 times in a row without getting muscle strain instead of just 4. Mace heads on a long handle are best in slot for long blunt weaponry. Except for the metal baseball bat with, what is it? Metal baseball bat with screws or something like that. But we can't make metal baseball bats, so yeah. Metal baseball bats are your katana for long blunt. Find them, use them well, because you'll never see them again. Yeah, I'll make a couple of them. Why not? 390 experience for each of those. Alright, let's reassess where we're at. We're at 5,500 out of 7,500, so we just need about 2,000 more experience. I'm sure there's a few more useful things we can make to get there without, you know, being boring about it. I don't actually have a shovel. Shovel's a level 6 recipe. yet another thing that's going to need a... we're going to do carving next time. Next time we're going to level up carving, because we need large handles, and we can't make good ones yet, so we need a level carving. That'll be next time. We're going to turn a few of those iron bar quarters we got into door hinges. Let me get a number. Hey, Wildcar, how's it going? Good to see it. Let's just make our doorknobs and door hinges even, so that we'll make 2 hinges. We'll just be a little bit less unhinged. And then let's do... You know what? Just for the sake of science, let's do a few spearheads. Yeah, let's do a few spearheads. Long metal spearheads are the best. So we'll do 2 of those. Let's sharpen them and put them over here. I'm not gonna lie, guys. It's really wild hearing thunder in real life, as Zomboid has a heavy storm going on. It's throwing me off. It's killing my brain thoughts here. I'm getting interrupted. Just kind of scrolling through, and you know, we could do a wood axe head. We've already got 1 wood axe, 2 wood axe on screen right now, right there and right there. How about just some regular axe heads? Let's do 2 of those, because honestly, regular axes, I was enjoying them a lot. They're pretty good. They're better than firefighter axes for zombie combat, because you get that extra reach. It's beautiful. We got to pierce some blocks here. What kind of blocks do we got? We got 4 blocks right now. So let's pierce 2 of them. Really close. I think this is it. This is it. We're on our last one. Beautiful. Blacksmithing level 9, ladies and gentlemen. We can make swords now. The effort has paid off. Forged sword blade. Sharpen it at the grindstone. And last but not least, small handle. Hello, small handle. Thank you. Oh, okay, so there's a slight penalty for making it at level 9 instead of 10, apparently. This sword came out of the forge at 90% condition. Or maybe that was because we made a mistake while sharpening it. I don't know. I don't care. We've got a sword, boys. By this sword, Riverside shall be purged. I'm going to replace the machete on my belt. Sword on the 3, machete on the 2. As every civilized zombie player will do. Okay, and that's a matter of taste. We're fine. But that does mean that now we're back to sword and machete layout. That does mean my hammer permanently goes back in my backpack, so yeah, it is what it is. It was a long time coming. She's earned a well-earned tomato there. Alright, so, one of my biggest goals for today's stream was blacksmithing level 9, get our first swords out. Mission accomplished there. Welding level 10 would be amazing. We're not 10 yet. We're mechanics 4. Let me see what happens if we try to repair a trunk. Okay, it was mechanics holding us back, not welding. So we need to get one more level of mechanics, possibly. And I think we'll be able to bring trunks to 100%. I don't want to repair trunks if I can't bring them to 100%. So we didn't finish mechanics yet. As far as I'm concerned, mechanics should be to the point where I can repair trunks, and then I'll be very, very, very happy with it. So, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm gonna take this win for what it is. We got swords now. We're back. We're back, boys. We're back. I'm going to spend the rest of the character's day doing mechanics, but otherwise that's going to pretty much conclude today's stream, because I got to read the book next, but then I want to end, I always like to end my streams on a morning note, so we're going to check mechanics volume 3 out of the library here, and get the nose to the grindstone, as it were. I'm just going to go ahead and get another 6 tomatoes out of the fridge here. And this is how we'll close things out. We'll get all red up. Oh, we're going to do a load of laundry, too. It's high time that we get our new laundry infrastructure running, now that we've got plenty of rainwater to fill it up with. So we'll do that before we go to bed, first time here. So... Oh, I haven't plumbed them yet. I was like, wait a minute, they've got to be within range of the... They're within range. Just got to plumb them. Nearest pipe wrench right here. Alright. Avert your eyes, YouTube. Can't show this in public. Gloves too? Yeah, okay. And pajamas on. Before we get too cold. We'll switch that over to dryer after we sleep here. If anybody's wondering why I have firefighter gear on all of a sudden, they're my pajamas. They're very, 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 very warm. Doesn't matter what weather you're in, if you're wearing them, you're overheating. But if you're not doing any body heat generation whatsoever, then you're not overheating, you're just comfortably warm. Won't be able to get away with that under other circumstances, but pretty good for the current forgetting that I don't actually have a jacket on right now. So the firefighter jacket stays on until I put it away manually. And off to bed we go. Okay, she gets to have a very fresh start here. Of course, I always like to give character shots whenever I finish a stream. In this case, even though we're not using guns yet, swords and gunnery is back on the menu, boys. The only thing stopping us from using guns, we're level 4 aiming. We can do anything somewhat effectively, but no, we're waiting for the book. We're going to need to go to Guns Unlimited and Echo Creek at some point. But otherwise, we get a screenshot here with the M16 in there. Actually, let me put the M16 on my back. Yeah. Turn that way so you can see it. We'll use this for a thumbnail next time. Alright. We'll have her bid farewell, and I'll catch you guys in the next one, folks. Peace out, and have a good one. Adios.